Hello everyone, welcome back to another live stream. Today we are counting down until Copycat's release and Deadpool's Diner. As soon as both are released, I'm going to be using tokens to pick up Copycat. I think she's going to be a pretty flexible card, and then we're going to jump straight into Deadpool's Diner to see how far we can go today as we're looking to unlock Cassandra Nova as quickly as possible. I don't think we're going to get it day one. I think that's going to be a little difficult to do, but I'm going to be grinding it every chance I can. And then we are going to be unlocking it as we go along. But as people kind of filter in, the deck that I'm going to be using to start today's stream is going to be it's a Namora Hammer Bros hybrid. And so it is one that I tried to build before, but I wasn't able to get one that just quite felt right. But this one has felt amazing so far. And then Calrosi, welcome in. Everybody else that's filtering in. Hopefully you all are having a fantastic day so far. And then Brigadier, Brigadier Blue, you said looking forward to Copycat. So am I. I think she's going to be one of those information cards that will be like a Nocturne, where she slots into a lot of decks because she doesn't necessarily have a build round of her own. So she's not a Shaw where she only fits in one deck. She's an information card that a lot of times is just going to give you more information than the opponent. Now, I think she would be really, really strong if Arsham wasn't necessarily in the mix. With Arsham, a lot of times you're going to get inconsistent information. The information's not necessarily going to be relevant, but it's still a good value at the 3/5. Who can you swap safe? Namora and White Widow. Namora is a really tricky one in this one. So that's a lot of swaps for Calrosi. So you can swap Namora. I don't know that there's a perfect swap for it because her ability is very unique. White Widow could just be another solid value 2 cost that's looking to either gain you tempo or disrupt the opponent. So it could be any number of your 2 cost cards. For Nocturne could be a Nightcrawler. You're looking for that flexible power that can move, but a lot of that is because of Namora. You playing Marvel's closed beta tomorrow? Pilkenjoy, I don't know that I don't have a key, but I'm not sure that I'm going to be jumping over into Rivals. I think it'll be kind of fun for a little bit, but it reminds me very much of Overwatch, and so I don't know how long I would necessarily stay to play. But right now I don't have a key. I don't have entry into it, but we'll see. And then Kino, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And Calrosi, you said you'll skip this deck. Yeah, without Namora really helps kind of bind the two together between the Hammer Bros and like the Wong Namora stuff. If I can get a key tomorrow, I'll DM you. Perfect, Pilk. And then Boofin, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Day one Cassandra? Yeah, probably not. But we are going to be jumping into Deadpool's Diner as soon as it releases and see how far we can go before we lose all of our bubs. Havoc Payne, welcome in. I see that you jumped in as well. Is the League of Strategic Gentlemen in streaming? Oh, if the League of Strategic Gentlemen is streaming, I'm tuning in. Welcome in, Kenny Cooks. You always have to jump into the Strategic Gentleman Club. I think you can buy Cassandra with tokens after Deadpool's Diner ends. I know that we'll be able to spend 6,000 tokens on her, but I think it would be after the event. So if you wanted to wait 2 weeks, you could probably pick it up that way. When is it coming out? I believe it should be on reset. So in about 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, about a little under 5 hours. All right, so first up we have Helkin, the first location, and this is an Arsham deck. Arsham is very, very common right now. So if we get beaten by Arsham a few too many times, it might be that we switch over to something that runs like the Hawk package, because I've been seeing nothing but Arsham today. The Aeon, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. I'm excited to be able to stream. Friday's stream was fantastic. And with the new mode release, I'm excited to see kind of what that looks like for for the game and for our numbers. So we have Luke Cage. We could do another White Widow to take up more of their space. And the more times we played in mid, the fewer times we can draw. I think I'm just going to play it over to the left for now. We do have Namora. They do get a cheap Mockingbird down, and they'll have a duplicate of it. I'll be holding my tokens in case it ends up being difficult. They said it should just be like a moderate investment to be able to pick her up, but yeah, you may kind of wait it out and see what that looks like. All right, let's go ahead and play Beta Ray Bill. We can't necessarily do it in cloning vats, or else we won't draw next turn, which does become kind of difficult. Next turn we would have been able to do Beta, but they have the second duplicate Polaris. So we can always do Mockingbird. That would give the next one a 4 cost, but that's not huge. Namora only gives us 11 power. And then we wouldn't be able to draw next turn. Mockingbird, we wouldn't be able to draw next turn. We could always play Namora to the right, but I think this is a tough one. Diner Hive? Yes, we are excited for Diner. I'm waiting, we're counting down, and we'll see if we can make it very far before losing all of our bubs.
Who they dig up this time?
They said engage deeply. Yeah, I think it's really tough to gauge because it also depends on player skill and being able to snap or retreat efficiently. And so I think it's hard to put like a very finite number onto it. We're going to retreat out of this one. And then Hydra King, you said, what's up, TLSG? I got to Infinite with your Ajax deck from last week. Yeah, the Ajax deck was, it probably still is really, really strong. The only problem I started running into was Arisham was teching in things like Eliath and Legion, and those were definitely costing me some big cube equity games by not knowing if they had that draw or not. And we're seeing a whole lot of Arisham right now. Got a crazy amount. It kind of goes through like peaks and valleys. A couple of days I'll see it very little. Today I've been seeing nothing but it so far. Is it Conquest / 10 Cube Health Bar game mode? No, so it's like normal ladder, but you can snap, I want to say it's like up to 6 times or something crazy. And so the stakes of the games will get more and more as the game goes on. And so you're going to be risking a lot of bubs, or what on the ladder would be cubes. And as you get to different like milestones, you go into different tables, and so the stakes start higher. And so it takes more to like load up. 3 times per player. Yeah. So the stakes can be absolutely wild. You both can snap, then the game gives automatic on 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. So Kitty Pryde in the throne room is fine. And then Waffle Brains, welcome in. You said been watching your VODs on your second channel. I appreciate it, Waffle Brains. That is definitely what I want that channel to be there for. Plus, I'll do some kind of structured stuff over there as well. But hopefully you're enjoying them. But they're all there in case anybody does like the longer form but can't necessarily catch the live or all of the live. And then IG, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. So we can do something like Thor. We have Wong and Namora, which we can set up for on 4 and 5. I think we'll snap into it. Did you get any black borders? I haven't. I plan on pulling a couple from Deadpool's Diner. I think there's 3 available on the track
welcome.
there.
It took you long enough.
And then Spicy Salami Snake. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm so glad that you're here, and I appreciate the support. Happy dinner day. Happy dinner day. What in the world with the Doc Ock from X-Mansion is wild. They do have Nocturne down, so they can move it. We could set up a Beta Ray Bill. But I almost rather...
welcome. It took you
and
long
then
enough.
Wolverine SL, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Huge support. Thank you guys for being here. And that starts us on an early hype train. I almost would rather do Wong. That might be the Wong play, but we could set up into Namora. We don't know if we're going to get either of the hammers. We don't know if we're going to get Jane Foster. But maybe we do Beta Ray Bill for that flexible power instead. What are you targeting with Echo? Mainly like a Cosmo counter. Potentially, just like there's some strong ongoings right now. A lot of Hawk, a lot of Iron Man, and so Echo can kind of protect you from those. But it mainly will protect your Wong lane from like a Cosmo, which isn't super common, but is still about every once in a while. All right, so we can do something like Namora, and then they still don't know if this is completely locked out because of the Beta Ray Bill. It's not ideal, but it's not the worst thing either. Right now, 4 power in the left lane is the highest with Throne Room. So if we can scale higher than what they can, then we should get a pretty big benefit in that lane. And then Hydra King, you said hype train, get this man to 1,250. If we do, on the spot, we will go ahead and switch over to full time. But I do think that may be a little ways off. That's just kind of always a back-end goal that's always there. We're trying to make it happen even if we don't hit that. I'm trying to find ways to make that happen, though. They're most likely running Chi. Yeah. Yep, so the Shang-Chi comes down. It's kind of crazy that they ran it on 5. I know that they have mobile cards. They're looking to do like a Ajax on the last turn, right? Ajax in the left, I think, always outscales what we can do with Thor. Get Stormbreaker. Something like Jeff Wong Stormbreaker. It was a while she played that early. Yeah, I'd agree. You said if I had the money, I'd drop a 100 gift for it. Oh my goodness. Yacker or Yacer? With the 10 community gifted subs, huge start to the day.
Hey, welcome.
If you pulled one of those, definitely thank them in the chat. Thank you for the support and trying to push us up to that goal. If we can get there, then we will end it on the spot. But I appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. And then Action Casimir, thank you for the Prime sub as well. That pushes us to a very early 13 for the day. Huge support, you guys. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. So this play, the only thing I'm worried about is that it's not huge power in the right lane. And I think we probably lose the right. They have the ability to move both Jeff, Nocturne into Morag, and Thena can scale, and we're only going to put 3, 4, 5, 6 more power for a total of 12. So I think we do. Oh my goodness, Itgar, we're gonna lose the 4 here. I'm gonna stick it out because I can't concentrate. I appreciate the support. You came in with another 5 huge gifted subs. I appreciate you and appreciate you being here. I appreciate the support. If you grabbed one from Itgar, make sure to thank them in the chat. Huge support, you guys. And so the Jeff comes over to the right, and it is a White Widow. Thena outscales us by 1. Incredibly close. Had we played Jeff Wong Stormbreaker left, we could have won that lane, right? It would have ended up being 14. Very, very close. A lot closer than it probably should have been. But that's okay. Nothing can bring us down right now because we were on a level 5 hype train. I think the highest I've ever gotten. It was looks like a level 8, but before that, for the longest time, it was level 5. And so you guys are coming in huge with the support today. And then Soul Knife, welcome in. Loving the Hammer Bros. I like the Hammer Bros, and especially with it being featured or in the spotlight for Beta Ray Bill. What better time to run it? But Makoto, thank you so much for the resub with the Prime as well, with the hype train push up to we're about halfway through level 5. And then Action Kaismer, you said, hey man, been a big fan for a long time, but I haven't had the chance to hang out since you came back. So glad to see you back in the community and love seeing all the support headed your way. Thank you so much, Action Kaismer. Huge support, you guys. I I enjoy doing the streams so much more than I ever thought I would. Being able to interact with you guys has been such a positive thing. Outside of like doing the videos, it almost feels like a silo. Whenever we're doing the streams, we have all of that positive energy just continually kind of rotating around. Spicy Salami said it's so great to have you back. It's so great that you guys are here. I'm very humbled that you guys are still here to enjoy the content. Darkside, the known sniper. I mean, they're ranked number 7. They always do some pretty good plays. I play them quite a bit, but he said I'm using that Thor too. I love the black and white on this Thor. Like the particles or the electricity lightning coming off of the Mjolnir, I think is so sleek. Any ideas when the update will be? Probably on reset. So it's probably going to be around 2. So whenever the new card comes out, I think is when we'll see Diner. I think I'm going to set up Wong, even if we don't end up keeping the extra energy. I think that's fine. A double Sage can always be really big for the power. The early Shang-Chi is crazy. It does give them a significant lead in Monster Island, but still crazy. Ooh, I need to turn off the factor timer. Because while we're still sponsored by them, we're not, this one isn't dedicated to the factor stream. So we're going to disable that, and that timer should stop here in a minute. I changed my snap name to TLSG Enjoyer. I appreciate it. I've been seeing like Binks Enjoyer and all kinds of enjoyers out and about. So I appreciate having a TLSG Enjoyer in there. All right, we're going to play Nocturne over to the right. I'm going to do a double White Widow in the left lane to kind of see if maybe we can clog that location. We could also, I guess we could also drop Nocturne here after the White Widow plays, so that maybe we cap out this left location. Pusher, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Do they have 2 Shangs? They might. They might have 2 Shang-Chis. The Doc Ock is big, but it's not going to cap us out because our hand is relatively small. Unfortunately, we do pull into Sage, so we're not going to be able to do anything great with it in the left lane. But only being 4 power is awful. My favorite I've seen is Typo in Joder. I like that one. I haven't seen them, but that one does give me a good chuckle. So the right lane for them is going to be capped out. We can always push the 5 power Silk out on the last turn. So maybe we go a double Beta Ray Bill. We have the movable power here and here. I almost want to snap into it. I know we don't have any cards in hand, but I still almost want to snap into it. Whatever we play next, we can push out here. And so it would need to be pretty significant, I guess. Maybe we singular Beta Ray to the right. Said, good luck, have fun. May location RNG not troll you today. TLSG, how's everyone doing? So far, we've been live 18 minutes and we have 19 subs for the day. So you guys are starting the day off incredibly strong. My only worry about Beta Ray to the right is that it does clear this one up. But we could potentially cap out the left lane in the process. And so that's what we're gonna aim for. I know Harry had bad luck today with Nocturne RNG. Maybe, hopefully we don't have the bad RNG. And so the Quinjet rotation, the Zippity by day with the on-screen celebration of the Pyrenees pup. So we don't draw the hammer. We do have Odin. So we could always do something like this, but it's not. Oh wait, they can't play in mid because of Arisham. As long as we beat 14, then we're good. I didn't even see the Ebony Maw come through.
Victory.
Z35 Dino, thank you so much for the resub. You said let's make it 20. I appreciate you, Dino, for being here, hanging out. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I'm excited to be able to stream today because I'm normally at work around this time. And so I was excited to be able to find a way to stream for Diner's release today. Perry Manilow, welcome in. I think I still have some of your emotes active. Yeah, this is the one that I enjoy the most. Perry is the Luffy arm stretch. By the way, you don't mean call in sick, do you? Maybe. Unless you're my boss, then no. Absolutely not. Are you staying until Diner drops? Yeah, I'm staying until and after Diner drops. And so we're going to be... how long does the Diner last? It lasts for 2 weeks. Wait, title? Yeah, we're gonna be here until it releases, and then I'm gonna play some of both. I'm gonna pick up Copycat as soon as she releases. I have a little over 6,000 tokens, so I'm gonna use those on picking her up, and then after that, we're gonna jump straight into Deadpool's Diner. He said it drops at 3 a.m. for me. Oof. So for me, it's 2 a.m. or not 2 a.m. My goodness, it's 2 p.m. my time. So it's right in the middle of the day. Hopefully we start seeing less Doc Ock, Leech, Arsham. Yeah, I hope so. But I'm not hopeful until Cassandra Nova starts really finding her way into like the popularity or people being able to pull it. I don't know that we do. Now, we know that they have Leech for this turn, and that hurts this deck tremendously. We can do something like Beta Ray Bill. We'd be hoping to top deck the Hammer, and then we can always set it up for the Wong line. I think it's probably wrong to stay here. Yeah, we're just gonna... thank you for the posture check, Swine Cola. We're gonna jump out of here. They can have the one. Knowing that they have the Leech really derails this deck. A lot of times you can draw around it, but already having Jane Foster and Odin in hand makes it kind of tough to draw around it. So we're gonna jump out of that one. We'll take the 1 cube loss. I'm trying to be more diligent on like retreating whenever I know that I probably should, rather than just playing it out for fun. And then Melv, happy to catch a stream. I'm happy you're able to catch a stream as well. And then Rin, I see you popped in as well. Hopefully you're having a great one. We are excited to be live. I'm excited to... Melvar, thank you. Pronunciations have never been my strong suit. I always try my best, but I get roasted. Whenever Agent Coulson came out, whatever reason I didn't make the connections between him and the Thor movies, or I didn't know a whole lot about S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time, and I pronounced it Agent Collusion, and got absolutely roasted on that video. But I didn't. It wasn't an intentional thing. Like I'm pretty sure Binks with his Magneto or Magento, that's intentional. Agent Collusion was just me flipping letters in my head. I think Copycat might be underwhelming. Yeah, I agree. Strange Hollow with Arsham, it's just most of the time going to end up being just like 3-5. Right in case Sakaar pulls Sage. We could. It could also pull Odin, which I think could double trigger it. Yeah, I agree. Schwax, welcome in. Hopefully I can say your name correctly by this point. You've been in the chat enough times. But hopefully you're having a good one. You said, yo, didn't know Chuck Norris stream Snap. Maradox, welcome in. We have I've been letting the beard grow out. It's quite a bit longer than I normally let it drop, but I haven't had to return to office yet, and so we're just kind of letting it grow until then. And then Skeet, you said your Ajax deck got me to level 100 from 77. Yeah, the Ajax deck went so crazy until people started teching in like cards specifically to beat it. So I know I've seen a lot of Arsham decks start running like Vision, Jeff, or those movable cards, so it's harder to like map out a location. So I'm torn between Wong and Beta Ray Bill. I almost want Wong, but we're gonna go Beta instead. We have the ability to play Namora into Strange Academy if we don't end up drawing Jane Foster this turn. That would make our like starting scale point for Beta Ray quite a bit higher. It is within Shang-Chi range, which is a little bit scary, but I still think we're gonna send it. Do you think this week is a better Spotlight week than Copycats? So this week being Ajax, Beta Ray Bill, Hawk. If you don't have Hawk, definitely. Hawk has been prominent in the meta for so incredibly long that I do think it would be good this week. Next week is what? Cole Obsidian, Copycat. I don't remember the other one that's with it. Is it Thanos? Thanos is another one that is always pretty decent. Thanos is the third. Kind of bad that I remember them, but I think they're both okay. I play Hawk decks probably more often than Thanos. Thanos is one that it takes a kind of a particular skill set to play. I think it's a little bit higher skill cap than a lot of other decks because you have so many moving pieces. So I'd almost recommend, if you're missing Hawk, this week might be good, but I'd also think Copycat's going to be very flexible. So they have the double Ravona, which is kind of scary. We have Echo, which we could try to save for the last turn as long as we maintain priority. We could save for the last turn. We can always go Odin in the right to re-trigger that one. I kind of like just setting up a Wong here. We save Echo to try to take away like an Iron Man or whatever else they play on the last turn, because this looks like a negative deck that just maybe missed. You said Ajax is a card that will age really well. Yeah, I think it will be a good week for sure. So the double trigger of Sage in the left lane, they're locked into what they can do over there. Very interesting. So we can do Echo, Stormbreaker. We know that it's going to win in this left lane. And then something like Sage, but that's only going to be like 8 power there. But that would allow us to do this. So it's going to be 2, 4. It's going to be 8 power for the Sage, which would match the Odin. It just doesn't scale on the left as much, which I think is fine. I think the big headline here is Echo potentially ripping away like an inverted Iron Man or something similar. Nocturne's better, right? You're correct. We would have more power with the Nocturne versus Thor. Thanos is big brain now. Yeah, it used to be just be able to have Quinjet dump a whole bunch of ones for free and then rotate them and then Boomer Snap. My bad, Bean Man. Young FB, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for the 2nd month. Very much appreciate the support. That puts us a little bit closer to that first qualifying category on Partner Plus, which we're quite a bit closer than I thought we'd be able to get. And so it's definitely within grasp over the next couple of weeks. And then Dat Dude Doe, are we snapping? We are snapping. Last game was a Boomer Snap, but we're still snapping nonetheless. Lots of drama on Twitter on potential Arsham nerf. I can see both sides. So Prime subs, they don't count towards the Partner Plus. Like, it has to be tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3. Gifted subs don't count towards it either, which is kind of a weird line that they drew. But any like paid subs count towards the like the qualification status of it. And so next up we have Mars. Yeah, and I see Arsham. He's one of the biggest frustrating pieces is that he is so consistent. He has the ability to really flex what cards are in there depending on what is being ran to counter him. So like with the junk decks, that used to be my go-to to just like dominate any Arsham decks. They now have, a lot of them will have like the Legion, they have Doc Ock of their own, and then movable cards like Vision, Nocturne, Jeff, which makes it really difficult for that deck to reliably lock anything down. And so I think that's the biggest piece for me, is that it's so easy for Arsham to kind of switch some of those tech cards, and then it's just still dominant. Being able to get those cards out earlier and curve them out earlier is so beneficial. Waffle Brain, you said, would you recommend building a ramp deck or a discard deck right now? I'm on the fence. Ramp is one that has always been pretty strong, but to me is kind of boring. So it's always been pretty strong, but it's also very like slow paced. Like you're not gonna do a whole bunch of crazy things with it. It can win a lot of games, especially if you have Blink. I think Ramp is probably maybe a little bit better poised than Discard. But if you don't enjoy the meta or the play style of it, then I would definitely recommend Discard. Because Discard, you can kind of do some more cooler creative things. You said Arsham became a problem when people realized you're supposed to just play generically good cards turns earlier and have all the tech cards for the last turn. Yeah. Second Dinner should make a draft mode instead of Arsham. I know that they're working on a draft mode. Ramp is kind of dead that Arsham exists. I could see that too, yeah. The generated Lady Deathstrike's unfortunate. We have Wong. We have Jane Foster now. So maybe we play Jane Foster into Necrosha. We have the ability to either double or quadruple trigger Mjolnir. So that Thor lane, I think, just becomes an easy win location. Rayolo, welcome in, or Riolo Flag, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Imagine playing Electro now. If you're not running Arsham, I think Leech and Arsham is the biggest killjoy. It is a tough one. It just has the flexibility to do so many like unfortunate things. So we can go Mjolnir, something like Luke Cage Sage that puts 12 power in the right. If they play here, may be unfortunate. The Sage in the left, I think, should be, especially without having initiative. We have to worry about an Alioth. Alioth would be a very easy target in the left lane. But I think we just lock it in and see what happens. And then Kenny Cooks, thank you so much for the one gifted over to Lynn Sanity. Sorry, there's the Alioth. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. But I appreciate the 1 month gifted to Lynn Sanity. Hopefully it doesn't end up like Alioth and absolutely dominate our end game. And so that's another piece that's kind of frustrating with Arsham, is that they have those really big tech tools that they can just heck in whenever the meta is leaning towards a certain direction. And so Alioth is incredibly strong against like the junk decks, against anything that has those heavy on reveals. Flopped, you said, morning, the beard is looking good. Thank you so much, Flopped. I trimmed it up a little bit so that it has cleaner lines. Not something I normally do, but since I'm letting it grow longer, I figured I might as well take care of it. And it does look like we are really close to a quick ad break. We're going to jump away for about a minute and a half, regain our composure after that nasty Alioth, and then we'll be right back, you guys. The Hefty Messiah, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Jim Dogga, you said, would be crazy to nerf Arsham by adding more cards into the deck? No, I think that's the lever that they have, or at least have in mind, is being able to manipulate how many cards are naturally in his deck. But right now, I think the biggest thing they're waiting on is Cassandra Nova. Because once Cassandra Nova releases, in theory, that should work really well against Arsham at being able to like compete or pressure an entire lane by herself. So I think they're waiting for her to release to see how that impacts Arsham's play rate, and then they'll make adjustments from there. And then Kino, thank you so much for the 1 month tier 1 gifted over to KKJJ. Huge support. I appreciate you guys. That puts us at I know that it's well above 20 today. I think it's closer to like 23, 24. But huge support going all around. We have only been live 30 minutes and we have a little over 20 subs for the day. You guys are absolutely making this sick day worthwhile. And so, hey, you said sick from work today. Yeah, we are sick from work today, unfortunately. But we're feeling well enough that we can stream. And then you said most of the stuff Arisham runs is to counter Arisham Mirror. Yeah, so like the Loki is primarily into the Arisham Mirror, but there's other decks that sometimes it does work out well for as well. Nova into Absman should be the bane of Arisham decks. I'm hoping. And so there's a deck, I brewed a couple for Nova that I think works well, and I think a Silver Surfer deck that wants to run like the Brood Hawk package already. You said let's break 475. I'm sure we'll break that at some point today. Hydra King. It's still really early on. Usually my streams don't ramp up for quite a while, and so being anywhere close to like that 400 or 500 is to me crazy already. And so we'll happily take it. Did you see Pulse highlighted your Ajax deck? No, I didn't, Sowery. But that's huge because it still does pop off. The only thing that it necessarily fails against for me is decks that will run Legion. Why not call her Cassandra or Casanova? You can call her Casanova if you want. Decks that run Legion to rip it away, or those that run those cards that can move around. And so like Jeff will kind of protect us from a potential like Doc Ock play. He gave you a nice shout out too. Oh, sorry. I'll have to check it out after this. Saying Nova is confusing. Yeah, it is a little bit confusing. Since Nova is already a card. So we're going to play Beta Ray to the right. If they have Doc Ock, I would assume they played into Krakoa to get that plus 10 power onto their turn 6 draw. And so I almost want to do something like huge Nocturne into that mobile Jeff. That gives us that protection against the Doc Ock play. We can move Jeff wherever we want. And if we weren't worried about Doc Ock, we could always do this to get more power. But I think this might be the safer play. And maybe it's just that we do one. So that we can move one, we let them pull one. And then Jeff gets the bonus power from Stark Tower. Let them dock one card? Yeah, I agree. Because then if it pulls Odin, no, it's an Ajax. Interesting. So had we had Echo, we could have countered the Ajax. I did have someone go Echo Blind earlier and played Ajax into my Echo. That was already in place, which was really funny to see, but unfortunate for them, I'm sure. So, and Odin here sends Green Goblin back. Into something like this. Isn't great, but I'm assuming that like a Hazmat comes down if they're wanting to scale the Ajax. And so we're going to push over into the left with 16 power there, hopefully able to overcome even though we have the negative power. And then Odin will send the Green Goblin back their way. That's your Ajax deck probably? Yeah, anytime I see a junk with the Ajax in line, I assume that it's some like riff of the one that I ran at the very least. I love playing Odin into goblins. It's one of the more satisfying combos. It doesn't happen all that often because Odin, usually doesn't get played as that last turn drop, but when it happens and when it works incredibly well. So the Shang-Chi unfortunately takes out our Nocturne in the left lane. They had a direct beat on it and will take us out for the 2. We'll give him the fist bump. We know where the deck came from. Ooh, and then Hydra King, you redeemed the Choose My Avatar. You said Kang the Conqueror. Favorite villain? If you don't have Kang, you can use Ant-Man. All right, let's switch it up. We're gonna apply that to this deck, and if we switch decks, then we recently pulled Kang. Are you okay with that one? I'll link the video in your general on Discord. Thank you so much, Sowery. Are you okay with this Kang? Or we have, I think, a load of... I thought we had a lot of Ant-Mans. We have 4 Ant-Man. That's the Kang I use? All right. We'll use the Kang. And so I think with that, I'll change the card back. I kind of like the Galaxy to go along with his kind of general color scheme and persona. He said perfect Kang face really conveys the current state of his card. I would like King to be playable, but he's also one that if he was too strong, I could see being a really big pain point. King, because you're conquering this timeline. We're trying. We're trying our best. You said Ajax or Gilgamesh. Who's the best big drop 5-cost card? I think Hawk falls into that. Ajax as a like 2-piece combo can be really, really big. And it's a little bit easier to fit in. With Gilgamesh, a lot of times you have to do a full build around. At least with Ajax, you can just drop a hazmat, and you're still going to be getting between like a 15 and 20-something power Ajax if you can do it on like the last couple of turns of the game. I've Doc Ocked a King before, and we were both very, very confused. And so at least you would get to see a general idea of what they had in hand, I guess. It wouldn't be perfect, but at least you would get a general idea. So we can always play Thor into Warriors Falls, but I think that's a little too risky. Instead, I'm going to set up like a Thor, maybe a Wong into Jane Foster. This is a good hand. Yeah, Warrior Fall worries me, though, is the only thing. And then J-Mac, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Quite gone, Jin. You said, well, no, I don't have... sir. Oh, never mind. You were responding. All right, let's go Wong. We got the snap. We got the snap from LJ coming in. Then we'll snap into it. Against the Arsham deck that can do any number of things. We'll see. You're going to get the matte borders. I'm going to unlock the borders as I go. Because I think over time, borders will become kind of like avatars, kind of like titles where you'll have a whole bunch of them. And I think they lose value over time. And so I'm not going to spend loads of money to unlock them early. So no, I don't have them. Here comes the Leech. Don't you wish that on us? Okay, the Abomination. We can deal with the A-bomb, I think. Hopefully we're not Wong. All right, so we don't even have to drop Jane Foster here. So instead, we could do something like Nocturne Jeff. But we're still worried about... We're always worried about a potential Eliath on the last turn. Nocturne Away Falls? Yeah, I'm thinking that might be the direction we go. I mean, if you just have just a lot of money that it's burning a hole in your pocket, then you can use it for the 12 borders. But I think there's going to be up to 3 in Deadpool's Diner. They're going to be available in other events in the future. And so it's definitely something that I'm just going to acquire over time. So Kyera into the werewolf. We could have destroyed this one this turn had we played something bigger than the werewolf over there. But... we have at least the double trigger of Mjolnir. I'm thinking it might have been a good play for us to do Sage here as a way to reach a little bit higher power than what we can do with Odin. As long as we were confident that Thor would scale over what they could do. But we do get the 2-cube retreat, so LJ, your snap read was on point, knowing that they had a weak hand somehow. But you said the Vibranium offers are the bane of your existence. And so I think the Vibranium offers are kind of cool. I know that a lot of times when they were doing like $30 packages, $50 packages, people kept complaining and asking for something that was a little bit more affordable. And so I think Vibranium offers is decent for maybe the smaller spenders that doesn't want to drop $100 at a time. Typically, I'll only grab the free stuff and then maybe the first tier, but most of the time I skip the first tier too. Do you think tomorrow someone will already have Cassandra Nova? I do. I think, so there's a way that you can, if I remember right, use gold to either revive or repurchase your bubs. And so after a certain tier, I think we have some whales that just whale it out. I think the first Vibranium offer is almost always worth it. Yeah, it's always a good value, but if it's too often, and I wasn't going to spend it anyways, then I typically shy away from it. But if I do buy in the Vibranium, it's typically just the first one. I think she's going to be time gated till next week. I think she'd be a attainable, but we'll see. Because it's all a matter of whenever you get to the certain point. And then, Wodar, you said on your recent video, I saw the comment, I have 6 out of 12 of these cards. We'll try this deck in 2 years, and that shook me. So I did recognize that there's a lot of Series 5 in this one. And so I tried to put replacements for a lot of them. So Sage can be Wolfsbane, White Widow just another solid 2 cost. Nocturne can be Nightcrawler. Namora is like the one newer card that can't be replaced in this one. So White Widow is just any other general good 2-cost card. Because there are a lot of kind of more expensive cards in this one. All right, let's do Thor over to the right. We have Luke Cage, so if we are pushing for Necrosha, that might be beneficial. You can just play minimal games and still get cast. Yeah. So I think it was something where it's just like a handful per day on average to be able to unlock Cassandra within the time frame. And there's going to be bots in there as well. Yeah. You could do Hazmat, but you may run the risk of bumping up somebody's Ajax. And so I'm not sure if that would be really beneficial or not. So we can do Wong. Next turn, we can always do White Widow plus Luke Cage because we don't have to drop Jane Foster anymore. If we get Namora, then we have the ability to do Namora. And then Mjolnir double triggering the Thor. The Luke Cage offsetting the Necrosha negativity. I think will be a big turning point for us as well. Bots, unless they load in like the cheater bots. But Boosty, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Glad you could join us. He said it might be optimal to retreat against humans. Humans to go against find the bots. Potentially, that could be a strategy that ends up working. But I think only time will tell. I think we'll see. So with Luke Cage, with White Widow, we have both Mjolnir and Odin in the left lane. And I think we end up just competing for left and right. Unless they have priority going into the last turn, we have to worry about Eliath. But if they, yeah, big Thor time, huge Thor time. Hannah, welcome in. Hopefully, scary. Okay. Still big Thor, but not as big. Very, very scary. But Hannah, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I'm glad you were able to jump in and join us. It was going to be a big Thor, but now it's just a decently sized Thor. And Luke Cage doesn't do as much for us now. We do have priority, so it doesn't... Eliath doesn't scare us. A Shang-Chi does, though. Right now, we don't have any way to push for mid. And this would only be 13 in that lane. It would be the highest power we could do in the left, which I think is also a concern. I think it's probably likely that we get Shang-Chi'd here, but we're going to let it rip anyways. Or they just have really big power in the left. I guess as long as they fill it up, the Widow's Kiss isn't huge. Leonardo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. So Super Scroll comes down, the Kitty Pryde, and the Maximus. So they didn't even need to Shang-Chi us, unfortunately. He said, are you excited about the 2 new cards? I am, Hannah. So I'm excited about Copycat. I think she's just like a good raw value card that will slot into just an array of decks. And then for Cassandra, Arsha moment. Yeah, it's an Arsha moment. For Cassandra, I think she fits really well into some packages that we have that do really well into Arsham at the moment that maybe help solidify them against other builds or other decks. And so I'm really excited to, one, try out the new game mode, because we haven't had something new something new in that regard since, I think, Conquest. Armor instead of White Widow? You could do armor. You could also... trying to think of the other impactful 2s. We have a lot of really solid 2-drops. And so really just anything around that same value that gives you a good on reveal. I feel like we've gotten away from too many 3 costs lately. When are we going to have some more 0 cost cards? right now we only have, what, the 2 0 cost cards in Wasp and Yellow Jacket? The store manager, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Thank you for the deck recommendation, by the way. It hasn't been working too well for me this morning. Just a lot of Arsham shenanigans. So we may have to switch over to Hawk until, because I think we've seen a total of 1 or 2 non-Arsham decks so far today. And then Cho, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. So Wakandan Embassy allows us to do something like our own Luke Cage. We have Jeff, but I think Luke Cage is going to curve a little better here. I was thinking about putting Cassandra in a Hawk Werewolf bounce deck. I feel like she could get pretty big. I'm not even sure if we need to bounce her. Because if you're doing like core Rock Slide, maybe even do something like a Grandmaster. Maybe it's Absorbing Man. Because if you play it on curve and you've been injecting cards in, it's going to be around a 9 power 3 cost, which is kind of crazy. Without any other like really big enablers in it. Thor to the right. We could have done Thor to the right. We probably should have done Thor to the right, Moby Jones. I was too busy yapping. That's my that's my bad. You said it's been a good day. I maxed out at 9,000 SP and fell back to 8930. Oof. Were you running this deck still? We have the Wong. We also have the Namora, which I kind of think we do instead of Jane Foster. We can always opt to throw in an Odin next turn to push the right even further up. I've been using a Sauron deck, and it's been beating Arsham. Like a Sauron Shuri deck, I assume. I feel like every time I play late at night, I lose 100. I feel like most of the time when I play late at night, I gain some big ones, some big SP. So the cannonball kicks over to the left, so we only get the singular trigger of Luke Cage to the right. Kind of hoping we top deck the hammer here. Because we have Odin. We also have just like a big Red Hulk. We could call the left lane a loss. Which maybe we fight for. If they play anything into the left lane besides like an armor, it will get destroyed. And so I think it's hard for them to stay on just the raw 12 power over there. Said I gotta get back to work, but I'll see you at 2:30 for Copycat hype. I'm excited for the Copycat. Unfortunately, they get an Absorbing Man, which copies the Cannonball. They have the Killmonger, and that is going to kill us, unfortunately. We're going to switch off of this deck for right now because we're seeing entirely too much Arsham. We could either run the junk deck. The Ajax junk deck, I think, does really well. We'll allow that one. It caught it. Nightbot censored the Kiss Me portion of that show. So we can do the junk stuff that typically does well into Arsham. We also have kind of like this one. It was a fun one. It wasn't necessarily broken, but I was able to maintain a decent win rate with it. And I titled Rave Time. What is Rave Time?
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Drake, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. And we do have the emote-only chat from Cal Rossi coming in. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Drake. Very much appreciate the support. That pushes us that much closer to Partner Plus qualifications. So I appreciate you being here. Let's switch over into emote-only chat. And I'm going to give a quick rundown of these cards are bad. Heck. Let's switch over to the deck preview. I think my chair slid down. But, so for this deck, I titled it, These Cards Are No Good, because almost every single one of these cards were called awful on their release. So we had Hydra Bob, which was trash on release, or most people, it was a skip for him. Shadow King at 4 cost, he was unusable. Jeff is the exception. He was always great. US Agent was bad until he got buffed up. Makari was always decent, but she was just very boring. We have Fastos, still just a kind of mid-game player. A lot of times he's not going to be doing a whole lot for you, and so he was called really bad. Same thing with Valentina. A little bit too much RNG, so hard to get anything good going. We have Ghost, unusable on release, was absolutely awful. And then we have a couple of like okay cards in our techs of Luke Cage, Shang-Chi, Gwynpool, and Legion. All of those were okay on release. People were doubting Legion when he was released, but I was always pretty big on him. And this one's been pretty fun. I like the Ghost gameplay. It's just a good value build that's looking to get value out every single turn of the game. And we have some kind of cool combos. I think right now Shadow King is one of the kind of underutilized tech tools that we have in our arsenal, especially with things like Blob, Dina, Angela, all of those scaling cards that just get derailed so heavily by the Shadow King. So we'll switch back over into the deck view and we'll jump over into a couple of games. We have Makari to start off. We're going to have Fastos on curve, which is always great to see. Well, it looks like maybe one more minute of the emote only chat, and then we'll kick it back and we'll release you guys from the jail. We can do US Agent, which I think would probably want to go mid. We could save it. We could hold it for a little bit more strategic time, but I kind of like the idea of going ahead and playing it out. So let's go ahead and release you guys from the emote only chat. I always love to see all of the cool emotes come through. We have Negative Zone, which if we end up drawing Luke Cage, perfect. We get a lot of value there. Let's play Fastos over to the left. Freedom, you guys. You guys are free. So the Dracula over to the right. We do have Shang-Chi. I don't have half these cards. Yeah, this and that's why I named it. These cards are bad because on release, all of these cards were considered almost unplayable. Fastos and Quick Feet. Yeah, Fastos and Quick Feet. Ghost was awful on release. Hydra Bob was considered really bad. US Agent. So almost everything in this deck was just almost unplayable whenever it first came out. I kind of want to go Legion into the Negative Zone. We have a 25% chance of drawing Luke Cage, which could just win us the game. I find it kind of funny. I'm actually sort of a Bob believer. He's kind of cool. At 1/5, he does some kind of cool... he has some cool flexibility. He can also stab you in the back quite a bit. Oh, no. We top deck the Luke Cage, the 25% play coming in strong. He said, I just got banned from Jeff's chat for asking if Loki was a better copycat. I don't necessarily understand the line, like the thought process, because they're definitely very different cards. Boomer Snap, Boomer Snap on them. They're definitely very different cards. But no, I think they're at core much different. So Copycat is going to steal the text from the opponent's card, so it's going to take theirs and make it unusable. Is Hydra Bob the best one-drop now? I think depending... I would say probably not. He doesn't have much utility. Sometimes he's going to stab you in the back because it can... The thing that I like about him is it can trick the opponent into snapping to get your Hydra Bob to move. And so sometimes you're going to get bigger cube equity out of it. Can I replace Bob with Martyr? I mean, it'll probably perform a little bit worse, but you can. And then JR, you said I have my Copycat deck ready. So do I. I'm excited to launch it up. Do you think Copycat active if you get her outside of drawing? Like from a Loki or from a location? Oh, do we think she activates? I don't think so. Because I think her text says on like when drawn. And so if you're pulling it from somewhere else, I don't think it counts. maybe with Cable counts as a draw, because I know that the location that copies the last card you drew. So maybe, but I think if it's just randomly generated somewhere else, I don't think it'll trigger. All right, so we have the Valentina. We're gonna go ahead and play it into Miniaturize Lab. What happens if Copycat hits Copycat? You fall into an endless loop. I actually don't know, because with Morph it just re-rolls. But with Copycat, that becomes a little bit more tricky to do, and so I don't know for sure. Said, so if Copycat is in your starting hand, yeah, so you still draw her because it's still drawing from your deck. Did you push the top 300 last season? Now I'm up against the most sweatiest tryhard decks in every mode I play. Yeah, that's the one reason I don't like climbing super high. Like 130, I usually like to stay between like 100 and 300. Because the higher you get, the absolute sweatiest. Sweatiest players and sweatiest decks will just come up out of everywhere. Olsen, Loki, and No Snap. And in an Arsham deck, nonetheless, which is crazy too. There's the snap coming in. We do have Ghost. We have Shadow King to try and offset some of their power. We probably shouldn't stay. I still think I want to. Giganto plus Shadow King is a nice final turn. Yeah, it can be. So leading into like either a Legion or maybe a Ghost next turn gives us a pretty big Giganto to play. We run with one. We probably should against the Arsham, Agent Coulson, Loki Snap. I'm going to stick this one out. We're going to see if we can find a way. But the Legion comes down. All vanilla cards will get bonus now. We're not going to get a copy of whatever they play over here. The Valentina. The Gwyn pull into Shadow King. If we draw Luke Cage, then it's not as big of an issue. All right, so the Legion over here, both of these would be negatively afflicted. This one would as well. If we drew Luke Cage, we'd be okay. Well, if they have Luke Cage, they could have our Luke Cage. So maybe it's something like Ghost, US Agent, so that we drop initiative going into the last turn. We can look for maybe a Shadow King, maybe a Giganto. It just depends on what we draw. So they have their Gwyn pool. They do have Luke Cage as well. And then US Agent in the left lane, making our Giganto unfortunately weak in the left. We have the Luke Cage, but them having the Gwyn pool from us, them having the Luke Cage from us. We know they don't have Eliath, but they don't have Shang-Chi either. I still think this is going to be a run. So we do something like this. And I don't think we can outshine whatever they can do in the other lanes. We probably should have ran for one. We should have listened to Urin. That would have been the smarter play, but I was stubborn and I wanted to see it play out. That's why I lose a lot of cubes to Loki. So for Cassandra Nova, since it impacts the cards in the deck and it's an on reveal, her power will stay the same. But once the opponent plays those cards onto the board, they'll regain their power, but it doesn't impact your Cassandra Nova. Cho, you said it counters? So I think it revives the power, but since that would be an on reveal, it shouldn't impact the power. For Ajax, it does because it's ongoing, but Cassandra Nova being on reveal. So whatever power it ends up being at is what it stays at. And so it, like, I guess half counters it. Sizer says a run for one is a win. A run for one is a win, or probably should have been a win, rather versus the run for two. But welcome in, Pulse. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And then Beanman, you said I finally got into the top 600 last night from like almost 3,000. I would really like to get into 200. I'm sure that you can. But Luca, I'm pretty sure the drops ended yesterday. We have more that are going to start on Friday. So I'm going to be doing a long stream on Friday. But I think the drops from yesterday, and I'll actually deactivate that one for right now. I think they ended last night at like 1 a.m. All right, let's go ahead and do Jeff as well. I think doubling up on him. Error, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. I'm glad that you're here. Faith Through Fire, you said, TLSG, have you tried Shuri Red Skull deck with Blob? Now that he doesn't have ongoing, he fits really good. I saw a lot of people saying to start adding Blob into Shuri decks, but I'm not sure if I'm just not understanding the synergy, because Shuri wouldn't work with the Blob, right? I guess the synergy would be that you're typically building in like big high power things. Runs huge cards. Gotcha. Yeah, but Blob doesn't get doubled. You said Regis made a video with it. It turned out fine. I'm sure it could be okay, but I'm not sure if it breaks it open either. Shuri works with Blob, not Hawk. But the base power would be 0, so it shouldn't work with Blob, right? Double Fastos worth? We'll see. I was kind of hoping that Fastos jumped over here. And somebody said, what is this deck? It's a monstrosity. It's all of the cards that were awful. It's Sauron that makes the deck work now. I could see that. The Morbius, the double Dracula, gets really scary really fast. We could rip away. We'd add negative ninjas onto the board. That just kind of muddies everything a little bit further. They have a lot of scaling power in their Dracula and Morbius. We could also do something like Legion into Sinister London, which would make sure that they can't play anything big around. Got a snap here to make space for yourself? We could. We can also move the Jeff. Ooh, and I missed the ad break. I apologize, guys. I think the synergy is at the backup plan or alternate win condition. We could have had them double up on both the Swarm and Calling Wing, which I think could have been nice had we played Legion over here. So Dracula has the ability to get really big here. Depending on what it pulls. What did they discard? A Meek. Do you think they go big in the right lane, or I'd be able to pick it up for just a few extra over there? MODOK? Yeah, MODOK will be insane at being able to scale their Morbius. If they have Apocalypse in hand too, it gets incredibly big. But the Gwyn pool coming in, pushing up their MODOK and Proxima. So they are going to outscale it, right? Yeah, just barely in the left lane. They outscale it by 1. And they played out their Swarm, so they didn't have to worry about Swarm with the MODOK. I'm just guessing they didn't have anything that generated from that point. We'll switch off of this one. I feel like we're trolling with this one. This deck does decently at being able to like have those counter plays with the Ghost, and then you're just looking at good value. But I know that most people don't have this one, so I'm actually going to run. Maybe we run a little bit of Ajax junk, and we, as soon as we switched off of the other deck, we haven't seen Arisham, right? Or did we? No, we did. We saw the Coulson Loki line. Go back to the bread and butter? Yeah, we'll go back to the bread and butter for now. What time does the update drop? So Turtle Kid, it drops at 2 p.m. Central. It's typically when the rollover or the shop roller happens. And that's typically when new cards come out. And like I think when they're going to enable Diner. And so that would be 30, 11, 30, 12, 30, 30, about 3.5 hours from now. And then Kino with the with the Lambie emote. All right, so we have the Wolverine. I almost think we hold it. A lot of times our board will get pretty congested pretty quickly. Thank you for cooking this beast. You said this is the one that got me to Infinite yesterday. Yeah, I am so satisfied with this deck. Over the weekend, I knew anytime I loaded the game, I had a pretty good likelihood of either matching into either Arisham or this deck, and so it was definitely a love-hate thing because it's tough to deal with, even if you know the deck very well, and so it was definitely a love-hate like relationship playing over the weekend. JR, you said Gwynpool alone. Is it worth as a season pass card? She's one that I think will continue to see her quite a bit in the game.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
This deck is definitely cooking me in ladder. Little waste. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's cooking you. If you can't beat them, jump in and join them. It's really fun to play. Snake Hit Surprise, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Sadly, we don't have anything to Viper. We could do the Nebula. That would kind of... I mean, it's going to get to what? Like 5 max? Might be worthwhile. We don't go to turn 7, so we could always... Ajax on 5, Hazmat plus something on 6. Placement of Ajax. So if you don't have the Ajax, I would swap it out. Ooh, we can't Hazmat, so we're not going to have a great Ajax here. I would switch out the Ajax and the Hazmat for something like Jeff and Cannonball. I just play a Cersei move. Yeah, a Nihilus was also hurting us quite a bit with this build or against this build. So that's another one that this deck doesn't do great into. We could do something like Debris and Wolverine, depending on where they play. Ajax would end up being a decent power. This would bring us up to 5, 6, 7, 8. We'd still have to play into the hub next turn, which is kind of scary. Wolverine left. We could Wolverine left to bump up our Ajax, but it almost might be more beneficial to something like Doc Ock. Make sure that we have mid secured, and then pivot from there. Blob in the left is scary. We can't beat the blob play. Titania is decent. I'm not sure that it's going to be good enough though. Something like Ajax Titania. Ajax is going to be 9 power, and then 5 for 14. Might not be able to beat whatever they have cooked up, but we'll see. Why not Wolverine mid? What, Debris plus Wolverine mid? Is that what? That way we clog them a little bit? Yola, welcome in. Welcome in, bestie. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So oh no, the Juggernaut is abysmal here. And they hit us with the BM mode as well. After these 2 days, it's back to work for me. You said I'll be going for operation tomorrow, so I'll have 2 full days to play Deadpool's Diner, since I'll be at the hospital. Hopefully you can get some good grinding in. But today we've been getting absolutely stomped, just by everything and everyone. It's unfortunate, but it's fine. we're in good spirits. Yesterday's or last stream was like crazy. We had such a big stream last time around, that I think we're due for a kind of mild one. Leech is so terrible. He said I can't stand how smug Arisham players are. I mean, it's a strategy. Can't say that I would do it, but it's a strategy for sure. And you know, the Juggernaut, the randomly generated one, that gave them the line they needed to win. Leech stay punishing good draws is definitely a design choice. Yeah. Yep. That's all. I mean, it's okay. It doesn't... to me, being that they have to run it with Arsham, I don't find it as frustrating as when it was 4 cost. When it was 4 cost, you pretty much couldn't run on reveals because it just kind of bodied that entire strategy.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Shadow Duels, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us to 23 that it counted today, but I think we are a little bit over that, maybe around the 25 range. But I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I'm glad that you were able to jump in and join us. I kind of want to do like a Titania Nebula, and we're hoping that they play a singular card here.
Snap.
Because we do have the Green Goblin that's going to swing this way. They have initiatives, so then we can push Titania, and it would lock them out. That's the hope, anyways. So they do play the Mockingbird there. We are going to cap them out. We have Titania that whenever we call her back, she's going to be that 7 power, that 14 power swing, which is crazy. And then Sir French-a-lot, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We have the Ajax line. That would allow us to do like a Shang-Chi Hazmat on the last turn. We pull Titania back to our side. And so I almost think we don't go into Throne Room. Mill is my jam. Mill is my jam as well. But unfortunately, Arsham makes it tough to consistently mill an opponent. I think we play Ajax to the right instead of Throne Room. Throne Room right now would put us susceptible to Shang-Chi counters. We're still susceptible to a Rogue. But I don't feel like the Hazmat line gets us enough value that we could play it now. Because we don't have anything to drop alongside the Ajax. Watching TLSG play Junk Stacks is like sweet tea on a hot southern day. General Sergeant, welcome in. I'm glad you could join us. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. So we could do something like Hazmat and then Shang-Chi. That's going to put their Sentinel at 2. And so if they don't play anything into the Throne Room, we win that lane. Otherwise, they can probably outscale us there. And then Hazmat will give us a decently sized Ajax as well. So the Enchantress comes down. That's fine. The Enchantress counter is big. And then the Havoc as well. But we're going to win mid with just recalling Titania back. And then the big Shang-Chi in the left. And the ordering of the Hazmat is going to play a pretty big role here at making sure their Sentinel does not match our power in the left. I guess we would... Oh, okay. I was going to say, I guess we would win the tiebreaker, but M'Baku almost came out to ruin our day. We'll take the 4 cubes, and it feels good to finally be on the winning side of one of those. The higher power 13, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day. Hopefully M'Baku did not jump scare you too bad, because I almost lost my nerve with him coming out of nowhere. In a typical deck, it's not that bad. In Arsham, whenever we know that they didn't tech him in, is so scary. Almost as bad as somebody top decking Makari on the last turn, and then that being the deciding factor that allows them to win. Always super unfortunate. But next up we have Moth. Moth is not running Arsham right now. So props to them. Time Theater, we have 2 Titanias, which is great. We do have a Magic, but I'm going to hold it for a little bit. I kind of want to play Doc Ock first.
Oh, snap.
I feel like we have to snap into the Nakia play. We can do White Widow into Debris.
Snapped.
Interesting. So the immediate snapback, we do have Doc Ock, we have Magic in hand, and we have the free Titanias. Get more get more Titania. They could be running like a Gwynpool deck. It may not necessarily be low range. Oh, pump 8 cubes. We're trying. We could get more Titania. We could send one their way, but we'll hold it for now. That's a Gwyn Surfer deck. I think so. Yeah. Ooh, the turn 3 Gwynpool into that being copied. We're gonna have to rely very heavily on being able to like clog a location. So we have Doc Ock. We could pull their cards, but I kind of like... kind of like this better. I think in no world do they anticipate getting completely capped out in the left lane a turn early. Kiss him again? We're going to kiss him again, but we're going to kiss him in the left lane. And we have another Titania to clog a little bit further if we need to. We have Doc Ock if we want to next turn, which may be positioned into mid. Mirage copying our free Titania in the Nakia. Interesting decision to cap out the cloning vats. Titania is going to jump their way. We cap out a lane that only had one card before this one. Those are some beautiful rocks. I love my debris split. The Kirby Crackle with... it's the only deck that I've bought a border for. And I definitely think it was worth it. So all we have to do is like, what? Doc Ock? Or, I mean, we just... Doc Ock in the right? Puts it to 15. This puts it to 20. We don't even have to worry about extending the premium trash. Yeah, we have the premium junk all around the board. I think we just do this. I don't think we even need to like force anything into Time Theater or anywhere else. Are you streaming on YouTube as well? We are. And we actually, speaking of, we have 88 people watching over on the YouTube. And so for all of you guys over there, I don't pay as much attention to the chat on the YouTube side, but I appreciate you guys being here and watching the stream regardless. Pizza Dude, you said I don't even play Snap anymore, but TLSG is cool. Thank you so much, Pizza Dude. And then we have Little Eastwood, Dr. Risky Gaming, Ravs. Thank you all for hanging out over there as well. And the hydrate reminder coming in from Angel. I appreciate it. And so, well, maybe it was hasty for me to cap out this lane. If they have a Silver Surfer, I guess they only push, what, 2 more? But no, that's fine. Cookie, you said, keep up the good work. Love your videos. Thank you so much, Cookie Kyle. I'm so worried about Killmonger right now. Killmonger is another another one we should be worried about. Because Killmonger would take out this one, we'd lose that one. But we could do... well, we have initiative.
Victory.
Killmonger is only fair in my opinion. How much pumped it is? Yeah. Yeah, because we may not be able to beat just the Killmonger play, because it could have been hit a couple times by Gwenpool. But I know a lot of times these decks don't run the Killmonger. Luckily. Captain Goulash, welcome back in. Stream on fire now. We are having a fantastic stream. Even being around the viewers that we are. That's so much more than what we have ever had in the past. And so I'm very happy with like being able to stream to this size. And I think we could make full stream work around this size. But I have to make absolutely sure that I can take care of all of my responsibilities before we pull that lever. They got shy with all the kisses. I mean, I would too. I don't blame them. Said you deserve all this attention. You're such a positive streamer. And I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes the meta is going to be frustrating. But we're here because we enjoy Marvel Snap. And that's why I started the channel. That's why I started streaming. And so even if it gets frustrating at times, I think trying to find the positive spin on it is always worthwhile. So I'm thinking this is a Loki deck. We have all of our Clutter components in hand.
Snap.
We're going to do this. Zephyr, you said, hey, TLSG, thanks for this deck. It got me to Infinite and top 7K in the ranking before I only reached top 50. That's huge, Zephyr. This is such a solid deck for sure. So the Snow Guard, the Angela, I'd be worried about a Kitty Pryde deck. And so I think we pivot off of like the Green Goblin. Instead, we go something like Debris Left. He said Clog meta has been around for a while, ever since Sentry. Yeah, but it was Sentry Annihilus was definitely like a different type of Clog. I didn't enjoy the Sentry Annihilus stuff. This one is very much more like abrupt clog them early, and then you just send it home. All right, so I think we're gonna do. We could always do Viper if we were worried about the Green Goblin, but I think we kind of do like a Titania Green Goblin mid, and then maybe it looks like a Doc Ock left from there. I already said this in your video, but this deck took me an infinite. Enough said, bub. That is enough said, bub. You have to say no more. I appreciate you testing it out. It's been a fantastic list for me so far. Clog and Junk are two different things. True. Very true. He said, never mind, they have zero survival instinct. I mean, they did play Jeff in the left that turn. But now we just need to be able to beat whatever they have over there. It's either that or we fill right so that they can't play. Yeah, I like it. I like it, Odyssey. Doc Ock to the right. It revives in mid after this turn, and they won't be able to move or play anything. Unless he pulls Hawk.
Hey, welcome. It
That
took you
could be
long enough.
that could be unfortunate. Pulling the Hawk could be unfortunate. Ashgar77, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That bumps us up to 25 for the day. So the Bear, we just need not the Hawk. Okay, Mockingbird is not the Hawk. We are okay with that. And that locks in the power in the left, locks in the power in mid and in the right. And that is all that we need. Now they are completely stuck.
Victory.
Viper right, Hazmat mid to put them at like a negative deficit. I could see that line too, but with him having Jeff, we were worried about how much like flexible power they had, or maneuverable or movable power. What a what a dastardly play. This deck does just awful things. Askar, you said, cheers, been a fan of your YouTube videos for a while now. I appreciate you finding the stream and dropping the Prime sub. That helps me out so incredibly much. And it really helps me be able to try to make that transition, because I'd like to be able to do this on more of a full-time capacity. And so we're definitely working towards that. Our averages have been continually climbing and creeping up. And so we're definitely on the right track. And then Zephyr D2, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Putting us up to 26. And then Andre Var, you said Andre Var is a known sniper. I don't know. I know that Andre Var bests me quite often. I don't know if they are a sniper or not, but 10K gifted subs. It doesn't even have to be 10K of Rin. Just the 1K, and we are out the door, essentially. The law of the universe. Doc Ock will always unalive himself. I feel like it's written in the code. So they do have Nocturne, so they can change off the left limbo. But I almost want to say maybe we magic in the right. They play Elden Ring, snap, or go back to work. Oof. If you play Elden Ring, I feel like you need a good amount of time commitment to it. And so if you only have a few minutes, I would say snap and then get a little work done. We have to worry about the Viper and them having all of our junk stuff. So we have to worry about Debris, Titania. Patriot was not on my list, but there's the Green Goblin. We're going to send it right back. They do still have the ability to move the Nocturne, though. But at least for now, we have that space free. Could do Debris. Or we could end up doing Doc Ock. See what we pull. It may not be pretty, but we are going to do the Doc Ock. I lost 60 plus hours of Elden Ring. Ooh, due to the save file bug. That's always super rough. So, wow. So we do have Shang-Chi for this left lane. So we could always, like, Hazmat, Shang-Chi. That'll send Titania back their way. It takes out these two. Then we have Ajax for the last turn. I forgot we... you said I forgot we have Ajax in this deck? Yeah. Yeah, it's used... It's not one where you have to use it every game, but there's some games where it has a lot of value. They're probably ending the game. How? We have 2 Limbos. Legion? Legion and Tarnax would be crazy. And Eliath would also be crazy. Yeah, Legion would be rough. Eliath in the left, also rough. Bucky Barnes is not what's going to do it for him. He said it's a Loki deck, some Legion mid can happen. Yeah, it definitely could. It's a very real possibility. Since when has Ajax calculated one at a time? That took forever. That was an awful lot of clicking. All right, so something like Red Hulk, Titania, Red Hulk, Titania to make sure that we're not reliant on their Titania.
Victory.
Does it count cards with both reduced and extra power at the same time? I believe so. So like even if they're green or not red, I think it still counts. Sad you didn't snap. Yeah, Schwaks. Me too. Me too. One last calculation before he had to go. He just had to fit it in. Chocobo, you said, I think there's a few solid Snap streamers, but I get the most ASMR vibes from TLSG. Yeah, I hear that quite a bit. I think we have a lot of really cool Snap creators, each bring their own like kind of unique thing to it. So Jeff being super, or being able to be like super analytical, he has a lot of background in card games. KM Best with like the super value stuff, and just like the super high end rank MMR. We have Binks, which does all kinds of crazy off-meta stuff, and is typically a really good vibe. We have a lot of really cool ones. There's Dexter. Molt was one that wore his emotions on the sleeve. I haven't seen him stream for a while. I know that he was creating some videos on it still, but he definitely wears his emotions on the sleeve. Tefyu, let's see what got. Okay, here I'm gonna patch it through. Nightbot's super picky about links, and so it blocks anything that it thinks is even remotely a link. So I just pasted it through. The right lane is actually okay for us.
Oh, snap.
We'll hit it with the debris, cap them out there. Our Nebula with scale. We have Doc Ock. We'll lean in on as well. Easiest snap of my life. Sounds exactly like something Dara would say. Did I enjoy Nina and Doey Cat? Yep, those are both ones that I've hung out in. I haven't hung out in Doey Cats in a while, but whenever I see that they're streaming, I usually like hop in and I'll lurk for quite a while. But we have the Sentinel. We could also do Titania. If they play here, then they cap themselves out. Can you snap again? In about 2-3 hours? About 3 hours or so, we will be able to, I think. Or at least there will be additional snaps that can happen. What would you sub for Ajax? If we're taking out Ajax, I would cut Hazmat and Ajax for something like Jeff and Cannonball. All right, let's go ahead and throw Doc Ock into mid. We're worried about Killmonger. That would push us for a tie here. Otherwise, I think we're okay. If Doc Ock pulls anything too big, we have the big Shang-Chi, which would send Titania their way, so maybe that's not what we go with. Angel, you said, did you check your Discords? Yeah, Angel, yeah. I did see the message come through. And I'm still trying to figure out like the logistics around it, but I think we'll get you bumped up to mod here shortly. So vision comes down here, so it doesn't lock them out of the lane, but what does is the Ebony Maw. And so they, even if they move the vision out, they can't backfill this one. So it's only 21 power that we're fighting against. Kalisha, you said you had share online early enough for us in Australia. I always try and launch. So this is actually, if I was full-time, if I did this more in a full-time capacity, this is around the time I'd go. It'd be like that. For me, it's 9 a.m. through around 5 p.m., which is when my daughter would be able to go to daycare, and I'd have that solid block kind of chiseled away. But I'm glad that you're able to join us, Kalisha. Hopefully you're having a great one. Teffy, you said you think Cannonball's still good? After the blob change, people saying he's worse. So I think in general, if you're not clogging the opponent's board, Cannonball is a liability. He's a little bit of a risk. Inside of like a clog deck, typically their lanes are going to be completely full. And so I still think Cannonball is very viable. I just had a turn 4 Cannonball knock my US agent into Gamma Lab. Keep my Shang-Chi from killing their Hulks. That is an unfortunate turn of events. So we are going against an Arsham deck here. We have to look out for Krakoa. But one of my favorite locations when running... Oh, we're going to get hit with an ad. I apologize, guys. Don't run away. I'm going to start watching it better. But I missed this one. It's too late for me to snooze it. And so one of my favorite locations when running Junk or Clutter is X Mansion. Being able to just put 2 cards there and then 3 spaces are full. If they've played a card, we only need a handful to completely cap it out. Goblin to the left. Goblin to the left, trust. That's all we need to do. And so they do play a card in X Mansion. Let's see if it's not a... Oh, okay. It's Carnage. Carnage makes it a little bit more unfortunate, but what a good randomly generated card for him.
Hey,
and then,
welcome. It took you long enough.
McGex90, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. So we can Viper to the right, Doc Ock to the left, and then we're going to have 2 buffed up cards to use on 5. We got a Domino, they got an Apocalypse. Both of those are pretty bad. I do like the Viper into Krakoa, though, because it's going to target the Green Goblin. They did have that built into their Arsham deck, so I'm a little concerned at what they're pushing for, but the Viper change made Viper actually playable. Outside of that, I was always worried of what it was going to hit, and so by the time you draw her or want to use her, a lot of times it just felt clunky and inoptimal. And so as long as we draw, I guess, Hazmat or Titanium next turn, we should be fine. And so Doc Ock coming in to the left, going to cap him out over there. Vision not going to cap him out over there. Unfortunate. Debris coming in, caps him out in the right lane, which is nice. And Mysterio. A lot of power to overcome. It's a big magic, but we can't beat one of the other lanes. Winning Ride is very cool, though. Winning Ride is very cool, though. We gotta let him sweat it. Said Viper absolutely deserved the buff, too. Always happy to see you when cards get some love back. Yeah, ever since she got pushed up to, I think, 3, when she went to 3 cost, she just felt too clunky in the slot. Because a lot of other things would happen before she ends up on the board. The random Carnage got us? Yeah. The random Carnage, the Vision play, which is what I was talking about earlier, at making my Doc Ock pulls much less consistent, and was really ruining that, and Legion was really making it tough to face any kind of Arsham builds. Just because there's so many like different ways that you can build Arsham depending on what you're seeing. So if you're seeing a lot of junk, you can build in those mobile cards. If you're seeing a lot of Honor Veils, you can build in like the Eliath. You can build in Absorbing Man to copy the Eliath for a second time, potentially. So a lot of scary stuff that Arsham can consistently do. You said it happened back when people used the Havoc combo too, often, and people ruined and others day with it. Havoc combo was kind of diabolical. So I kind of like Luke's bar. I kind of want to leave it. Because our Nebula will scale. Unless they just continue to play cards there, I guess. But then it'll be hard for them to push power into other lanes. I think we'll go Green Goblin in Grand Central for now. Then we'll see. Sunspot can get pretty big. With an Arsham build, it has the ability to scale really, really big, really fast with how much power they can put out. We do get the Doc Ock. I think Magic mid, and then we'll look for maybe a Doc Ock line. Maybe I want to leave Throne Room because I think that's going to be an easy lane to target. Maybe their Sunspot with Shang-Chi or something similar. Said it's unfortunate we won't ever see the Viper into Destroyer into Odin Wasp Yellow Jacket combo. I mean, that is an unfortunate one. It's the price we pay, I guess. There was some kind of crazy Viper shenanigans that I know Binks tried to make possible or make happen. Uki said, Mr. TLSG, please don't play this deck. It's terribly toxic and feels really bad to play against. People are retreating often while having a bad experience in the game because of it. Naturally, I have 70% win rate over 50 games with it. I'm finally having some fun in the game, and I'm afraid it'll get hammered or even worse. Played so much that I'll have to play many mirror matches. So I think there will be some switch ups. So like Copycat might make this a little bit less consistent. We have Cassandra Nova that's coming out. So I think there's a lot of things that will kind of keep it at bay at least. So we do have Shang-Chi. We can swing this left lane back in our favor, unless they scale their Sunspot, of course. We can do something like Debris into Viper. Hazmat. Why would we want a Viper on the last turn? Said no. Viper right? I was thinking more so cap them out in mid.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Because if we can cap them out in mid with like the double rock here, then they won't be able to do anything on the last turn. Sunspot scaling could be tough. But you guys like the Viper line better? They have Death Strike? They do have Death Strike, right? You think you can pay for bubs? To a degree, I think you can. I think there's some bubs. Like, I think you can pay to restore your bubs in your current pool. But I'm not sure what that looks like outside of it. So I'm still worried about this. If they just skip here. Is Diner today? Yeah, Diner is later today, in just a couple of hours, actually. So if we do this and they just skip with the Sunspot, then Sunspot is going to get up to something ridiculous like, right now he's 5, so 8, 13. So up to 26 in the left lane. How big is base blob? Base blob is very big at 24 power. They hit 14 before pulling a big 12. I don't think Hazmat beats that. Hazmat then Viper mid? What? Shanglass to get one more power? Ajax Hazmat mid? Both of these in mid? Is that what we're going for? Beautiful, you guys. With the skip, we end up winning the right lane. They dodged the Shang-Chi, but we're able to get the Ajax win. Oh my goodness. Easy 2? That was oh, good game 2 easy. I gotcha. That one could have went a couple of different ways. The skip for the sunspot made the most sense. They didn't know that we had the hazmat, so you guys kind of lined that up for me. Otherwise, I was gonna miss it. Do we run a Man-Thing deck real fast? Couldn't follow the plays. I was lost for a little while, Angel. You and Wolverine? Yeah. Just slap Man-Thing in this deck? You can. You can also slap Man-Thing in any kind of Arisham deck. He would be perfectly fine. Just add Man-Thing to what we were running. All right. I think it downgrades the deck a little bit, but I think it's probably fine. Played instead of Viper. I like Viper for the clog factor, so I think I'm going to take out Nebula. I do like it as a way to recall Titania, but going into turn 5, we have several 2-cost cards that we could potentially lean on. So let's run a couple of Man-Thing games, just enough to win one. So we're going to launch into Gold Conquest with Ajax Junk. Now Arsham is the new weekend missions. Oh yeah, it's the new weekend mission deck. Yeah, because it's easy. You can't slap Man-Thing on Twitch. It's a TOS. Is it TOS if it's out of screen, out of shot? Man-Thing is not even that good at countering low cost. No, he's not. Typically, he's not going to able to do enough to them. And I'm not sure if I called it out, but Doogie Brown and McGex, thank you both for the Prime subs. I'm not sure if I missed them or not, so I want to make sure that you get your shout out. Now, if I don't have Red Hulk, who can I throw in? You can throw in Cannonball or a big body. You can do Magneto. You could try Annihilus, but we don't really have that much negative, so I'd probably try like a Cannonball instead, or just a big body. Wait, Fid, where did yours come in? Wait, when did it come in? Was it today? I apologize for missing it, but thank you for the support and thank you for being here, Fid. So the Carnage into the Quinjet, we have the good old Debris Viper.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
1 minute ago. It didn't pop up, Fid. But I appreciate you regardless. And so the Doc Ock that they pulled from us with Cable is unfortunate. But our Green Goblin goes in, Goliath, and then we have the Titania. Debris is going to cap us out in mid, which is unfortunate. We can't get the Viper off. If it was in reverse order, I think it would have been better. But maybe we can still make it happen. Let's try the Viper into the left. Hope that they don't fill that one this turn. And then we're looking to just reinforce Xandar from there. Cho, you said struggling with the heat. Are you somewhere that's impacted by the heat wave? Hopefully it cools off a little bit for you. Keeping the sub till you go full time. Thank you so much, Fid. I greatly appreciate the support and the trust in me. We have Hazmat, so we can always slingshot our Ajax up. We can also do Hazmat Shang-Chi on the last turn. And that should win us, potentially win us the right lane, right? Feels bad to do nothing on turn 5, though. At least we have Ajax there. Yeah. I think we're going to skip on 5. They have Eliath. Right now, we have initiative, though. They have Cloud 100%. There's the Cloud coming in. We still have initiative, which is fine. This is still within Shang-Chi range. We're going to do Hazmat Shang-Chi. And I don't think there's anything that can counter it. Could be wrong. Maybe like a weird blue Marvel or something that buffs up the left lane. But otherwise, I think it's a pretty easy one. Bulbaros. I didn't hear the sub notification go off.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I saw the notification for that one, but I didn't hear the notification. But thank you for being here. Thank you for the support, Bulbaros. And anybody else that I missed. If it didn't come through, for some reason, that one didn't come through. But I appreciate all of you guys for being here, even if you're just here to watch. But we get one Man-Thing win, and all that it takes is not drawing Man-Thing. It's crazy. Sniper, no. I think they probably knew how bad of a position they were in.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
3 hours for Deadpool's Diner? Yes. Should be. Should be 3 hours, because I think it's going to be on the daily rollover. I'm just here to watch while I work. Primo, you make the stream go around. I am a big time lurker in most of the streams that I pop in, and so I appreciate you being here while you work. So they have a Koye in the left, which is even on 1 is not fantastic anymore. It used to be that if you had a Koye on 1, you could just outvalue everything else that was around, because there was a point in time where a Koye was only 1 cost. No kiss mid. I think they're gonna. So the reason I'm doing it to the left is I assume that they play a card into the Abbey to try to get the extra card draw, and so then next turn we have an easier time with like a Debris or Titania capping out the location. Yeah, a Koye 1 cost was OP for the time. I don't think she would stand anything now. So we could always do. Oh. We're turn early. All right. For some reason, I was thinking it was turn 4. Let's go Green Goblin mid. I think that opens up the ability for us to completely cap them in everything but Mojo World next turn. Nakia revert. Nakia, in like the early days of the beta, was super strong too. And it was one of those. It was kind of like the first Zabu. If you had Okoye on your opening hand, you almost guarantee to win. The Shang-Chi left is crazy. To avoid being filled? It's super crazy. We can impact 2 cards over to the left. Pile. I think something like this into like a Doc Ock mid is all that we have to do. I hated facing the old Spider-Man absorbing combo. Ooh. The Shang-Chi makes more sense now, but Claw is not great. It's more power, but not a whole lot more. It does make it a little bit harder for us to win over there, though. I guess all we have to do is like Doc Ock. That puts us to 8, so we win here. And then we just play whatever after that. Or we can do Ajax. Next turn would be like a Hazmat Man-Thing. Yeah, she still buffs hand. They reverted some of it, but it's not as big of a buff as it used to be. Ajax, then Man-Thing, Hazmat, yeah. I think that's the line we go with, and I don't think they retreat here, because I think they're probably tired of it. What decks do you have lined up for the diner? I was planning on using just whatever we typically use, and so I have a couple of Copycat decks that I'm gonna push. in Diner once we unlock Copycat. The poor Eliath. Yeah, the poor Eliath didn't have anything to ruin my day for. So let's go ahead and do this. Any Thanos decks? I had a Thanos deck built out. I haven't played it in a while. Order? The order shouldn't matter. We can get an extra 1 on Man Thing, but the order shouldn't matter too much.
Victory.
That is 2 wins down with Man Thing. That time we actually played him out. Unless they push a surprise nerf, it's just going to be more Arsham. I think we'll see Arsham because that's really... It's really strong in that you don't know what the capabilities are. So they're snapping, you're probably going to get either... You're probably going to get cooked more often than not. Because they could have the Legion line. They could have the Eliath that counters what you're wanting to do. And so it's a lot harder to judge the Arsham decks on the first couple of snaps. That was only 2 rounds? Yeah, so he stayed in on that last one. I think he was tired of it. Not sure if you remember me, but my in-game name... Yes, I remember you. I always call you Kindle. Said we played an insane game yesterday where you beat me with double Captain Marvel. Just wanted to say it was an awesome game. That one was... I was running Arsham at that time. I think. I hit the Loki. That was a very crazy game. I recorded it because I was potentially gonna cover that deck, but I ended up kicking it because it's another Arsham deck. But I remember the match very well. Left side. I got bored of Arsham already. That's all I see. Yeah. Unfortunately, we see a whole lot of Arsham all over. Did you get a chance to mull over how useful Copycat will be in any of the meta decks? Yeah. So I have a couple. I have a couple of decks brewed, and I think she fits into like a good card deck very well. I think she's an easy slot in. She's not like a build around like Sebastian Shaw, but I think at the 3/5, even if you don't hit something great, I think it's an okay. It ends up being an okay line for you. Just like the stat wise is strong for a 3 cost. The OG Imp, you said, how do you deal with ladder anxiety? Or what are your tips for people to overcome it? So are you talking pre-infinite or post? Because post-infinite, the ranks really don't matter. Because after post-infinite, even if you're trying to grind for a higher rank, if you don't hit it, it doesn't necessarily hurt you that much. Pre-infinite, I would say the biggest thing for me was finding a deck that I enjoyed, because it made the losses sting much less. So like an archetype or a deck that kind of really resonated with me, even if it wasn't necessarily like the one that was the most overpowered, because then I was much more, I guess, tilt proof. And so if you feel like you're playing a little bit more aggressively than you should, you could be on a tilt and you not necessarily realize it. At that point, if I do keep playing, I make myself not snap until I kind of get on a winning streak, so I can kind of even things out. Or if you can, either switch decks or take a break altogether. Because if you're tilting, you end up playing a lot more aggressively and kind of missing those common lines that you would normally potentially avoid. You said, heck, Copycat becoming a 3/5 Jeff is great. Yeah, there's a lot of really good cards that Copycat can pull, and just the ability to have that information that the opponent doesn't. Copycat with Lockjaw is bad juju. Yeah, once you get 90, like Infinite is cool to be able to get the card back, but as far as progression, hitting that first metric is all that you need. For 90, I guess, is the furthest you can go. Would you say Copycat will be a card people would miss badly if they don't get her? I think she'll be like a Nocturne. So whenever Nocturne came out, it was a lot of like people that thought it was going to be unimpactful. And even though she doesn't like break any deck wide open herself, kind of like Jeff, she finds herself in a lot of different builds, and so people start missing out on it because she's in a lot of those higher end, like, featured decks. I think Copycat may be very similar. So with Red Hulk in the left, we are going to need a Shang-Chi over there. That is a double Red Hulk. We're definitely going to need our Shang-Chi over there. So Shang-Chi, White Widow could be a decent line. That will push Titania their way, but I think that's okay. Maybe. 6, 11, 13? Yeah. Should be okay. I view Infinite just as 10 less ranks. 10 less ranks I need to reach Infinite in case I only reach more than 90 the next season. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not... That was a great blink into Infinite. That absolutely bamboozled us here. Unfortunately, we'll lose the 4 to Paul the Human, who is cooking up something really interesting. What's better to save, keys or tokens? If the spotlights that are featured doesn't have a couple of cards that you're interested in, and you have the tokens, sometimes it's better to go tokens versus spending your keys. But if there's key pieces or key cards that you're missing out on, you would almost rather focus those if you can grab what you need with your keys. So I think it really depends on the person and where your collection's at. I'm waiting for next week for Thanos and Cole. I actually think I'm going to skip Cole Obsidian. I only have 2 keys this week, and I don't have... I've spent through my gold and my credits. And so I think what I am going to need to do is use my tokens this week so that I can stockpile some keys for moving forward.
Oh, snap.
I'm not a spender, but I'm really tempted to spend tokens and keys on Copycat for the Spotlight variant. The Spotlight variant for this one, I do think they did a really good job on it. I have 4 keys and not a single card from this cache. Yeah. Because Cole Obsidian, he's playable. He's not one that feels like required, but he's definitely playable. Right, so Magic and Moon Girl, they're definitely cooking us. There is going to be a bundle coming up with, I think, 6,000 tokens. I think it's a Destroyer bundle, which you might also kind of keep an eye out and look out for.
Opponent snapped.
Go Debris to the left. We know they have She-Hulk. We know they have Infinite. We know they have Hulk. As long as Collector can't get much bigger, then we have the ability to win one of the other lanes with like a Shang-Chi, or just overpowering it with an Ajax. Yeah, Cole Obsidian is essentially Crossbones. You can play without him, but if you can play with him, sometimes it's more fun. Let's go Viper into Hazmat. We don't necessarily need to play the Hazmat, but I think we're going to do it early anyways. We have the Ajax. It's going to be the big power swing. We could potentially draw a White Widow, which would give us another clog in Project Pegasus next turn. Order. With Ajax going over there, I don't think the order is that big of an issue. So Blink comes in. It rotates the Moon Girl in mid into She-Hulk, which was would be kind of scary. We're only missing seeing one of their cards. What are the chances it could be Shang-Chi? What kind of deck are they playing? I don't know. At least we know he doesn't have 2 She-Hulks. That's very true. Do we think they run Shang-Chi? Otherwise, it's Red Hulk to the right. Double up She-Hulk. Hulk mid, Ajax right on 6. They do have Infinite that they could potentially play. This would be 3... Ajax will be close to 20, but I don't think it breaks 20. Blink again, rotating the blink into the Infinite is wild. So they doubled up on the blink play. I think this becomes our line. Let's do White Widow Ajax. And we know that Infinite is now out of the running. Love the list, by the way. Tried it out, felt really nice. Husky puppies. As a fellow junk enjoyer, I'm glad that you glad that you enjoyed it. Eliath, yeah, Eliath could cook us, but that would have to. That's a very specific one last card that we haven't seen. But welcome in, Husky puppies. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Husky at this hour? It's prime time Husky. We're just counting down until Deadpool's Diner. Paul is cooking. Paul the human is absolutely cooking, my friend. I'm really curious what this last card is. So the raft, they can get a free 6 cost if we don't change it with magic. I do like being able to Doc-Ock into Krakoa. I'm thinking it's Loki. The enemy's list is wild. It's absolutely wild. You said got the day off to watch the GOAT. Husky, I'm glad that you're here, that you're that you've jumped in and joined us, and that you're able to have the day off. I got the day off as well because I'm very, 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 very sick. If you're my boss, I'm very, very sick. Otherwise, I took the day off so that I could stream the new card on release and we could stream the new game mode on release as well. Are there drops in here? So the drops ended last night. I believe it was at 1 a.m. But the good thing is there's another set of drops starting on Friday. Yeah, so drops, the first round of drops are done. The next one will start on Friday. And so I'm going to be doing just a degenerate long Friday stream for any of you guys that want to come in and lurk all day and get your drops. I'm going to be pushing as long as I can on Friday. Yeah, doing the Hawk early was definitely a choice as well. So now Limbo is in play. Krakoa comes back in play. But so glad TLSG is back in action. Felt wrong that you left us. And I apologize. I didn't mean to leave you guys. It was just... I had to work through. I had to work on me, I guess. In the easiest way to describe it. I had a lot of personal things that I was trying to work through. And I didn't mean to. It wasn't like a decision that I necessarily made. It just kind of happened. Won't your boss start to pick up that you're always sick on Tuesdays? Well, I'm going to be sick tomorrow as well. We're going to be doing a stream tomorrow. And so we never let them know our next move. He keeps magicking away the fun locations. I agree. He took away the Krakoa, which could have made a gigantic Shang-Chi, but unfortunately. So we can either go with complete Clutter. That's going to cap out their entire board. It's so sad that you're sick. I know, Husky. We're trying our best to overcome it, and all of you guys are helping me find my way through this illness. So Coulson, last card of their deck, yeah. Yep, Snap definitely makes me feel better. And so the Red Hulk in the right, they're not going to be able to scale their Collector anymore. We're going to Viper. We're going to cap out the rest of their board. We have one free round. We can do probably Red Hulk to the right because they're going to soak with the Sunspot. This will bring it down to 3. So then we win with the Shang-Chi White Widow. He said, now that you mentioned it, I'm starting to feel sick too. It's contagious, you guys. You guys may want to watch out. It is a contagious thing. You guys may have to snap a little bit more often. Let's go ahead and push them all in. We want to make sure that they don't have the chance to back out and do a reset. He said, are they watching the stream? Thunder, my boss or Paul? Hopefully my boss isn't. Are you going to SnapCon? I'm not going to be going this year, unfortunately. SnapVid, the newest version of COVID. I mean, I to be fair, I logged in early today and I completed all of my like half-day reports. And so all it would be like ad hoc requests from there. And so I think it's fine. You are sick at building these decks. We try our very best. It's a very rare strain. The only thing that can cure me is being able to play a little bit more Snap. All right, so they rip away the cloning vats, unfortunately. We do have debris, but I think they probably play something in limbo this turn. I'm still going to go ahead and play the debris. That gives us ammo for our Viper. Go ahead and Moon Girl. We can Doc Ock mid. That allows us to do like a Shang-Chi. Counter it, which I think is going to be a big piece. We also have the Hazmat Ajax last turn play. He said, Paul cooked so hard, I'm not even mad if you lose. The Blink is an interesting one for sure. Being able to cap out a location and then switch it out. So the Blink into the Blink, but it didn't have anything left in the deck that was higher. The Collector comes down. Dock into Ajax plus Shang-Chi. Yeah, I think so. Then we can take out the Red Hulk. That leaves them at... Right now it's 4. So we win that with swinging Bastion Building in our favor. Would you ever consider doing streams with goofy filters again? You said your Mjolnir days still crack me up. I do enjoy doing like the wacky stuff like that. And so I think there could be a point where maybe we make that return. Okay, so let's go ahead and Shang-Chi. We could do it either order, but we're going to Shang-Chi and then Hazmat in the left. And then we swing the middle location back in our favor. So we'll go ahead and lock this in. That gives us our Man-Thing wins. And so we're good to go there. That gives us the second gold round of victory. Would Collector be a problem? I don't think so. They'd have to get 6 cards generated, and they've already dropped Moon Girl, and so I don't think it should be. But if they had just an obscene amount of card generation, maybe. But we do grab the win there. It does look like it is almost time for an ad break, so I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm actually going to heat up one of the factor meals as well, and then we will be right back. It doesn't take very long, so we'll be back in a minute and a half. So don't go anywhere, you guys. We got our 100 credits from Man-Thing. We can now get rid of that card and probably not play him again for another couple of months. We'll be right back, you guys. All right, we're back. Hey, we beat the minute and a half. Is it too much if it became -3? I don't know. I don't know. At 4 cost, I think is where his biggest issue is. For US Agent, at least he's only 2 cost. And so it's not that big of an issue to play him, or if he doesn't impact anything, because at worst, he's on curve for a 2 cost. For 4 cost, there's so many like impactful 4 cost cards that a 4/5, like at worst, feels like it's a waste. Let's finish out this gold conquest run. Rest in peace, man thing. Nebula's still better? Yeah, Nebula's definitely still better. It needs an update like Echo. Wait, did Echo have an update? The US Agent is a fantastic card and single-handedly destroys Tribunal. Yeah. Yep, and he's cheap, so you can kind of slot him in or play him whenever the need arises and not have too much like strife otherwise. Lucky Flip, you said, hi TLSG, I'm here. Welcome in, Lucky Flip. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. So far, we've had a really good stream. We dropped off a little bit when we went to the restroom, but I'm sure we'll gain those back as we get closer to Diner launch time. What meal did you get? So I heated up a cavatappi, and I think it's cavatappi and Italian sausage, which sounded really, really good. Ooh, Soury, are you still hanging out in the stream? And then Normalize, welcome in as well. And so we heated up one of the factor meals. Super fast, super convenient. I just pop it in for 2 minutes, and then on the next ad break, I'll pull it out of the microwave and bring it over. But they have a lot of different options. So you asked if it was gluten-free. They have a lot of different menus. So they have a menu that is specifically for gluten, or like gluten-free. Or if you're looking for like calorie smart, they have that. If they have, if you're looking for like protein as that primary macro, they have Protein Plus, which is built around a lot of high protein meals. So they have a surprising amount of options. I was pleasantly surprised with it. So if we debris here, we lose in Savage Land. Maybe not necessarily. Since Lemuria's here, we can kind of have it go off at a delayed reaction. She used to affect all cards in that area. Now it's only opposing side. Ooh, I don't remember her being only the ones in your area. But I mean, it makes sense. All right, so if I do something like Viper to the left, debris goes off first. As long as they don't play in Savage Land, we might be okay. Mirror match? It could be. It could be a mirror match. What do you say about Iron Man or Captain America lane? I may have missed the original, though. And so they are going to cap us out in mid, unfortunately. Ooh, wait, never mind. Debris is going to slingshot Titania back onto their side. We do have the win in the left lane. But I do think this is a mirror match. Soury was hanging out in the stream earlier, and so I wouldn't be surprised if it's an exact mirror. And then Corpse Sinister, how's it going? It's going well for me. Hopefully it's going well for you as well. We can do a Doc Ock. It's always kind of scary because we could pull their Viper. We could pull maybe their big, like, in-game finishing plays. But I still think we're going to try it. So debris caps us out in mid. As long as we don't pull something awful in the right lane, then we should be okay. That Hulk's fine. Corpse Sinister, you said you hit 99 yesterday? I'm in the 140s right now because I lost a bit to a few people, or a few people got higher than you overnight. In the 140s is huge, Corpse Sinister. Snap. Yeah, well, I assumed they would leave, and so I was trying to hope that maybe they would think we didn't have the counter player enough power to win in the right, then they would maybe stay for 2. Yeah, I think it would be an instant retreat. That's why I didn't snap into that one. And this being a mirror match, without us having those clutter components early, it's a little bit scary. Because I think we're probably an exact mirror. But we also don't want to play it too slow. Not looking like a great hand. The debris comes in, which is unfortunate. We do get Viper, which is more fortunate for us. So if they look to go super heavy in limbo, at least we reveal after they do. So maybe we get lucky here. Goblin early is underrated. Yeah, but with Viper now, you see a lot more Viper around to send it back. But otherwise, I agree. I like Green Goblin and playing it pretty early to then cap out with like a debris or something later on. We now have our Green Goblin. We can do this number.
Oh, snap.
And I think maybe Soury caps us out here. Then it becomes a fight of the Lechugia. And we do have the Hazmat Ajax line. So mid could end up being like White Widow or maybe even a Viper. Yeah, Viper to send the Green Goblin back, but we do take control of the left lane. You could also lock Ajax mid, but you run the risk of them dropping Hazmat into a Shang-Chi. So now the question is, do we play out like a big Red Hulk? That would grab us... That wouldn't grab us initiative. So then we'd force them into deciding between Shang-Chi or Ajax on the last turn. They opt to the right. If they have Ock, they opt to the right. Very true. So an Ock over there would be scary. Hazmat Widow left. Hazmat Widow left. I guess could have filled. We could have also done White Widow to the right to try to fill in the Lechugia location. Okay, so Nebula, we have the Red Hulk. We don't have initiative, which is our only little bit of benefit. They could do Hazmat Shang-Chi, which I think would win it for them. So it comes down to if they have the Hazmat line. The Hazmat Shang-Chi, I think, would be the only out they would have in that right lane, at forcing our Ajax into Shang-Chiable range. And we don't know if they've necessarily built that like in-game engine into it yet. We've seen all of the like common or core Clutter components, but the piece that we're missing is what their in-game engine is. Whether that be like the Iron Fist dagger stuff. It could also be the Cannonball line. I know that sometimes I was playing around with like Eliath, or it could be the Hazmat Ajax kind of in-game engine. They hide these 3 cards well. They do. They're hiding these 3 cards very, very well. And then Cho, you said I'm back. What did I miss? We get the infinite ticket. So we're in the last round of gold. So we won the first 2 matches of gold with Man-Thing, and then we switched him out for Nebula. Yeah, so you didn't miss too much. I kind of hope that they use the magic. That way we can do something like Debris. This is our last Clutter component, so I'm actually okay shuffling our cards if we need to. I'm not going to play Magic, knowing that they have Magic in their deck. Ooh, Titania Hazmat's scary. Ooh, never mind. Not as scary since the rock is what pulled on their end. That's gonna be a snap. I'm soury about it, but it's gonna be a snap for sure. We could do magic now, or something like White Widow. We could do Viper. I'm gonna magic in the left lane. Otherwise, we run the risk of the rock pulling over to the left. So we magic in the left, and then we see from there. I think maybe we hold our Viper for a counter to their potential Doc Ock play. How long are you streaming for? We're streaming well into after Deadpool Diner releases, and so at least another, I'd say 5 hours, if not a little bit longer. So the double trouble in the right lane, I think is pretty big. Go Green Goblin, White Widow. Even if they Doc Ock here, it puts them pretty close to being capped out in the right lane. I think we might be okay. Because if I was them, I would probably try to Doc Ock mid to steal as many of our resources out of hand as possible. Deadpool Diner? Yeah, Deadpool Diner should be released on the rollover or the reset. Along with Copycat. And so I'm going to be grabbing Copycat, and then we're going to be jumping straight into a little bit of the Diner. So we do have Titania to go alongside our Viper, but I'm a little bit afraid that they'll have a Viper of their own. We could always do this. I think this is what we go with. This protects us from the White Widow, the Green Goblin, or the Viper. It only put us weak to like the Doc Ock or the Red Hulk. Snap? We already did. Already snapped it. The Green Goblin mid, the Viper. So we are protected from the Viper. We end up grabbing the left and the right. And then it doesn't matter what we do from there.
Victory.
Junk decks or clutter decks, they speak to my soul. I don't know why I've always enjoyed the debris stuff so much. It was really bad for a long time. So I'm really soaking it up now that like it's at least decently viable in the current state of the game. This mirror is Giga Mind Games. It is for sure. So the Bifrost left. We could almost cap them out in the left lane. White Widow, Green Goblin. All we would need would be one other card. Bog is just fun. I agree. It's always been one that I've enjoyed. I used to run it whenever Destroy was still really popular. And of course, this falls a little bit to Killmonger. But you can still find ways to play around it where it's not just a complete like dead game either. You said it is, but the dude playing against the guy who made the deck. I do have a lot of junk decks under my belt. So they have Green Goblin on the right. They could have Viper. Ooh. Interesting.
Snap.
So all of these cards are going to just shoot over into the Bifrost. Something like Debris could be pretty disruptive. But I'm thinking with the Viper, we clear up enough of our space. We should be okay.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Graparian, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I'm so glad to have you here. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. So they do have the Viper. It's going to send all of our stuff over to the right, but they are capped out over there. And we have still one space available to play. What a rough one. And then Crip, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one as well. So we both have Red Hulk in hand. I have magic, but I almost don't want to play it. The only problem is their Nebula will continue to scale. So something like Hazmat Magic could potentially be what we're doing. We still haven't seen two of their cards. I assume it's the Hazmat stuff, but we don't know for sure. They do Doc Ock in the left. Unfortunately, it's the same lane that we played our cards in. So our Red Hulk comes down. Our Shang-Chi comes down as well. And then the Hazmat and Magic to extend the game. And then B. Malone, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. We could stop the scaling with the Nebula, but it doesn't win the right lane for us. In the left, we'd be weak to... Oh, we haven't seen a Shang-Chi from them, actually. Wait, what is their in-game engine? Oh, it has to be Ajax. So Shang-Chi, Ajax. Never mind. So Ajax here is weak to the Shang-Chi, or weak to the counterplay of maybe their own Ajax. It's literally your deck, yeah. Yeah, I noticed that later. We can go ahead and, I guess, play the Ajax. They'll have 2 lanes that they have to Shang-Chi. Maybe Ball, if not Shang-Chi. Could be. So the Red Hulk left. Oh. Gives us just enough to scale in the right lane. Is Ray and Stefan here too? I'm playing versus myself on a phone. We're just pumping up the stats of the deck for sure. Yeah, I feel like Shang-Chi is the most likely one. So the triple drop here. Hazmat, Shang-Chi mid. Ooh, does that scale more than our left if they have Titania? Huge win on their end. We didn't quite have the resources we needed. And I did play Ajax a touch too early. I think I probably should have held it, but I was afraid we wouldn't draw into something that could win us the Bifrost after the fact.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Ian or Ian? MacDougals, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us up to 31 for the day. Huge support coming in from all of you guys. I appreciate you being here and just hanging out with me while we wait for Deadpool's Diner.
Hey, welcome.
And then,
it took you long enough.
B. Malone, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well. That pushes us closer to Partner Plus status. And
hey, welcome.
Slicenberger, thank you for the Prime sub. That pushes us to 33 for the day. Huge support. Trying to push us back closer to that sub goal, which I think is a lengthy one, but I think we will eventually hit it where we end up just making the transition and go full time. I got distracted by Slicey Burger. Boofin Blunts with pushing our hype train up to the next level. Thank you so much for the 5 community gifted subs.
Hey,
huge
welcome.
support.
It took you long enough.
And then Hillary Clinton herself coming in with the Prime sub. If you got one of the gifted subs from Boofin, make sure to definitely thank them in
welcome. It took you long enough.
In the chat. That pushes up to 3 very quickly. I appreciate all of the support and all of you guys being here. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic day so far. So they snapped into us. I almost think we do something like this. Let's go ahead and make it go all in. So I think their goal is to cap us out in Castle Blackstone, and we're going to counter cap them. Viper's going to send something their way. Titania is going to flood their way as well. They're going to dock this turn, I assume. It's only turn 3. Oh, the +1 in Tinker's Workshop. Good call. And then the one from Castle Blackstone. So, okay, that's not what we wanted. Was the counter Doc Ock? Unfortunate. Shang-Chi opens up space for us, though. Still a little unfortunate. And the Ajax stacked in mid, too. That's a lot of their big power. So we've already pulled their Shang-Chi. We have to look at... Oh, we lose this one. Sourie's going to take the lead on it. All they need is debris, and we've lost here. We definitely need Shang-Chi, maybe even Hazmat, to swing this one back in our favor. The confirmed mirror, yeah. Shang can't win mid. 3, 4, 5. It would if we could buff up the Ajax beforehand. But the debris is big. The debris is the follow-up I would expect there. After that massive hype train, I got so distracted that we were feeling good and we snapped right back. So the cool thing here is they can't buff up their Ajax with Hazmat. And they can't counter our Ajax because Shang-Chi's already been pulled. The only big power play that they have now would be Red Hulk. So it may not be 100% over. Oh, it would send over Titania. That's true. Green Goblin left, and then is that White Widow? No, Nebula. All right, so we have the Ajax there. We now have to get Shang-Chi's a bit late. We have to get Hazmat. Or Doc Ock and pull their Hazmat. But it's very scary. Hazmat is needed. Yeah, Hazmat's very needed. We got so distracted by all of the positive subs that we let ourselves run away. Hazmat top deck is all that we need. To bring it home. My goodness, what a mess. That's unfortunate because Sowery played this round very, very well. We got lucky on the top deck. Just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Certified Yu-Gi-Oh moment with the heart of the cards. Absolutely. Yeah, there was a 33% chance of finding the way to win, and we absolutely grabbed it. Ajax should have no problem scaling how high we need. A little closer than I thought I would be, but
Victory.
Shang-Chi better to counter Red Hulk? Wait. Ooh, instead of the debris. Good call. If we would have lost by 3, we definitely threw that one, but never doubt your good feelings. We had the heart of the cards drawing the Hazmat for that top deck. Yeah, I was I was shocked. I was very much shocked. So we will grab the infinite ticket. Oh, that's true. We had 7, so the 4 and the 2 wouldn't have done it. Boofin, you said, hey, this deck still has the pixel. Yes, it does with the pixel avatar. We're still rocking the pixel avatar on it. The dinner event starts at 3 Eastern. I believe so. Most things happen on rollover. I have the Millennium Puzzle. Most things happen on rollover, and so that's what we're counting down for. Copycat's going to come out. I have a few decks built out to slot Copycat into. Arsham feels like a given. I think it'll be really good in Arsham because it doesn't necessarily matter if you get a good card when you draw it. You make use of that randomness. That's not going to be the first one I go to because I don't really care for Arsham too much. I'm going to go with one of these two. And I think I go with this one first off, but it could easily be the counter one as well. We'll see. We'll see what ends up needing to be rocked. It looks like it is close to just a real quick break. I'm going to go grab my food. We're going to run it just a quick minute and a half before jumping back into the ladder. I think it'll be good on Mill, but I don't want to run Mill until Arsham is out of the meta. So as long as Arsham there, Mill is very inconsistent. And so that's what I'm waiting for, is for Arsham to kind of draw down. Do we have an ad to squeeze out? Yeah, we do. We're going to run just a quick ad as I grab my food, and then we'll jump back into the ladder. And we're getting close. We're getting close to the reset. I'm excited to try out Deadpool's Diner. Hopefully we don't lose all of our bubs right away, and then have to go back with our tails tucked into rank. Are the drops enabled? No, so the drops went off at 1 a.m. This morning. There's going to be another set on Friday that start, but it's not going to be for the Wolverine variant. And so for our factor meal, we have tomato basil cavatappi and some Parmesan roasted zucchini. I'm excited. Can you show us the food? See if I can make it a little bit bigger.
Hey, welcome.
There
It took
we
you
go.
long enough.
Tomnado. I kept wanting to say tomato, and I knew in my head that was wrong, but it was so difficult for me to say Tomnado. Tomnado Esquire, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. And so it's the tomato basil cavatappi with the Parmesan roasted. Can you able to see that? Hold on. There, yeah. Yep, and it is, ooh, did exclamation point factor not work? Hold on, let me make sure that the command is intact again. But I think I had to delete the other one. 1 second, I'll enable it. And for any of you guys that maybe haven't seen my other videos, this month we have been sponsored by Factor. And so using my code, you can get 50% off of your first box and 20% off of any additional ones. And so I was really pleasantly surprised for the 50% off. I think it was definitely a good purchase. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue doing it, but the meals so far have been really, really good. You don't have the Factor on screen as well? Yeah, because this stream itself isn't sponsored by Factor, but we have the counter here. So anytime a box gets purchased, it helps support my channel. It's equivalent of all around 25 subs, and the meals have been really, really good. And so if you want to check it out, the link is in the chat. But is Magneto a good replacement? Yeah, Magneto or Cannonball, I think would be a good change. Bulbaquill, welcome in. You said, is Deadpool's Diner today? Yeah, it should be at rollover at 2. He said the last game made me want Ajax so bad. I used a key and I got Sakaar that I had to convert. Oh, that is sad, Cho. Warm it up. Someone, you said noon, but I'm not sure what you're correcting there. It's almost noon right now, and so 2 Central Time is when it should roll over. Mando, you said wish you best of luck with progressing your content creator goals. Been a fan of your brews for a long time. Happy to sub. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Tom Nato. I appreciate you being here and just enjoying the content, even if you're not here. If you just watch on YouTube and just enjoy the brews there, just being here to enjoy the content in some way, shape, or form is all I could ask. Paid chatter? No, I doubt that it's paid chatter. Most Def, he said firing up the game. Gonna try for Ajax with a key or two. Hopefully you get it. It's one that it is definitely skippable, but at the same time feels definitely fun to have. Ooh, the snap into Legion on early is crazy. We can't Shang-Chi. I think Doc Ock is risky. We can Ajax for 1 lane. I just have to say how amazingly positive you are. I just feel good watching. It's such a huge difference from other streamers. Raven, thank you so much for 1 being here, and 2, I'm glad that kind of carries over, because that's definitely like the vibe that I have, is like a very wholesome, very positive. And at the end of the day, we're all here because we like Marvel Snap, and so I don't know. It feels weird to bad losses are going to happen. Bad metas are going to happen. It feels weird for me to fixate on it. So it would have to be something like this. And that doesn't feel great. Something like this. But I don't think we win mid with that. 5, 10, 11, 12. Doesn't win the left. Gotta jump out of this one. You can't expect less than the Bob Ross of, less from the Bob Ross of Snap. If I ever get to the point where I'm tilted, then it'll be a very scary day. I don't think there's been a point where I've been tilted by Snap to the point where like it just wasn't fun. There's been some time. Wheaton Law, welcome in. I can always tell when you come in because you always need just a little quick timeout to think about what you've done. We'll see you back in 2 minutes, Wheaton. And then Raven, you said I missed it, but is Seaball better than Nebula here? So I like Nebula as a way to kind of play a card early, and then if it gets capped out, that's a way that we can win that lane. I think Cannonball alongside like Ajax ends up being a too high energy cost, and so you end up with some clunky plays more often. So I like Nebula better, but I know that Cannonball can be a decent sub, especially when you're filling, but it becomes hard to drop both like Ajax and Cannonball towards the end of the game. So they have White Widow on the left. We may be going against Clog or Clutter. The double debris gives us almost capped out in Wakanda MC. Miniaturized Lab is difficult for debris. Maybe I think we're going to bite the bullet and just do
Hey,
Viper.
welcome.
I like the idea of debris, but I don't want to give up the left lane either. And then Juggernaut, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. We have the immediate backfire with the Green Goblin here. And so the Green Goblin returned fire for him. Now we can do debris. But Juggernaut, thank you for the Prime sub and for all of the support. You guys have been absolutely phenomenal today. That pushes us to 41, which is crazy. Crazy numbers for the day. I think we're going to go debris in the left or in the right to fill up the left lane. We have White Widow to fill up Camartage, depending on what they play. We're going to go ahead and snap into it. Cho, you said used another key and got Ajax. Huge. I think Ajax is very much a card that you play in tandem with like a hazmat, but not a complete build around. Crispy, you said, hey TLSG, just want to say you're one of my favorite content creators, not just on Snap, but in general. Love to be able to catch you live. Thank you for being here, Crispy. Hopefully one day we're able to like extend these streams beyond just Marvel Snap. I think that would be something that would be really cool to be able to do. But just being here to support the stream, support the channel is more than I could ever ask. I'm glad that you enjoyed the content. So we have to look out for Doc Ock. But otherwise, he'll Viper probably. If he Vipers, then we're still sending him a double Widow's Kiss. I think we would lose the right lane, though. We could always try to magic. I think we're going to lock this in. I think Titania stays on our side. And then maybe it's that we can do a Red Hulk after. Order? The Annihilus is rough. But Titania jumps to their side, right? Still rough. They can play in the left lane. They have the right lane locked in. I think we have to retreat out of this one. I mean, we can win the right lane. Nothing in the left is within Shang-Chi range. Maybe we stick it out and just Red Hulk to the right. They have Demon, but that doesn't win them over here. They could play a card in Camartage and win. They have 8 without Sentry. Red Hulk Center. They have 2 demons. But What do they do? Demon, demon, and a 4 cost? Cersei left, demon right. Cersei left could do it. Could also hit a beast. Demon, demon, Shang-Chi. What would they be Shang-Chi? So there's a couple of TLSG commands for those asking what it stands for. I like to create a lot of kind of fun stories about what the name means or where it came from. So I think I have TLSG 1 through 6 right now that are typed out. But there's a lot of different origin stories for the name TLSG. We do get the retreat. That one was definitely a scary one. It was a scary stay, but I think it was like calculated. It would be really tough for them to find a line that wasn't a little risky. Barbarian, thank you so much for the resub as tier 1 for the 2nd month. That helps us just a little bit more, get us a little closer to Partner Plus. I think we were like, I want to say 19 sub points away whenever we started the stream today. And so we should get really close after this one. I think we can hit that first level by the end of the month with the additional streams that are coming up. Wait, what is the story? Because there's strikes. There's a couple of different stories. Do we want one of the made up ones, or do we want? I'll go with a personal favorite. So TLSG, there's a lot of different meanings for it. There's a lot of different origin stories. Official Poro, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate having you and appreciate the support. So there's a lot of different meanings for TLSG, but the one that's the true one and the real one is me and a group of friends used to play Call of Duty competitively. And so we were in the MLSG. We were doing the, I think it was the, whatever battles. It was something battles where you would go up against other really good, really like skilled players. If we went into the public lobbies, we would stomp there. But the competitive lobbies, those were definitely much more of a challenge. They were kind of where we ended up running into people that made us really continue to push our game. But this group of friends that I was with, we all played Search and Destroy. We all had our specific roles of like what we did and like what our function was on the team. For me, I was always in the back. I was the sniper. And so I always like scouted out ahead, tried to pick people off where I could, but mainly my job was information. Big had. That's a big Ajax in mid that we are not able to compete against. Probably should have retreated this one. But my role was sniper. I really like envied the other team members at what they got to do because they were always up close in the action. I always wanted to be involved, but I wasn't able to really get there because my role was sniper. We needed somebody for that information. But I did voice those concerns that I would like to try to work on my game and become that if we ever found someone that could backfill the sniper role. And as guys do, they poked fun at it. They called me the lonely guy in the back, the lonely sniper guy. And it was something that I knew that I needed to roleplay that one until we had someone to fill it. And so during all of these battles, they started calling me TLSG, or that lonely sniper guy. And I actually eventually changed my in-game name to it. And whenever we left and kind of broke apart because life and all of these things happened, I kept the name just because it was something that it was so memorable to me at such a fun time in my life to be able to do something like that. That every game that I started from then on, I used the letters TLSG. It was just something that I didn't think about whenever I started this channel. And I didn't think about it like growing into anything much bigger. But it was Call of Duty 4 days. You said that was me on Modern Warfare 2? The 50 cal on any map? Modern Warfare 2 was crazy for sniping. It was crazy for a lot of things. But sniping and the level that some people could get with sniping was wild. Next up we have Butt, and the other day when I was running this, Butt absolutely destroyed us. So we're going to see if we're able to hold it up. Or BU++. I think it's Butt though. The live stream guy is the live stream guy is a lie? Or is it a lie? We'll never know. White Widow in the left is unfortunate. We didn't have any way around it. We don't have an Annihilus. Get rid of it. Becomes really rough really fast. Let's go Green Goblin in the right. We have Debris to play in mid. But I think we're heavily disadvantaged only being able to play for 2. We still keep in touch with them? Not so much. The dreaded Space Throne Widow? Yeah, the dreaded one. Without a way to change it is almost an immediate leave.
Escaped.
Did you buy the border bundle? No, we didn't. I don't necessarily keep in touch with any of them. We did for a while. But as we got older, like one of the core members that was there, like, you know, whenever me and him started it, he got in some legal trouble and kind of went a little off the wall and did some really outlandish things. And so we don't necessarily keep in contact with him. He went a little bit nuts, thinking people were like constantly trying to hack his phone, and he bought like all kinds of burners. It was rough. So we eventually had to cut ties. And without that cohesive person, we kind of just fell out of touch. He said, love how Space Throne practically has to be held up by Jeff or Kitty now. Yeah, Nightcrawler sometimes, but you're always afraid of a Red Guardian as well. Red Guardian's kind of fallen off of popularity recently, but he's still really, really good. Then you get hit by Red Guardian? Yeah, exactly. It's not as common anymore, but when it happens, it feels so bad. So it looks like maybe a Destroy deck with the Wolverine. So we always have to look out for Killmonger. So I don't like to do Debris too early usually. I think we're going to do Green Goblin to the left. Something with Doc Ock against a Destroy deck can sometimes stack their cards in just the right way that they can't find a way to win. He said Ajax could be better than Copycat. That's a bold claim. I think he's a really explosive last turn play, but he's not one that you can necessarily use every game. Because he's pretty counterable if you play him before the last turn. We should turn off the lab, right? Yeah, I think so. JR, you said I always thought name origin was the loyal, smart gentleman, where I actually heard the origin. I mean, whichever one is true to you is the true origin. It could be the loyal, smart gentleman, and it just could be that we're just a good chap.
Enough said, bub.
And so Wolverine bounces into mid. Carnage destroys in the left. They take out our Titanium, giving us a better chance to draw into our Doc Ock. I almost don't want to drop Doc Ock this turn because we don't have a lot of space to really impact them. Because we're always worried about them having both Null and Death. Those are the ones that we want to try to stack together. But at the same time, we don't have initiative, so if they do something like a Venom here, then we can pull the additional cards. We have Red Hulk. We could hit them with like a Debris plus Viper on 6 maybe. His priority is going to eat. I would imagine. And so it does clear up some space here. It also guest apparently has early access to the Deadpool Diner and said that free-to-play players could get casts day 1, so it seems that it's very achievable. Really? How do you get early access? Does he already have Cassandra Nova? We pull out Killmonger and Nova. Unfortunately, we lose our Doc Ock. But something like Red Hulk here, if we draw Ajax, we might be able to overpower something bigger, but a null is always still very scary. So I feel like Copycat should, in theory, be better than Ajax. Yeah, it gives you information. So even if you don't end up using it, I think it still, in general, should be better. I think something like this, Null would already be above Shang-Chi range, so we wouldn't have to worry about, like, resurging this left lane. I'm not gonna let that one go through there, but that one was a creative one.
Enough said, bub.
Uatu for the information, though. No guessing needed? Yeah. No guessing needed. And it doesn't look like they had Null in hand, or Death wasn't small enough. And then Dark Moo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I'm glad you're able to jump in and join us. We're counting down until Deadpool Diner releases. Should be a little under 2 hours left. And then thank you for the hydrate reminder. On the next ad break, I'll have to run and get more water, but we have plenty for now. He said guest played on test servers, so mostly bots, but he said that he got it in the time we had. He got it in the time we had to play it. And he was messing around with a bunch of stuff to find out as much as possible about the game mode. I think also the fact that you're playing against a lot of bots there. And then the posture check from JR. I appreciate the reminder. This chair doesn't sit incredibly straight up, so I always need the reminder. I think it could also be quite different going against all bots, because a lot of times like, you can cheese a lot more bubs. And so if you lose yours early, how big of a time sink does that take? Like, I think it'll be reasonable to pull it, but I'd be curious what that difference is, because I think you'll play a lot more players, especially in the earlier tables. What's Deadpool's Diner? So it's a new game mode. The new game mode should launch on at rollover, and it's a temporary one, so it's not going to be one that's always permanently in place. But you can snap. I think each player can snap once, and then there's auto snaps on, I think it's turn 4, 5, and 6 or something crazy. Maybe it's 3, 4, and 5. So the stakes are much higher than a normal snap game, but you're not risking cubes. You're risking a new currency called bubs. How hard will it be to get Cassandra? They said that they don't want it to be too difficult. They want just from some moderate engagement to be able to. Well, I shall lose all in 10 minutes. Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard to gauge exactly how, because I think it'll vary depending on like players you're matching up against, overall skill level, a couple of those things. Because if you lose your bubs quickly, then you're going to have to spend a lot of time just waiting for more to come through. So they dropped the Falcon. Do they ever drop a Beast to pull Green Goblin and White Widow in?
Snap.
I think we Doc Ock mid and then we clog them in one of the other lanes. A werewolf deck, we love to see it. We do. But it typically, I don't know, werewolf doesn't have the same flair that he had whenever he was first launched. Like he can still get pretty decent. You can play him now on curve like you could before, but it just felt like before where the meta was at, his scalability was so much more of an asset. He said there's no way you can get it in like 3 days. You don't think so? I think you should be able to get it in a decent amount of time. What was the first card they released? Like season pass wise, or on the weekly cadence? Season pass wise, I think the first one they released was, I want to say 4? 4 was one of the first ones that they released as a season pass card. Rhyhorn. Miles Morales was also, I think that was, I want to say that was the second season. Was Wave in the first season? Was that the one you could, the very first season of Marvel Snap in the beta, you could buy the season pass with gold. And so people, whenever they did that and then changed it the next time, were kind of upset. So we can do Viper, White Widow to clear up some additional space. We're not completely free here. It's a little scary. Let's see. You said Wave, I remember the card back. Yeah, the card back's pretty good. So they beast the Falcon, Hood, and Demon back in. So the Demon's free. With only 3 spaces to play, they don't have initiative, but they can't bounce their werewolf anywhere. We have the Ajax Hazmat line. I think something like this could potentially win it for us, depending on how big they go in the left lane. It could also be maybe Hazmat mid, Ajax left. You could also Shang-Chi over in Werewolf to swing that one, but I don't want to see this one. That it was Wave, Thor, Daredevil, Nick Fury, Miles. Yeah, I know Nick Fury was in one, and that was super unfortunate. So the Shang-Chi mid should be fine. Turns into a demon, which is kind of scary. The Hazmat puts us into a tie in the left. The Shang-Chi makes them win the tiebreaker, unfortunately. Was very, very close. Not quite. Not quite there. Yeah, Fury was a pass card and then later given away for free once the game like officially launched. They gave away a signed copy. Ajax did his best. He did what he could. And then on speed, you said, have you found Ajax to be good or worth the cash? I like him in this particular build. Outside of that, I felt like he was pretty lackluster. If you're trying to fully build around like the negative affliction, he feels pretty weak. If you're doing it as like a big last turn play, so either like a Hope Summers into Ajax Hazmat on 6, or if you're going turn 7 naturally, it can be a really big power engine. And so I like it in that regard, and thinking of it as that like 2-piece engine rather than a full build around. And so I feel like he could see some decent play, but at the same time, he also, I don't think, is going to break the game wide open for a while. He said Black Panther was the first one that felt like a true season pass card. That's true. At the time Thor was released, he was pretty underwhelming because you didn't have Jane Foster. You didn't have any way to like reliably pull into that power. Daredevil was, I liked Daredevil, but being able to like get a precise Professor X lockdown was always really, really cool. But wasn't like crazy by any means. Miles was super underwhelming for a really long time. That's super heavy in the right lane. Interesting. We can Green Goblin in Asgard. Next turn we can do like Debris over to the right, maybe. Ghost Spider was a funny one. Ghost Spider was a pretty fun one. It didn't release super strong because move was still pretty weak, but I used it in Junk to like rip over the Green Goblin. That was my like I think day 1 deck with it. So we have White Widow, we have Debris of our own. What kind of deck are they running? They ran the Debris naturally, and all of these were teched into their deck.
Oh, snap.
Problem isn't wolf numbers, it's the meta. Yeah, I think there's too much other flexibility for him to like reasonably ramp consistently enough to win multiple lanes. So Debris, I almost think maybe Debris to the right, or we just bite the bullet and do like magic in mid. I think they're Zoo. Yeah, that's what it looks like. But it's a wild Zoo deck for sure. Yeah, at 3-1, he was definitely very, very strong on release. So we can do Debris into, where do we think they play this turn? We can do Debris into White Widow. Ooh, called it. And so now they're locked out for the last 2 turns. Super unfortunate. No escape now either, yeah. Yeah, there's no escaping now, which is so unfortunate. It's torture for them. He's stuck with us for the rest of the game. He has to think about what he's done. So we can Ajax to the right. We can Hazmat mid and Doc Ock left and get the casserole. Snap, we already have. We snapped earlier. Full Robo? No, I'm not. We're not gonna. We're gonna rip the band-aid off quick. We're not gonna full send them. All right, let's go Hazmat into the Doc Ock. That'll win right, mid, and left. Embrace the evil? No, I I enjoy the evil of archetypes, but not the evil mannerisms. Full rope muskie. Emote spam the whole duration. No, those are things that can be so tilting. We're not going to be doing that. Sowery, welcome back. The last round of our conquest run was crazy. $27 power Ajax, yeah. Yep, and that's why I like him in this build, is he's that really big explosive last turn. But yeah, Vesuvius was on the board, so they couldn't retreat. It does look like it is time for just a really quick ad break. I'm gonna run and fill up my water, and then we'll be right back. We'll continue grinding away. We'll be right back, you guys. A little surprised they stayed. I would have alt F4. And then Just John, you said, do you think it's worth it without Ajax? Yeah, so you can take out Ajax and Hazmat and put in Jeff and Cannonball, and it should be pretty good as well. Is the dog hanging out? Yeah, we have the doggo. What can I replace White Widow with? You can do another 2 costs, so maybe like either Scorpion for the Ajax line or Jeff for that like versatility in case you get Doc Ocked. But it's going to be a direct downgrade. What's the name of the dog? The dog is is Edith. So she's an old lady name. Dr. Octopus. Elitist. Such a missed opportunity. She should have been Dr. Octopus. Who's better to buy with tokens? So Red Hulk should be in the spotlights I think within the next couple weeks. Do you think Viper should go back to a 2-cost? I think she's good now. He said I have 2 dogs myself, but I named after condiments. I mean, that's a good way to do it too. I think Edith is a biblical name. Maybe Pyrenees. Yeah. I actually have 3 Great Pyrenees, and so they're the laziest, sweetest puppies, but they leave hair everywhere. Red Hulk, Blob, Marvel Boy, all the same week. Yeah. So I think for Red Hulk, I would hold off on spending any tokens on it.
Snap.
So we have all of our big clutter tools, and so we're gonna go ahead and snap into it. So I've got the one. He's a mutt, but I love him. Yeah, they're such big dogs, but they're so sweet and gentle. Viper is a direct counter to White Widow, just like Red Guardian is to Angela. Yeah, and Viper, I think, is good at the 3-cost range. I don't know if I finished that thought necessarily, but we can extend the game with magic. We can cap out to the left. Or something like this into like a Doc Ock mid, and then we're looking for Shang-Chi. Yeah, they did blow the Shang-Chi, which was kind of a crazy call. Vision was rough. Vision in the left was good. Unfortunate, but good. What vacuum brand do you use for the dog hair cleanup? That should be your sponsor. I think it was a Shark that we used mostly, but we have hardwood fullers for most of our downstairs. So I use mainly just like a push mop broom. Yeah, the Vision Tech is something that I've been having trouble with in the Arshan matchup because they can get it out earlier. It makes the Doc Ox less consistent. It's just a little bit unfortunate all around. I kind of think maybe Doc Ock to the right. Give them less space to move the Vision around. We could also go magic, but we'll see. Ooh, wait. They're going to be full capped this turn. Going to turn 6. Oh, never mind. Atuma. Atuma had other things to say about it. The Arisham, the Electra, the Orca in the left was big, but we still tie that lane. So I think we still lose. Since we didn't draw the Shang-Chi, maybe we should have dropped magic, but we'll jump out of this one. Y'all remember Rainbow Vac? They used water inside it? Yeah, I remember that one. I never owned one, but I remember it.
Escaped.
We're top decking right now, yeah. Maybe it's Dyson that we ended up going with. I think our Shark may have broken. But the Dyson one we've used has been good for a while. Or whatever I'm currently using. I think it's Dyson. I don't know. They were very expensive. Said I need all 8 so I can get Silk for the 5th and 6th time from the caches. I don't think I've pulled a Silk variant at all. I think I just have her base one. Anyone want to chat about Sonic hairs? But we can. I know.
Hey, welcome.
I know
It took
nothing
you long
about
enough.
them. So if you want to educate me. Why do vacuums have comic book character names? I don't know. They'd have to have the alliteration. I think it's alliteration of like the Dyson Duster or something like that is what I think they would need to be comic book characters. I just got my house fully bombed by a steamer. If we're on the cleaning wave. Hey, a clean house is a nice house. Among all of the things that I never thought I would casually chat about on stream. One being my mom's roast spaghetti recipe, and then now vacuum cleaners. We definitely have a very unique community, and I love it so much. Be a nice guy and help them fill mid. Absolutely. The next over there patch, the next patch I think is the 30th, I want to say. But I don't know if there's going to be much balance changes involved in it. Most of lately the patches have been pretty focused on like game changes, and the over there's has been where the balancing comes in. Having to wait weeks or months to spend your resources in shop because you haven't seen the variant one is so backwards. It does feel bad whenever that happens. Since Husky is here, what about Husky and microwaves? What is that connection line? Let's go Green Goblin, Hazmat to the right since our Nebula's stuck in Danger Room. That'll be the Alliances patch. Yeah. Still haven't decided how to handle Alliances quite yet, but all right, they lose their Lady Deathstrike, thankfully. They do take out our Nebula, though. He stood too close when cooking a Hot Pocket? No way. Hopefully you're okay. Hopefully it's more of a joke than anything. So we have Doc Ock. We can drain the resources they have in hand. We have Shang-Chi. We've already dropped Hazmat, so Ajax top deck wouldn't be awful. And then Kevon, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Thank you for joining us. The snap is kind of scary to me. Depending on what and where they play. But I do want to see what Doc Ock pulls here. So the Nocturne move to the right. They play a card left and a card mid. So they still have Jeff that they can move here. Oh, unfortunate. Super unfortunate. Jane Foster comes down. Wake shifts the locations a bit. And then Beta Ray build. Woof. Always Shang-Chi. Yeah, always the Shang-Chi. We do get Ajax, but we're losing in so many lanes that we can't do anything. So we're going to have to give this one to Just. Since we haven't been seeing as much Arsham, maybe we switch back off this deck for a bit.
Escaped.
I think they thought that would kill Limbo. Oh, with the Quake, with the Quake shape and then the Nocturne move? Maybe. Could have killed Limbo? No, so the Nocturne move goes into effect first, though, right? You'd have to do it in 2 separate turns. It would have, yeah, it would have worked before, though. I swear, if we switch up to this and then queue directly into an Arsham, we'll play it to the best of our ability. The deck that's titled Wolf is an Arsham deck. It's inevitable, right? The move change is my least favorite change. Yeah, and I don't feel like it really made it that much more intuitive. Hey, Fry, you would have lost all your channel points. Because, believe it or not, We did not go into an Arsham deck. So the first location is the Black Vortex. But I'm trying to get in all my Conquest now so I can focus on Diner for the last 2 weeks and not need anything with Conquest. Yeah. I don't think that's a bad approach. It'd be more intuitive if movement and cards played happened in the order you did them. Yeah, I think that'd be the most intuitive, but I think it'd also be kind of tough to implement. And then Pong, thank you for the Pong Ping. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. You said Madam Web is going to be cracked for move. Yeah, it's Madam Web. I think is going to be a really strong surge for movement decks.
Snap.
They're running a destroy deck, just like a base destroy deck, right? We have Beta Ray, we have Jane, we have Odin. I think we'll snap into it. Is Blink worth 6,000? I'd say probably not. I think Blink is really unique and really strong, but I think 6,000 is really tough to come by. And so with ramp, I'd almost be concerned at how consistent it is right now with Arsham, because Arsham can almost do everything ramp wants to do, just easier most of the time. Paul is Human thinks Blink is worth 6,000. Paul is Human almost took us down. That was definitely an interesting grind for sure. I feel like, is Blink still good in Hella? I think Blink is okay. It just depends on if you're really going to be interested in focusing like really heavy on that like one particular archetype. All right, so we're going to pull a card into Grand Central. I think maybe we Jane Foster mid. See what happens.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
What is this deck? This is a hybrid between a Namora line and Hammer Bros, which was doing really well for me yesterday. Into the surge of Arsham that we were fighting, it didn't do as great. What are they running? Oh, you're talking about the opponent. Yeah, I don't know what the opponent deck is. I have no idea. We do have the Stormbreaker, the Odin. We already have this one locked in. So I think we just do this. We would fall to Eliath. I think we're okay taking that risk. Is the opponent booster farming? I have no idea. Vision. What in the world? What kind of deck? From Little Mama a Thought.
Worthy.
Coxmo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I'm so glad that you're able to jump in and join us live. We're getting close to Deadpool Diner release. We're counting down. We're counting down to it.
Victory.
Yeah, just over an hour, and it should be out. This is a crazy deck, a crazy stay. I don't even know. Dinish, ask and you shall receive. We will we'll launch up the timeout for you, give you some time to think about maybe some of the things that you've done. Booster. Oh no! Well, you guys didn't see that one. I forgot how to do a command apparently. I'll get it right though. There we go. We fixed it. All right, let's jump into the next one. Think about some of the mill decks that you've played. I enjoy a good mill deck. Not into Arsham though. I enjoy Arsham. I just don't enjoy Arsham being so common and so flexible. We all saw that. Nobody saw that. They could be giving away cubes. Yeah, they could be trying to drop MR or anything. Madam Web on Sinister London to move your cards around every turn. Madam Web's going to create some kind of crazy stuff. For sure. I think they were either completely inebriated or deliberately trying to tank their MR. I agree. But if they were trying to tank it, it's crazy that they didn't snap back. And then someone said Nocturne for 6,000 worth it. Most of the time that you're running Nocturne, it could be replaced reasonably easily with another card. So I have a really, if I was in not collection complete, my threshold for like tokens would be really, really high. Because Nocturne's in a lot of builds, but a lot of times you can just replace it with another good value 3 cost. We can do Thor into maybe Namora if we still have the lead in Castle Blackstone. I don't even know that Nocturne's used that much in move. It's just a flexible power tool that you have. Do you think Arsham will be dead if Arsham replaced your deck with random cards? I do. It'd be too much like a... I think it'd be too much like a District X game, which is what people were assuming it would be, but it's only half of a District X game. It's just, yeah. Nocturne's just really, yeah. Nocturne's an incredibly flexible card. So the Doc Ock pull in mid does hurt us a bit. Namora gets a good trigger in both left and right here. And we do have we have the floating Nocturne. Make sure we're not completely capped out into the immediate retreat. We will we'll take those against the Arsham builds. We'll take those. And that is one of the things that I like about like Nocturne Jeff, is that it makes it difficult for those specific plays to completely lock you out of a lane. Said Arsham is cool. What's not cool is how Arsham is being played. It does, yeah, those do hurt, and a lot of times you see it so much that it feels like it's incredibly consistent, and that feels very, very bad. Henry Bandit, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That pushes us that much closer to that first tier of Partner Plus status. That would mean that more of a split of all of the subs that we get go to me, less of it goes to Twitch. And so definitely a win for the channel. I think we should be able to reach it with all of the support you guys have been pushing through. So I'm a little bit worried about Castle Zemo. The game itself punishes experimentation until you get to Infinite.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I don't necessarily think that's true. I think a lot of what discourages experimentation is just feeling like you're dropping or losing, even post Infinite. A lot of like the higher end ranked players, I think most of them don't venture too far from their kind of core builds, or from builds that are known to be good, because it's hard to see your rank drop to be able to find, like, you know, that ideal build or that ideal deck that may not be discovered yet. And then Ardio, thank you so much for the Prime sub, and General Sergeant for the resub for 6 months with Prime. Thank you both for being here and all of the support. I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. That pushes us to a massive 45 for the day, which is crazy. And so the Hydra Bob comes in with Jeff. They're running a mobile deck. We can do something like Wong. We could do White Widow to the left. Maybe it's Wong, Sage into White Widow on 5. Which feels like a strange line, but maybe that's what we go with. How's it going? Deadbolt, it's going well so far. Ranked has been pretty stagnant. We've started at, like, I think 120 and we're at 128, so nothing major there, but nothing awful either. We can do something like maybe Jeff and a double Sage. And then we'd be pushing for one of the other locations. Said when Husky was streaming, he played against Arsham 4 times in a row. Yeah. This morning, I think I played like 10 games and only saw 1 or 2 non-Arsham decks. They could be Professor X with the movement tools that they have. But Professor X here would switch to our side. They'd have to Professor X in Pet Mansion. We at least have the Jeff that can move. I agree. It does look like Professor X. If newly Professor X is played in Castle Zemo, yeah, he would move because he can still
Opponent
switch sides or move around. The late Daredevil snap is a little bit scary because they could have maybe Shang-Chi as a counter. They could have Professor X for a lock because they do have both Nocturne and Jeff. Sandman. Interesting. If they have Shang-Chi in the right, I think they win off of that. They can't play on Zemo, right? Yeah, they can't play on Zemo. Hoping Bob would go left, probably. They could have Doom. We could also hope for a White Widow. They also have the ability to move both of these, which are the scary pieces. Because this would be 7 and 6, jumping over there. This would only be 4. 4 Jeff mid. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16. We'd have to snap off of it. Said leader. Well, leader, I guess leader and Castle Zemo, depending on if they move their Jeff and Nocturne. Snap. The scary turn. Retreat, I think. You have to snap. Wait, it was redeemed? Oh. Captain Pixie.
victory.
You evil genius. you knew it all along, Captain Pixie. That was a quick retreat, too. Not how I thought that one was going to play out at all. But we'll take it. We'll take it. We're just over an hour away from the diner releasing. How are you doing? We're doing well so far. The stream has been really, really big. We're pushing numbers that I wish I like previously just wished was possible. And you guys have been absolutely positive. We've been just kind of hovering stagnant on ladder almost. But otherwise, the stream has been really positive. We had a lot of like support with gifted subs earlier. There was a 10 donation and a 5 donation, and just everybody hanging out has been great. When's the last part of 100 Days of Marvel Snap? It is undetermined, unfortunately. Ladder stagnant is the story of my life. Yeah. So the reason that we haven't had the 100 Days of Marvel Snap yet is my hard drive crashed. I played from day 60 to I think it was 98 or 99. I was almost done, and my hard drive crashed, and I lost all of the footage that I had saved before I was able to edit it. And so I would have to restart to be able to get the footage again. But right now, nothing major has changed. Nothing big enough has changed to necessarily warrant restarting from scratch. I did a quick restart and I ran it for 30 days, but it was very much the same. The only piece that changed was that now instead of saying the booster shop was bad, you want to interact with the booster shop every single refresh. Was the only change in there. And so it Leech is rough. And so it didn't feel like it was necessarily going to be value added for anybody for me to bring it back. And so whenever that changes, it's definitely something that I have up my sleeve that I do want to bring back. So we've lost Wong. We lost our Odin, Namora, Jane Foster, unfortunately. So we just have to hope for a lucky top deck of the hammer next turn. The blob in the left is super unfortunate as well. They can move it now, and that is a Namora. And so there is nothing that we can do. Namora. Wait, what did they do to the booster shop? So before with the booster shop, it was just a bad conversion ratio. Like there was never a time where it was valuable to interact with it. Now it gives you a selection of 3 for cards that you don't own enough boosters to upgrade. And you can upgrade them for the same cost that it would be had you had the boosters. So essentially it's free boosters. And so for like Man-Thing, upgrading any card from, I think it's Ultimate to Infinite is 500 credits. And so if we had the tokens to upgrade him, it'd be 500 anyways. But now, right now we only have 10. It takes more than 10 to upgrade to Infinite. And so it's just essentially giving you those free boosters. And so now it doesn't, the only thing that it gives you is free boosters. It's not cheaper on credits. It's not more expensive on credits. But now instead of having to grind Conquest to keep your playtime low and be able to get a lot of boosters, you just interact with the shop and you don't have to play a whole lot to max your progression. And so I think I cut my playtime in half that second run that I did of 30 days. I think I cut it in half by being able to interact with the booster shop instead of grind Conquest. What's the diner that we're waiting for? So Diner is a temporary game mode that they're rolling out or launching. It's going to be a snap fest. And so both players get a snap, and then I think there's an auto one on 3, 4, and 5, if I'm not mistaken. And so the overall stakes of the games are a lot higher. You're not using cubes, you're using a different metric or currency that they call bubs. And so that's what you're staking, and it's going to be when you get high enough, you unlock different rewards. You can unlock the newest card, Cassandra Nova. You can unlock the variant that's going to be locked, I think, exclusively to this event. And then you get like black borders, a couple other things that you can unlock just by playing the game mode. And so it's going to be very similar to Snap, but the snapping is going to be outrageous. Enchantress. So Enchantress hits the Widow's Kiss. So not a huge loss for us. We have Wong. It might be Wong to play, but we're going to do it anyways. They might wish they saved that. Yeah, I agree. The Loki comes down. So this is an Arjun deck. They had the Loki. They got 5 of our cards. So we can hit something like Jane Foster. I am afraid of Arsham after turn 5 though. Especially knowing they hit the Loki on 4. Yeah, it's also worth it if you're chasing splits. So for me, I think I only have 3 or 4 cards that I don't have the boosters to be able to upgrade. And so it's always the same, like 3 or 4. We're going to jump out of it.
Escaped.
It feels bad, but I think with them having the Loki, having the discounted versions of our own cards, I don't know that it was worthwhile to stay. Pulling out power tech cards is a play that I hate to make. Yeah, but if they were planning on Lokiing, if they were planning on using Loki, then maybe it makes a little more sense. And then Aldo, you said, are you making an alliance? If so, how do random pleb like me join? I'm gonna make an alliance, but since the number of slots is so low, I don't know what that looks like in terms of like how I'm gonna let people join. So it's something I have to figure out pretty quickly. I have like a week to figure it out. But long story short, I am making one. I just don't know how we go about recruiting for it. And then Pickled Burgers, you said, by the way, your 100 days video got me into the game, but sadly haven't played since Hope Summer season ended because of lag on my phone. But luckily you're back now. Hopefully it continues going well for you. I'm glad that it got you into it. I hope that you're enjoying that time because it's definitely a very fun one if you can kind of avoid the FOMO and feeling like you need to have all of the new big stuff. The alliances in Marvel Snap, I think, are set for the 30th. Whatever the next patch is when they should roll out. So we do have Jane Foster. We could also Beta Ray Bill into Jane Foster. Which maybe we do that. I'm going to go Beta Ray to the left. The Jane Foster line will pull it in. Maybe we hit a Wong, maybe we hit an Odin. But we'll see. Whoever sends you the most money via PayPal. No, I don't want to sell the slots. Sub-only alliance. I feel like that could be a lot of... well, right now we have like 500 subs. And so I don't know a fair way to keep everybody involved. And I don't want to build or like create a lot of alliances. Because I also don't want people to be playing into like a dead alliance or a dead guild that's not necessarily keeping up with like the missions and stuff. So it's tricky. We have Jane Foster. I'm thinking we shift Beta Ray into mid on the last turn. We have Wong, and it's the 8-power Wong, so it's essentially going to be our Odin, which is kind of cool. Nico jumps to the right and then copies the big Sage over there. Only people with the letters TLSG. You can do a tournament. You could. I could also do a raffle, but I don't know. So this would be 8, 9 power in the right. Their werewolf will probably jump away from this one. But it might also be worthwhile to just do Wong, Odin, Jeff, Nocturne. In that case, Beta Ray is going to be bigger, so I think Jeff mid, Nocturne left. That could come back to bite us if it ends up being like Altar of Death. But it puts more power in the left lane, which I think is our relatively more weak lane of the two. Chef only alliance for cooking up the heat. I'm a chef. See, I don't know. I don't know a good way to do it. 100% sword fights to the death. Winner gets a slot. It's gonna be a lot of sword fights. I like where your head's at. Oh. Deep space would be diabolical. Not Death's Domain. I mean, we win. But what are those chances? No, do we win? I think so. Stormbreaker goes off, gives us an extra only 5 because of Hazmat. And then Jeff swings us over that edge. What a weird RNG ending for the Nocturne.
Victory.
We would have lost, I think, had it not been for that. What about old-timey log rolling competition in cosplay? I'd lose, but it'd be fun to watch. I don't know. There has to be a good way to solve it. It does. At least it wasn't bar. That's very true. It does look like it's just about time for the ads to roll. So as we're jumping into our next one, I'm gonna launch a minute and a half, and then we'll be back. You guys may miss the first like turn or two, but I'll delay starting up and launching up the next one for just a second at least. So we'll be back in just a second. I appreciate you guys being here and hanging out. Or if you don't want to see the ads, which you may see them already, a Prime sub gets rid of them for the entire month. Did that happen to Harry twice today? Yeah, Ajax was going to be big. So definitely an interesting way to win for sure. Got the ad blocker installed. Kenny Cooks, you got the ad blocker with the sub. Is that the ad blocker you speak of? There's no good way. There's just there's many wrong ways to do it. Yeah, the sub is the ad blocker. It works really well. It's effective. Ooh, Calrosi. I'll switch it right after this. I didn't catch your redemption in time. And so right after this game, we'll make the switch.
I found a rock.
And then Tanis, you said 84. If you're still hanging out, we're at 113 on YouTube. which is really big. The last time I saw anything around that number was on Arisham's release. It generates a lot more traction on the YouTube side whenever we're brewing for a new card for sure. All right, so we have Thor, we have Beta Ray, which I think we might push for. Namora may not be super effective here because this could copy into Monster Island. So I think we're going to go Thor to the left. Ooh, Cosmo. This is a little scary. To Korg, Jeff, Cosmo. Looks like it's a Hawk deck that's aimed at countering the big Arsham decks that we've been seeing. The Baby King still haunts me in my nightmares. I think it haunts all of us for sure. All right, so if we go Beta Ray to the right. Ooh, hold on. Do you ever want to do something weird like Beta Ray to the left into Namora to the left? I don't know that that's worthwhile. All right, we're going to go Beta Ray to the right. Doing Jane Foster, doing the Odin line all becomes kind of tricky. Cosmo. So we can only do our on reveals in the right now. So they have the Mystique that copied the Cosmo. Not a lot of power there, but a lot of spirit for sure. Getting tight in here. It's getting very tight in here. We can do Namora. That puts 5 more here. Oof. Or we can just do the 6 here. I think I'm going to Namora to the right. I'm going to hold Mjolnir for now. Back to Namora Thor. The Jane Foster. They have the Nocturne that's mobile. We could do Sage if we thought we were going to lose this right lane. Or it comes down to like Mjolnir, Jane Foster? Mjolnir, Jane Foster. Do we think they have more than 14 power? A Hawk is 12. So Hawk plus Kitty Pryde would do it. And the Rock. We could also do Jane Foster here. So a Hawk plus Kitty Pryde wouldn't be enough. Or it would, but we'd have the power here. Also movable 8. 8 or 5? We're going to go with our gut here. Play for all 3, I guess.
To me.
Did they move Jeff? I didn't see it. I think they moved Jeff, yeah. So Hawk to the left. Kitty Pryde in mid is not going to be enough. Had they played Hawk to the right, that would have been enough. But very disruptive game. With the double Cosmo, but not a big way to find... Ooh, I didn't see the Jeff. And so they must have moved it from here, maybe? One of these two. But we did find a way to pull it home. It's tight, but... Ooh, can't Hawk right with the Echo. Good call out, Ray. I forgot about the Echo. I went Echo blind. And so Jane Foster here or here would have won it for us. Good call on the Echo. Easy Echo. Yeah, I went blind to my own Echo. Even for the person who plays it. Yeah. Yep, she's not useful until she is. Oh my gosh. Alrosi. We're going to make it happen, I promise. Apologize. We'll do it right after this one. For the Doctor Doom. It's doomed. I'll remind him next time. So we have White Widow we could do in Mindscape. We could take up 2 of their spots. Oh, never mind. That's Oscorp Tower. I was thinking it was the one that changes the first card you played there. But instead, we'll fight for Mindscape. If we don't have a way to change this one. Ooh. This game's not... These locations aren't great. We have Thor. We can play Jeff and then move it into Death's Domain. Ooh, okay. So they do rip away. Mindscape with Limbo. We have Wong. Or Beta Ray Bill. I kind of want to do Wong, though. That opens up the possibility for some like Sage shenanigans for a really big Thor. Potentially an Odin onto the Wong lane. Mr. Negative. And Echo could be really big for us. We have to look out for them having like Arnold Mazzola. Speaking of Echo. It's a matter of where do they play their ongoing cards at. So we could always do this. Black Panther Zola. It could be Black Panther Zola and they have Jane Foster in hand. And if so, then they win this one. Sage would be 4. It's not nothing. Not great, but it's not nothing. What I'd be angling at would be like the Odin follow-up potentially. But you guys are right. Let's see what they threw into mid. Is it Jane Foster? Jane Foster, yeah, Jane Foster becomes tough. And so right now they're at 5, and that pushes them up to 7. They get some decent resources. Let's go Jeff plus Sage. We're worried about their Arnim Zola for sure. Because if it's Black Panther stuff, like there's not a whole lot we can do about the Arnim Zola. Bill left, Echo left. Bill left, Echo left could have been the line too. Alright, so the double drop left. The Rogue, which steals our Wong away, and then Echo's gonna slap it right out of existence. And then Ravona. Echo slaps it out of existence. Interesting. So Arnim Zola is not great for them anywhere. It becomes a gamble. Inverted Iron Man to the left isn't great either. Mystique's not great. That was the Wong. That was the Wong move there, buddy. It absolutely was. Or they could just be kind of baiting us into staying. Like maybe they have Galactus in Death's Domain, but then our Jeff would win. Echo OP. Echo OP. I think we go Odin left. Some decks do run Shang-Chi though. It'd be Shang-Chi and then what? I think they left. That's a lot of cards.
Are ye worthy?
Sage. Taskmaster. Okay. Not enough. Iron Man mid wins. And then Curly Whirly, thank you so much for the 2 months as a Prime member. Welcome back. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. The Hawk and the Wong definitely was the Wong play for him. The Sage getting slapped from the Echo was what made that whole thing possible.
Victory.
And then the Jeff and the Echo were the headliners in this one. Taking away the ability to have that Wong would have made this just unwinnable. And so two two Wong plays gave us the right line. And then Kiss Kiss Boo Boo, thank you so much for 3 months at tier 1. Love the support. Love you guys being here. Thank you so much for just being the incredibly positive, wholesome community that you are. That pushes us up to 46 for the day. You guys are incredibly supportive today. We are 45 minutes out. What do you do? I almost forgot the avatar again. Thank you for keeping me honest. I always remember, and then something crazy happens in the game, and it just derails me. All right, so let's look at. It was the Doom. We only have the one Dr. Doom. I'm so glad that they added a search feature. Because for the longest time, at this channel point redemption, I had to like scroll through everything. It was awful. That dude played Hawk left instead of Sage. He would have won. It's true.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Covert Operative 13. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Oh wait, it died to Echo. That's true. Echo had us protected over there. But Covert Operative, thank you for the Prime sub and the support. I'm so glad that you're here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. All right, so we have that one. I'm going to find something that's kind of green. Match him. I don't necessarily want the Loki. I think we're going to do Savage Land. The card back. We need Kang to be great. I would like Kang to be playable, but if he was great, I feel like he would be so frustrating. Similar to like Arisham, where if he's played too often, it's almost annoying, even if the card itself isn't broken, but just it's super common. Let's see if I can only get one. Do you think Ajax or Copycat? I think Ajax is good in smaller variety of decks, but in those decks, he's that kind of like power player, that power engine. I think that Copycat is going to be a little bit more flexible. My gut tells me she'll be a little bit more flexible. So we have the Nocturne. I have an early loot cage, but I think we do Nocturne into Strange Academy. It'll move to the right, or we can move it to the right if we want. The Copycat is good, but will you ever sub out Nocturne for her? Maybe. Ooh, they pull our White Widow, which is unfortunate. Oh man, you were the last stand griefer. We were the last stand griefer. That was our perk of choice. So we have Loot Cage, which is helpful in Thunderbolt's Tower. Nocturne make it where we can't get completely capped out in the right. Maybe we do something like this. By the way, do you keep the TLSG name commands now that we have the channel? Yeah. I keep the name commands because the channel point redemption, I try to create a new backstory whenever that's redeemed. And so if it's redeemed too much, then I do have to default back to something else. But yeah, she activates whenever you draw her. And so the opponent doesn't know what information you have, like what got stolen. So I think there's a lot of benefit in that kind of asymmetric knowledge or information that you have. So Echo might move over into the Nocturne lane. Beta Ray Bill in Thunderbolt's Tower would be bad unless we played Loot Cage, but it would make it where we have to play it next turn. TLSG is like the Joker telling the stories behind his score. We are. I always wanted it to be something kind of fun around like what the origin of the name meant. And so I'm glad that it like eventually evolved into like the thing that we have going now. Yeah, you won't know if they drew or what they stole. So like if you're running a destroy deck and they copy null, not only do they know that you're not going to have a null possible because it steals it, it doesn't just copy it, it steals it. So it would be a blank card. So not only that would you not know that they have it, but they know that you're not going to have a chance for a null. And so without Odin, super unfortunate, but they're locked in here. 5. We would need quite a bit more in this lane. So instead, something like Nocturne, Stormbreaker, Odin. That's 13 to the left, just 8 in mid. But they also use Loki on 5 of our cards. So they have a cheap version of just about everything that we do. What happens if Copycat steals Copycat? You get locked into the game for eternity. 12 mid? Yeah, 12 mid. Thank you. No, it's 13. It's 13. 13 mid. But I don't think that's enough, because a single blob would win them either of those lanes.
Escaped.
Order? What would happen with the order? Because Beta's already down, so Stormbreaker... I think the order would have been fine. It seems like an amazing card outside of Arsham dominant meta. Yeah. Yep, and I think even on draws where it doesn't end up being playable, there's a lot of just value in that card and that knowledge. Sometimes even if it's just like an okay effect, or maybe it gets a vanilla effect, at least you'll be able to play it for 3-5 at the worst case scenario. Yeah, and so if it happens that it's a dead draw, it's 3-5, unless you get like something super negative like Destroyer, then you have to play around it, or maybe like a Goblin gets a little trickier, but otherwise. And then Jeff Nero Hardy, thank you so much for the Prime sub, pushing us to 48 for the day. Definitely getting close to a max that I think we've probably ever had in a singular day. I think the only bad cards are Goblins. Yeah, thinking about the cards we have, I think there's a few that would be super unfortunate. So Destroyer would be really bad. And a Tuma, but honestly, how often are those ran? Not very often. You said love KX, not streaming right now though? Yeah, KX typically beats me. I'm gonna be real honest. KX is a lot of times a better snapper. A lot of times I like to play out games a little bit longer than what would be optimal. I don't always snap efficiently. And so a lot of times KX will get the better of me. We'll see if maybe we can get the better of them today though. What's the ideal playline for this deck?
Hey, I found a rock.
Either the Hammer Bros into like Jane Foster to pull those out, or sometimes you end up going like the Namora line, which can give you some value there as well. I think we lose mid as long as they have anything that can go there. I'm going to try Nocturne. It pulls over to Astronym, changes this location. We can potentially go with a move Namora into move Nocturne into Namora Odin on the last turn. Snapper or Sniper. This one? No, I don't think there's. I doubt. KX is solid. I doubt that he would be a sniper. He does run a lot of like value builds, so a lot of the like Athena, Kitty Pryde stuff, which can be really tough to play against. We can. Ooh. Echo survived. Echo survived. He's the lone survivor. Yeah, he's a good player. So the Namora into Odin to quadruple trigger the Namora again can put a ridiculous amount of power in the right lane. I almost think we snap into it, but it also scares me a lot. Even Hala can't see Echo. Even Hala can't see Echo. She's the invisible one. Yeah, it's a ton of power. In the single double trigger is 4. The is 10. The quadruple trigger would be another 20. So it'd be 35 in the right lane. Already a decent amount here. And if we happen to top deck our hammer, that's really tough in this lane. So it becomes really difficult, really, really fast. So we'll take it. We'll snap into it. It looks like maybe they didn't have an ideal line or ideal draw. Echo, is that a new card? It came out recently. Gaming with Fire, you said that I was following already. Problem rectified. I appreciate you being here, Gaming with Flash. And I appreciate the follow, but I completely understand. There's so many people that I lurk in. Like I lurk in their streams, and I just don't even think about hitting the follow. And so I definitely don't take any offense if like you're here hanging out and maybe weren't followed, or maybe you don't want to follow, but you enjoy the stream. Either one, or either way, perfectly fine with me. Unfollow to follow, unfollow to follow again. We can do that as well. It does look like Jeezy Baby 43 kicked us off with an emote only chat,
long enough.
and so we're gonna launch that for the next 2 minutes. So we will launch that up. And DeLuca, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. And there was a point in time where I had like the notifications for followers on, but for me personally, sometimes that gives me anxiety. Like if like Nina, for example, if I lurked in her stream for a long time and just had forgotten to follow, I would feel so bad hitting the follow like way later. And so then I'd almost not want to, knowing that it pops up in that like you get that call out. And so that's why I eventually turned off that notification. And it goes off like crazy.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Thank you so much for the Prime as well. The White Widow into Castle Blackstone is a little tough. We can do Thor, but I don't think we're ever going to have a Namora game here. I guess we could. We could Thor. We could move Jeff into playing the Namora. So maybe we set up a Wong Namora next turn. Wong, Namora, Odin doesn't sound awful. I know that they run some kind of clause, so we have to look out for that possibility. And I also enjoy all of the emotes that come through. So this is another one of my favorite channel point redemptions. And then Bobby Crowan, thank you for the Prime sub as well. It should go off, I think, right
welcome.
now.
It took you long enough.
I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here and appreciate the support. So let's go ahead and throw cast expansion, of course. Maybe we throw Wong into the right lane. It's not as good because it's only going to be a double trigger instead of 6 triggers. So we could Wong here. Namora would only hit 1. We could Wong to the left. That opens up the ability for us to maybe Namora here. We'd have to move the Jeff over. Not seeing the expansion was rough. All right, I think that's been our close to our 2 minutes. We'll give it just a couple more seconds for any last minute emote spams to come through, and then we'll free you guys from that cage. The Annihilus does send Hood our way, which is kind of unfortunate, but at least it didn't hit anything else this time around. All right, you guys are free from the emote only chat. Let's see. We could do Beta Ray. That would be kind of hopeful on what we drew last turn. The only good thing with that would be that they wouldn't know if we already have a hammer in our hand. Lock Trim hitting us up with the follow-up emote only chat. We will launch it for 2 more minutes. You guys were free for a couple of seconds. Hopefully you got a quick breath as you got out of the water, and then we were jumping straight back in. So the Jeff I don't necessarily like. The double Beta Ray I don't necessarily like. Let's go Beta Ray just single in mid, and then see what that looks like. T Greenithy. That's a wall. I was really confused what that emote was. All right, so the Viper hits the Sentinel. Kind of unfortunate. We only have 1 space to play now in that left lane. But do we get lucky and top deck either of the hammers? Bad. How do we win with this one? We could move Jeff into like the Stormbreaker, but I don't think we need the Odin on top of it. We could also do Stormbreaker Odin. But it depends on what their big play is on that last turn. When you guys can't even help me because you're emote only. I always like to see the ones that I recognize. So we got the Binks. We have the Dexter with the Beast emote. 612, it'd be 24, 20 power in mid if we moved the Jeff out. KX, welcome in. Glad you could join the stream. Hopefully you're having a good one. We're going to let this one send, but I think there's a good chance that we lose it. Yeah, they do go heavy in both the left and the right. So Asteroid M is tough. Sentinel, we don't overcome that power now. Nope, with the Sentinel, they're going to outscale us by 3. That's right, yeah. Kingdom Dude, we bump out the Dara Pumper emote. That is what we are today. Had we drawn the Thor hammer instead, there was a chance that we could have outscaled the right, and they just abandoned mid because of the scaling possibility of beta. But give them the fist bump they deserve. You guys are free. We disabled the emote only chat. I always appreciate seeing the flood of emotes come in. We're gonna run to just a really quick break. I'm gonna run to the restroom. We have about 29 minutes before Deadpool's Diner comes out in Copycat, and so that's what we're working on. You said finally off work, so hype for Bubs. Yes, I am hyped for Bubs. And that's how you get free gold. Wait, did somebody get gold off of it? All right, we're going to run to the restroom real fast. I'm going to run a quick ad roll, and then we will be right back, you guys. He said, bro, I was only scared of Jane. If I remember right, I think we had Jane Foster set up. No, we had Namora into Odin line. That was our lineup. So Namora was going to trigger for both mid and right, and then Odin would quadruple trigger from there. Would have popped off KX. And there's not going to be a patch today. I think they said the next patch was on the 30th. And to be fair, KX, I was prepping everybody for you to beat me. I told them that most of the time that we match up, I either overstay or undersnap, and end up losing the trade-off a majority of the time. So we have Beta into Jane Foster here. We also have White Widow, which is going to be nice. Unless we have a T-Lin. T-Lin definitely ruins that for content, surely. So most of the time when if it's in the evening, most of the time when I'm playing, I play from my phone while I'm like watching my daughter, and so I'm not always paying it the attention I need to. But I also a lot of times undersnap just because I'm kind of vibing and just playing it out. I think there was one that I overstayed like horrendously with a hazmat. That was a definite distraction game. All right, so we can do Sage, but that only ends up being 4. I think maybe we just go ahead and throw out the Nico. and let everything start shuffling in. I have an issue of spite snapping. Me too. Me too. It's a hard lesson to stop. Because if somebody snaps and I have a line that I thought I was pretty confident in, something in my brain just says snap back. Like don't even think through what they have. So I have to tell myself to slow down a little bit and actually think it through. So we have Thor into Jane Foster. Not the biggest of bros, but not the worst either. The only thing we've seen from their end is the Nocturne. My fave is snapping on 5 on Mindscape when I'm losing. Just snap, they got nothing.
Oh, snap.
All right. So the Nico into Human Torch into Falcon. So is it a move bounce deck and they didn't draw any of their movement pieces? Fortunate if so. All right, so we do have Wong, so we can always Wong into Mjolnir into Jeff to make sure that the right lane scales quite a bit. I think we play Jane Foster left. We made Jeff to the left next turn, and then do something like Wong Mjolnir mid. Said me after opponent snaps after a long losing streak. Yeah. Oh no, you're snapping? No, we're snapping. Yeah, and then I end up losing, and like it's to a line that I should have seen. And so if I find that I'm in that like kind of mindset or state of mind, I usually take a step back and take a break. Because usually I may be tilted without realizing that I'm tilted. And then checking in on the YouTube chat side of it, Lim, you said, hey TLSG, I hope you're doing well. I am, Lim. Hopefully you're doing well as well. And then Trevor Bailey, you said, thanks for the reminder on subscribing. Totally thought I was already. Trevor, welcome in. Always love to see the support. And so they went ahead and played their Human Torch. Nico's next ability is Move. So it could be Dagger, could be Vulture. Be any number of things. I think this is what we go with. We'll go left to offset the -4 from the Widow's Kiss, so that's going to be a 7 power swing there. Right becomes a 12 power swing, and that's without our Odin, our ideal Odin line. And so the card they played in left, unless they played their first card in right, it is going to move, so it is the Dagger. Do we lose that one? Do we lose to a Shang-Chi in the right? No. They wouldn't have enough energy to do that, right? They did. Do lose to a Shang-Chi to the right. Yeah, the next patch should be on July 30th. Got Dagger was 2 cost. So you said, I tried hitting Infinite, but I couldn't reach past 95, so I gave up and snap whoever snaps me now, and I'm down 20 wakes. So that's definitely a tough one. It could also be the meta. So last season, I had the most like outrageous drop I've ever had in rank. I went from rank 300 to rank 2000 in the span of like 2 days. And it was when Arsham released, and I just wasn't able to be on the ahead curve of any of the Arsham builds. So every time I thought I had it figured out and had them like countered, they had a different line that absolutely slaughtered me. And so, yeah, if you can get to 95, you can definitely hit Infinite. It's just a matter of like,
hey, welcome.
Going back into it when you're patient. Don't stress too much on having been that close and now you're so far. Focus on it like game to game, and then you'll find that you're slowly but surely chip away at it. Will R Us, thank you so much. Well, Russ. Maybe it's not RS. Well, Russ, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Thank you for being here. We are glad to have you. And so the left lane is the vault. It'll lock down after 6 or after 5. But we can't play a whole lot into it because of the goose. And then Agent Smith, are you full-time streaming now? We're not full-time streaming yet. I would love for that to be a reality. And honestly, our numbers are getting decently close enough that like it might be something that would be possible soon. But I want to make sure that it's something we're able to be consistent enough with before making that leap. And so I think between YouTube and the stream around these numbers, I think we'd be able to, I think it'd be like a small raise compared to what I make at my full-time job. But that would be very subject to like big swings in either viewership or sponsors or things like that. So I want to slow play it a little bit more just to make sure that it's the right move. Lakai, you said, hey TLSG, any valid sub for Sage and White Widow? So Sage could be Wolfsbane. It's not going to be as good or have as high of a ceiling, but it does essentially the same thing. Throwing it into a Wong lane ends up being, I think it's like a 14 power card. The White Widow, just another solid either tempo or value 2 cost to keep your curve relatively consistent. Would be my suggestion. So we do have Jane Foster here. I'm going to play almost everything that we have into these other lanes, and we'll just move it with New York.
Oh, snap.
Go ahead and snap into it too. Posture check. Thank you so much, Bobby. I always end up sitting like a goblin after too long, so I appreciate the posture checks going around. What are the predictions on Copycat? Strong contender for best card of the season. I think the information that she provides will be outstanding. So I think she is definitely a contender for being very flexible. I don't think she creates an archetype of her own. I think she just slots into good builds, like good value builds, really, really well. 17 power in the left. Depending on what they move, I don't think we ever beat that. They do have 9 power here. We're going to have 12 if we move Beta Ray and don't backfill it. They have 2 cards that would be impacted by US Agent if they don't move them. Can't do Giganto to the left to overcome that power. Try something like this. Ooh, the order though. Let's do that. That should help us win mid. We can go Namora first so that we're doubling up on the 11 power. And then we're just pushing as much power into New York as we can. So they go full stack in the right lane, which is unfortunate, but makes sense. Oof. Had we shifted Beta over there instead? Unfortunate. That was a really big stack, knowing that they had the left lane. It makes sense. We should have retreated that one out of that one. That was definitely an overstay. And then hydrate. I just now saw the reminder. We will get the hydrate going. Pumping? Yeah, we're pumping now. Pumping a little bit now. We're going to try and turn it around. Yondu stock's going up with Copycat. Why, though? Is there an interaction with the Yondu and Copycat that I'm not seeing? You already have some fun ideas for Copycat? Yeah. I think Copycat is, well, I think she's going to go really well in Arsham because it doesn't... Yondu kills bad hits. It'd only be if their lowest cost was on the bottom, though, right? If you... Okay. Okay. I see the line now. So, like, if you have a Yondu in hand before you draw Copycat and you play Yondu. Gotcha. Okay. I'm following your chain of thought. So it thins out their deck so that you have better, like, no matter what you hit, it's better than the lowest. So it helps with the consistency. I like that, and I like it in a mill deck outside of Arisham. So if Arisham ever kind of goes away, I think I slam Copycat into a mill deck and end up being incredibly happy. Like Yondu Zemo? Yeah, I can see that. He said my superpower is giving bad takes. No, I don't think it was a bad take. I think it was I wasn't understanding like the benefit of the take. But I do think there's some synergy there. And I think Copycat does do well in like the mill style. But anytime Arisham is in the meta, mill is going to be really weak, which is unfortunate because I like mill decks so much. All right, we have Luke Cage, so we're protected from the left lane. We can go Beta Ray into Throne Room. That allows us to Jane Foster. Then we'll kind of see our finish from there. We should run Goblins and Arisham. I feel like you can almost run anything in Arisham and be fine. Like a lot of the cards are tech choices, and tech cards, or the higher end tech cards that typically are ran on 5 and 6 are generally going to be good regardless. Official Saucepan, he said, finally some good Twitch content. I appreciate you hopping in, Official Saucepan. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. I'm going to be live again tomorrow too. So any of you guys that do have time tomorrow, we're going to be live for the entire day on Wednesday, and we'll launch on Friday for the second round of drops. And so I'm going to be pushing to see if maybe we can do a really long, lengthy stream. That's something that I would enjoy doing. And so maybe we start at like 9 or 10 that day, and then end up rolling for until either the night or maybe go into the night a little bit. But I want to do a really big marathon if we get enough traction on it. So I think Stormbreaker Odin to the right will give us the middle lane, and then they're pretty negatively impacted in the left, and then this gives us a lead in the right, so they're going to have to be fighting for all three. Mystique copies the Ajax into the Hazmat, which I think should be fine. The double trigger of Beta Ray Bill should be, I think, more than enough.
Are ye worthy?
Hitting the Stormbreaker into the Odin pushes us to just a small 48 power Beta Ray Bill. We actually do the castle roll because they didn't have enough cards that were negatively impacted because of our Luke Cage. Perfect time on the Luke Cage to counter the Ajax. Beautiful. They don't even win left, yeah. Even with the heavy left, the Widow's Kiss was too negative, and our cards not being impacted. Yeah, I think he definitely lost a little bit. Milling them would eliminate the information side of Copycat, so it would. But since Copycat steals instead of it's not actually copy, it steals it. And so whatever that last card is, you'll know if it's a dud, you'll know if it's a blank, you'll know whatever they draw on the last turn. So a lot of times you can mill the stuff in their hand to the point that that last card is going to be almost unimpactful. Or sometimes you'll mill everything out and you'll pull it into the lane. But we have 12 minutes left, and so we'll run a couple more. We'll run a quick ad break before the launch, and then we are excited to jump in with Copycat. I have a few builds brewed up. I think she'll be fine in Arisham, but I don't necessarily enjoy Arisham, and I know the overall perception of Arisham is pretty bad, and so we're not gonna throw it into an Arisham build. We have a couple of others. I think she'll do well into anything that can kind of spare a slot. So I think good card, good value decks that have a spare space, I think she'll be perfectly fine in. The immediate echo value into the Ant-Man. Super unfortunate for him. And then Papa Yeti, you said, finally, I found you streaming. Today we'll watch that video later. Hope you're having fun. Thank you so much. I am having a blast today. We've been having a really good, really positive stream. And so we're having a lot of fun with it. But I'm glad you're able to jump in and join us, at least for a little bit. Wait, she doesn't gain the ability? Yeah, so she steals it. So instead of it copying, she gains the ability, but she steals it from... So similar to like a rogue. If you hit rogue onto like Ant-Man, it then becomes a vanilla card. That's what Copycat's going to do to the bottom card of the deck.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
The OG Imp, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 53 for today. which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Huge support from you guys. And we've been having an absolute incredible stream. We're down a little bit on the ladder, but our spirits are definitely up. And then, you said, Mr. TLSG, are you going to keep the beard? I kind of like it. I used to just shave it instead of kind of so that I didn't have to upkeep it or maintain it. But I do kind of like the beard.
Hey,
So unless they
welcome.
tell me
It
at the
took you long
office that I
enough.
can't have it, I think I'm going to keep it for a bit. Yumi Dota, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a fantastic day. You said Twitch poll? I think you should keep it. I think I should probably keep it as well. Buy Slowly said, just tuning in. How's it going? It's going well. And going incredibly well so far. We have been on just a little bit of a stalemate, but overall we're kind of holding our overall rank. We grabbed an infinite ticket earlier today, and overall the positives, the vibes have been incredibly positive. Does it remove the text from the card she steals? Yeah. Yep. So it should. I haven't been able to test it because I don't get access to them early, but anytime it says steals, it should be taking that instead of just copying it. I forget what other cards are in the spotlight, so it should be Cola Obsidian and Thanos. So they were able to hit a Moon Girl. We have Namora. We'll have... Wait. We can't move Nocturne. We move Nocturne into mid from left. Rough. So if we do this, we'll have to either flood the right lane or move Jeff out. I think might be something we have to... 9 minutes left? Yeah, we're counting down. Sounds like I'm buying Copycat with tokens in. And I want to make sure that that's how it functions first. Oh, wait. You said because there's not anything else interesting in there for you? Yeah. All right, so the 13 power Jeff would be something as simple as, like, Jeff to the left, Luke Cage, Thor. Gives us our power back into Crochet. We would fall to a Shang-Chi left. But I think we have to take that risk. Because I think we need that much power over there. They should give top content creators like TLSG early access. Then you get a lot of like... It creates a weird dynamic. So then some people would feel, ooh, that's a big stack in the left. We should have flooded right. I think we lose this one since they went full stack left. Sage over there, a double Sage is not something that we can beat. We could have beaten them in Mojo World with only leaving 2, but it was a good read. We'll give them the fist bump on it. Is Beta Ray worth the key instead of Copycat? So Beta Ray is good in like one specific build. So like the Thor, Beta, Jane Foster. If you like that archetype, maybe. Too much Sage, very overspiced. Very overspiced, Grunky. They're a liar. Sage isn't pull 2. I know they were doing pull 2 yesterday, and so maybe they switched off. Can't wait to see the person with Cassandra Nova on first hour on Deadpool Diner. Could be an interesting one. A bit of an impossible question. Do you think the introduction of Cassandra Nova will boost Ajax decks into top tier? I don't think so. Because Cassandra Nova coming down on 3, you're really only impacting 2 or 3 cards if the opponent plays them. So I think Cassandra is more of a like standalone. She has some loose synergy with Ajax, but I don't think it necessarily like slingshots it into the top tier. Unless both players are playing Cassandra Nova, maybe it becomes worthwhile. But I wouldn't expect it to have a whole lot of impact. And so we have about 6 minutes left. We're going to run to just a real quick ad break so that we can push it off as long as possible. Going into the release of Copycat. I'm going to be buying her with tokens this week. I have 2 keys, but I'm not sure that that's going to be enough. And so we're going to use our tokens and just save our keys for next week. And then Meltdown Kid, we have the emote-only chat coming in. We will do that while we are on ad break, or maybe when we come back. Yeah, we'll do an ad break. We'll come back. We'll have your 2 minutes of emote-only chat, and then we will be purchasing the brand new card. And so let's go ahead and send it over to break, and I will be Actually, I'm gonna stay here. I don't know what I was doing. We're gonna be staying here through the break, but we are gonna launch it to a break real fast. And then Grunky. I don't recognize. Is that good Doughy Cat? I don't recognize that one. Is that Thanos? Yeah. You guys are. I guess we can do the emote only chat now since we're throwing a lot of emotes. And then Angel, you said show me your shop again? Yeah, we can load up the shop. We have a couple minutes. Switch the scene for you. Clear it up a little bit. So we have the Dan Hip variant. But I did buy the Hawk one today. And the only reason I bought it was on my collection track. I pulled Adam Warlock, the Dan Hip variant, which pushed me to 5 out of 6 on the Dan Hip album. So it should be the Cosmic Companions. And so it pushed me to 5 out of 6. And so I went ahead and spent the 700 gold to get the 1,000 tokens. Typically, I won't buy into it unless it's very, very close or they're very cheap variants. And so outside of that, it'll just be whatever I grab naturally. I would like to eventually get this emote. I do kind of like this one, or at the very least, the variant, because I do like Captain Marvel, but not enough to spend that much extra into. So I would do another game, but I'm not sure if I'd finish in time. Do we have 3 minutes? Yeah, we can finish in 3 minutes. We'll go ahead and launch into a game. We're going to free you guys from the emote only chat. I always love to see the flood that happens with it. And then we are really close to the Deadpool Diner launch. T Greenity. We have another emote only chat, and we have just a couple minutes, so let's go ahead and power through this one. You have the best Zemo variant in your shop? Oh yeah. If I played, I ended up cutting Zemo from the mill decks for the most part. If I played him more, it might be worth throwing into, but unfortunately I don't. Let's go ahead and play Echo into mid. Schwaks, welcome in. I'm not sure if you're hopping in and out, but it is good to see that you're still hanging out and hanging around. Tarnax becomes a little difficult, but we could always do a storm over there. Storm would allow us to eventually hit our Namora line, like a Namora Odin.
Wind, aid my hand.
Fastos in a zoo build is definitely an interesting, and then 3 cards in 1 lane. Also very interesting. So we have the Kingpin. They're capped out here. They could push it a little bit further, but maybe not that much.
Snap.
We're going to do Wong, Namora into maybe an Odin, but I think that gives us a good enough advantage to snap into. We have another 1 minute, and so we have 50 seconds left until Deadpool Diner comes out. So we'll, ooh, and then the Odin on top of it should be able to, as long as they can't counter what we have in mid, which they can't Cosmo. They could do like a Rogue to steal it away, Enchantress maybe. Otherwise, I don't think they're gonna be able to have it. Nightcrawler's not gonna be quite enough, even if they have like Squirrel Girl, Gilgamesh. I think it should all be fine. All right, let's launch into the Odin. And then our card should be unlocking any second now. G Money, welcome in. Oh, are we still on emote only chat?
Victory.
You guys are free. You guys are free. That has been about the 2 minutes. And we launched through the game. Quickly, we grabbed our 2 cubes. Not overthinking. What in the world is going on with that, Calibrex? How does that even bleed into the other chat? G-Money, should I get Thanos if I don't have Mockingbird and other cards? I don't play Thanos all that much. I think it's probably a fine card. Words and things. It's definitely words and things. I don't play Thanos all that much. I know that Mockingbird feels almost core in it. All right, so we have the Mockingbird. Let's go ahead and pull it with our 6,000 tokens. Or not the Mockingbird, the Copycat. Restart client. Do we have to restart client for the dinner? Got Copycat on second pull and Thanos variant. I'm happy. Nice. Oh no, there's the Deadpool Dinner. All right, we're gonna launch straight into it. You can see it, yeah. Let's throw Copycat into one of our builds, and then we'll jump straight into the diner. See if we lose our bubs right away. Kind of like this one. But it's really big on Arsham. So either there or this one, which I do kind of like the counterplay that we have in this one. Maybe I try the counter copy first. See if we're running into a lot of Arsham things. Go ahead and launch into the bubs. Old Chavez would counter Copycat. She would. That's why they killed it. Copycat first pull. Congratulations. We're going into the diner. Right now it's our first game launching in. Let's see how it goes. We have Dummy first up, which I have played on ladder, so I know they're at least a decent rank. Took you 4 keys. Oof. Wolverine, thank you for the reminder. Switch back over to this. All right, so a rough curve so far. We do have Ghost to make sure we reel on the last turn of the game. We have our Thor. We have Jane Foster. Since it's not Arsham, Hawk isn't as big. Might still be worth playing. I just looked at the rewards and oh my god, this is going to be an interesting 2 weeks. 500 million bubs for the variant. Yeah. And I think that's going to be an exclusive for the event. And so I think they want for that. I think they wanted like have to have some kind of commitment or some kind of big commitment. We have the Ghost to make sure we reveal last. But we are, I think we're disadvantaged in negative zone with the hood. I almost want to hide our Ghost. We're going to stick it out. Wait.
Victory.
What? So I guess it was an auto snap for turn 3 and then they retreated off of it.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Take it though. Hey, we're at 190 out of 240. So you can look at the different tables that you need. So you need 80. We need 160 to play in this one, but it's a higher stake, right? Need more bubs? Let's launch into pancakes. How's Copycat? I mean, the one game that I played with her, we haven't drawn her yet. Wait, Cho, you got Scar again? Unfortunate. The conversion is such BS. Yeah, the conversion is 100% win rate with Copycat deck. OP. And the and the opponent retreated. All right, next up we have Sir Flame, and it starts at 20 because we're in the higher table, and so the max gets a little bit higher. That is a Shang-Chi that we no longer have to worry about from the opponent. And we get a cheaper Shang-Chi. Absolutely take it. That means we are less worried about like maybe curving out Beta Ray or one of our hammers ahead of time. Weird World's not great though. It does give us Thena, which can be the scaling piece. 3-5 Shang-Chi balanced. You said first game, Copycat got opponents Annihilus. Copycat officially OP. Yeah, and so the opponent doesn't see what Copycat copied. And so they don't know that they wouldn't have had a Shang-Chi, but now they have the chance because it's in ours. But I think we go Nocturne into Beta Ray Bill in the left, and then we'll move on 5 into Weird World with Nocturne. Said Mockingbird showed up. I think she's still really good, even at the 6-10 slot. Who, Joey? You said lost all my bubs to a randomly generated Arsham Eliath. Time to lock off for an hour. Oof. Is that how long it takes them to generate? Is it an hour? Yeah, they regenerate over time. We're going to go all in with Flame. All right. We do, with our snap, we do end up scaring them off. He'll take the, I guess the 20 bubs is all we got. We'll take it. Yeah, Copy is a weird name. I agree. I said it takes 8 hours. I think as you scale up, you regenerate either more or faster, something like that. What do the Deadpool tokens do? These are the bubs. We lost Mockingbird, we lost Rogue, and we got Shadow King and Hawk. So it is an Arsham deck, so that looks good. The Deadpool tokens, you unlock awards, and you'll be able to unlock one of the new cards with them. And then the regeneration scales faster as you win more. Yeah, okay. So we do have a big Hawk here, and we'll be able to win whatever lane we play that one in, and then it just comes down to winning one of the other ones. So we have Korg. We can go ahead and drop our Invisible Woman. Maybe it's Invisible Woman into Thor, into something else. Lost my first game. GG, no more bubs for me. Oh, there. That's so unfortunate. When do we get the rewards? As you get more bubs, it's it's additive, not it's cumulative. And so, like if you reach 200 and then lose all of them, the next time you get more, you'll make more progress. You'll start at where you stopped. And so they have Ghost, but we have Invisible Woman and Dark Dimension on our side. I'm gonna go ahead and snap into it. I wanna maybe push them a little bit. Knowing that we have the Hawk against the Arsham is really, really big. What happens if you lose and you're out of bubs? You have to wait for them to regenerate. All kinds of people playing super conservative here. $20 bubs at a time. But, I mean, technically we're winning. And so the rewards starts 200 credits at that. Red matte border at 250 is nice. You get 2 of them. Mystery variant, gold. You get some gifted bubs along the line. You get an upgrade to your bub refill at 750. Get a truckload of bubs. So I think it'll be okay. Get a 75k bubs. As you get higher on, like you'll get some bigger surges. The Bub Mart level up now has better deals, and so you can get more. You can buy more. So there's a lot of cool upgrades here. I think we definitely play it and see. So 15 million for Cassandra Nova, 500 million for the variant, which does look sleek. It's definitely something that I'll be grinding on. Didn't they say the borders are only used in the event? I know that the black ones were only on like bundles, events, things like that. What's the Bub Mart? I think you can use gold to either like research or bubs or something. And at first it's a really low value. After that it gets better value as you get more upgrades. So our Copycat stole their Shadow King.
Opponent snapped.
Ooh, interesting. So the early snaps, we finally get someone that's not playing super passive. So maybe we stay in for at least a little bit. So never lose and you don't need it. I mean, you're eventually going to lose. It's going to happen. And so you're eventually going to end up losing your bubs. I don't understand. My opponent snapped and they immediately left. So Kyle, if it was going into turn 3, turn 4, or turn 5, there's auto snaps on those rounds. And so it may have been the system that auto snapped and then they retreated because they didn't have a good sense of their hand. But I'm just hype I might be able to fully border a deck because I will never pay gold for them. The only one I've ever paid gold for was Debris. And that's because you get 5 borders for the price of 1. And so I bought the Cosmic Gold. Outside of that, you're right. I'm probably never going to pay for one. So something like Thor, we have Beta Ray to the left as we get a sense of what they're dropping. So the Nocturne can rip away either Baxter Building or Central Park. And so it is the auto snap. Ooh, and we get Jane Foster. Let's go ahead and press the advantage where we can. Even without the Hawk, we may be all right. So next turn, it's going up to 160. If we lose this one, I think we have to retreat out and go back to the ladder. I think that's where we end up standing. So the 10 power crossbones, the auto snap here, it's very scary very fast. My turn 2 Cable still their Copycat, so she instantly triggered as she goes into my hand. Calibrex, that's huge. All right, so can we ever beat 10 power in the end? So next turn, this will go down to 11. We can beat 10 power with a Hawk. Oh wait, we want a Jane Foster here. What are we thinking? So Jane Foster, I think, goes to the right. We have Hawk for mid after this. I think we have an okay shot. Played my first game, lost all my bubs. Now can't unless I pay 3k gold. Bot Jam, it'll regenerate over time. And so this is the max bubs that we can go here. So something like Hawk, Mjolnir puts us to 22 in, so 32, 33. It also takes off 10 for them. We could also Shang-Chi because we grabbed that. I think this is what we go with. They have the ability to move their Nocturne. We'll see if we lose them all. You said I got too excited and didn't math correctly. Oh, Angel, that's rough. We may be in the same spot here. Either that or we get a massive upgrade after this one. So you'll regenerate bubs over time. But, I mean, off the jump, yeah, you can only do it the one time. The one card to the left, one card to the right. We definitely have mid locked away. It's just a matter of if we can win the other two. So the Quake and Shake. Into Typhoid Mary. Ooh, the Typhoid Mary lost them the left lane, but it won them the right lane. So we do end up staying in this one. We're still alive with our bubs here. We gain the 180. Or more than 180. My goodness, how many bubs was that? I think it was 360, right? 320? 360. That gives us a truckload of bubs. We're going to be able to jump up. We have a couple of rewards that we're jumping in. We got the one tapper for sure. Let's see our 5 rewards. We have the 200 credits, the red mat borders, 155 boosters. Huge amount of boosters. We have our mystery variant. It tracks. And then we have 100 gold. And so we're looking at... yeah, it definitely tracks. So 410. And so we're close to getting a resurge of bubs, which I think pushes us to a bub upgrade. RHA, that was really, really close to being that genius with the Quake play, but it just barely pushed it out of range. That was a very close one, though. So how many bubs do we have? We have 410 currently, right? We could jump to the next level. I don't know if we want to. That seems super stressful. So do we go into the grilled cheese? Do we stick with pancakes? Grilled cheese is okay. How did someone already play Cassandra Nova against me? I think probably the Bub Shop. Which I'm not sure where that one's at. Maybe you have to unlock it first. But, yeah. Ooh. The neon border for 400. Maximum effort. We go grilled cheese. Go cheeser mode? All right, we'll go grilled cheese. We're going to full send at the 320. Is she also in the spotlight? Brunov, play it safe. We should probably play it safe. You're right. Pancakes is the safer one. Go cheese or go home. We're going to try. We're going to try and go big. And so Cassandra will be available for tokens after the diner ends, so in 2 weeks. But until then, I think the only way to pull it is by playing the game mode. All right, next up we have Gallic. Let's see what we can make happen here. Murder World. We have the Invisible Woman. They said you can get bots in this if the wait is too long. Yeah, I did see that. So far we haven't matched into any of them, but it is kind of comforting knowing that we can. Let's go Invisible Woman. We're starting at 40 bubs. Says we should play it safe. Doesn't cancel out. We should play it safe. Are we going to follow our own advice? No, probably not. All right, let's go Ghost into Killmonger. I want to take away their Quinjet, but I also want to get the draw from the Abby. And so I'm first going to play, or maybe we just go Ghost into like Beta Ray if we draw into it. So instead of casserole, do we call it grilled cheese with bacon? We can call it whatever we need to. The auto snap coming in here. Copycat steals. Okay, Snow Guard. Snow Guard wasn't great for us, but we know that they're not able to generate those cards in hand. It's a Cassandra roll. All right, let's go Killmonger into Korg. Take away the Quinjet in case they drop Loki this turn. Juggernaut was an interesting choice. That we will. I'm glad it's out of the way and that we don't have to worry about it anymore. We have the auto snap coming in again. We could hide Hawk. I'm a little bit sad that our Ghost is hidden here. That makes Shang-Chi harder to trigger. I'm 40 bubs from level above grilled cheese, but not drawn copy card yet. Meltdown Kid, that's awful. So I do have initiative going in here. Super small amount of power to the left. They can relocate their Nocturne as well. I'm not real happy with this ending one. I fear the auto snapping is going to tilt me more than any player would. Maybe. Maybe. Doesn't adding rocks to your opponent's deck shuffle it? Yeah. And so they could copy, they could have drawn the ability-less Snow Guard. I don't feel great about this one. Neither did the opponent, though. We'll take the retreat with people playing passive. That gives us 160 bubs. That pushes us up to that 500 level. Take it. Said I'm not an aggressive snapper, so I doubt I'll go too far in Diner. I mean, it auto snaps for you, so you don't necessarily have to be the one like triggering the snaps. So we're at 720, almost to the bub refill upgrade. So I almost want to play it kind of slow until we get to this one. Oh, wait, we can play hot dogs? We can play the next level. So many cues. 51.2%, 51.2 million bubs needed for maximum effort. How fast do they refresh? I think it's 8 hours. Yeah, those maximum effort games are going to be super stressful. I'm going to play one of the lowest level ones to try to get up to that bub upgrade. Well, I'm out of bubs, so I guess I'm out of luck for Cassandra. No. So Bean Man, they regenerate. So that's going to be something to kind of keep in mind. I don't like the cork here because it does... Is it the only way to... For right now, it's the only way to get Cassandra Nova. But in 2 weeks, we'll be able to use tokens to buy her. They said that she'll be available for 6K. I should say Arsham Loki decks. Oh, the regen pacing is hourly. That's nice as well. All right, so the Invisible Woman left... Oh, that's ours. Of course it is. All right, we can do something like Gladiator. So I'm not interested in this mode whatsoever. I think if you just kind of passively play it, maybe go bigger than you normally would, your bubs eventually regenerate. I think as you get to the higher levels, I think it'll be easier to regen more and more. $311. $311 for Cho. Oh, you copied a Red Hulk. Yeah, the $311 definitely would feel nice. There are a lot of free rewards, yeah. So the double Shadow King in the raft was interesting. And it gave us the base Gladiator back. So we can either Legion, but I think they're going to play into the raft. And so I don't know that that does us a whole lot of good. Because I think they're playing into the raft. They get the free raft resource. We're going to do it anyways. Bub regeneration cap increases. As you earn more bubs and climb the reward track, your reward generation cap will increase. Yeah. Yeah, so you won't have to start at the bare bottom. So the Sarah over here, we have initiative, so our Shang-Chi's not great. We can't hide it behind the Invisible Woman. You absolutely love Copycat? Yeah, I think Copycat's just a good raw value card. So they couldn't have drawn Thor because of Weird World unless they top decked it last turn. But we'll see.
Hey man, I'm cool.
Shang plus Beta is not going to do it unless that's hidden in the left, the Mjolnir, and even that I don't think does it. Thanos. We will take the bubs. That gives us another 80. That should push us up to the increased regeneration on the track. Now we can kind of go a little bit harder here and jump into, I think it's the hot dog level, I think. All right. You now get more bubs whenever you're running low. Perfect. That's good to be able to get that out of the way early. And then as you get higher up, it continues upgrading. And when do we unlock the mart? The bub mart now has better deals. Maybe it only pops up when you're out of bubs. All right. Going in with the hot dog. Wait, pause. Wait, unemployed. Pause what? I believe the track is lifetime. Yeah. So you can just continue to send it as you regenerate more. You'll eventually work your way up it. Don't be a wiener. Beat the Frankenfurter.
Hey, I found a rook.
Oh, I'm still pissed that I lost a playing Mr. Negative turn 3. Ooh, that's tough. Murky, welcome in. Hope you're having a great one so far. We're testing out the new Deadpool Diner, Deadpool Diner, and so far we're having a decent amount of luck. They played Korg. We have Killmonger that we can use towards the end. We do have we have Thor, Beta, and Jane Foster. We're going to snap into it. They're also not running an Arsham deck, so I've been surprised that we haven't hit... I think we hit, what, one Arsham deck? When does the Bub Shop unlock? Answer, the Bub Shop unlocks at the 21k Deadpool Diner. No way! What a incredible copycat. We pulled their Hawk, so they have no chance of drawing their Hawk now. That is huge. Unfortunate, but very huge. We also get Dark Dimension, so playing Thor becomes difficult. I think instead we'll just angle to do a Beta Ray instead. Nerf the Copycat. All right, let's do Copycat again. Now we can only snap once, and then it'll auto snap on turns 4, 5, and 6, I think. Played 2 with this deck up to 200. First game was against Arsham. Oof. So the Nocturne can take away Limbo. That's fine. We don't necessarily need it. Let's go Beta Ray, Jane Foster mid next, and we'll see what it looks like from there. Do you think the grind to Cassandra Nova will be worth it? I think it's fun, but I don't think it's like a have to type of thing. You could honestly just play ladder and then pay 6k for her later, and probably be just fine. So the Athena, the Rinslayer, both kind of unfortunate. How do we scale this up? Is garbage to get that much for? I think as you engage with it, like the amount of bubs that you get and regenerate, I think will scale quite a bit. And so I'm thinking that it isn't as bad as it seems right off the bat. What if I really hate Arsham and want to make its players suffer to max effect? Really anything with Hawk can do that pretty well. This deck has a lot of outs against Arsham. It has the Shadow King for the Blob, Shang-Chi for all their big stuff, and then Hawk. At least we have bots. Yeah, we'll have bots as it kind of thins out over the next couple weeks. Whereas people get to higher tables, the lower tables will end up, I think, being a little bit easier matchmaking after that. Don't have all day to play. So I don't think it'll take that all day type of thing. And she's available for 6k tokens after this too. So she'll be available. Conda comes down, which means our Beta Ray can't hit. They don't know that they don't have their Sage, or they don't know how they don't have their Hawk.
Oh, snap.
Then going into the final with 800 bumps at our side, they could end up doing like an Iron Man. Do we ever push for the left lane in like a Stormbreaker, Killmonger, Thor? We could also do Shadow King to offset the Athena. Maybe we Shadow King the left lane. Kind of like that. Shadow King the Sage, I agree. We have the Copycat Hawk hidden in the Dark Dimension. We're going to lock this in. I think we have an okay shot. A Juggernaut could be scary. Iron Man, of course, is big as well. Mystique to copy the Iron Man in the left.
I am Iron Man.
Does give them quite a bit. We're going to take away 8 of it, so it's 10. It's very, very close.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
No, we lost it to the point differential, right? The Shadow King mid, I think, would have been a bit better for us. Woof. Almost there. So, oh no. So, yeah, Killmonger over Thor, knowing that it would take away the extra power. Even before knowing this play. Thor's only 4. Killmonger is essentially 5 in this lane. Monger would have won it. Seeing the play after is so unfortunate. How to replace Copycat here? You can do Mystique to lean into like the hawk stuff. Oh no, you're out of bubs. You want to buy 2.625k? No, we're good. And so there is a bub timer right up here. And so in an hour, we get them back. And so I think, so whenever we regenerate, I think we'll regenerate more. I think maybe it bumps it up to 750. So that if we play every hour, I think it's every hour. We'll find out here in just a minute, but I think so. We lost them all. That was so close too. We had a winning line and we could have been up to tacos. Maybe Taco Tuesday would have been perfect. How much do you get per hour? I don't know. I think you get to full in 8 hours. Kind of rough. 8 hours? Oof. Man, now I'm really sad that I made that mistake. We had the better plan. We had the winning line. That makes it sting a little bit more. Since Copycat copies from the bottom of the deck, so they could have drawn it with Korg. Korg shuffles the deck. On a normal game, no. Are the regenerated bubs capped? Right now they're capped and it increases. So as you hit different rewards, you get better like regeneration rate. You have a higher cap, things like that. And so, I mean, if we think about it, I started at what, like 80? And so one round of regeneration is gonna almost allow us to get back in if we wanted to try to grind up again. And so I don't think it's that awful. Like it's awful to start back at 750 if we were wanting to be in there like right now. But at least we'd be able to play once that hour hits. Game mode is already an L if they're not letting me play. But it's more of like a passive thing to keep you playing. But I can see that. All right, so this one was actually doing okay for us. We're going to jump into the ladder. It does look like it's time for a really quick ad break. And then we're going to jump over into ladder for just a moment. So don't go anywhere, you guys. You have a leg up on a lot of people. You get back to 750 at least. Yeah. Yeah, and so it's a little bit of a leg up. But we're going to run a quick ad break, and then we will be right back. I'm going to run to the restroom. You said winning early matters a lot. It can kind of give you a leg up, but being able to jump back into that first base, I think, would be probably fine. The pitchforks are sharpened on the subreddit already. Oh, man. It's tough. That's tough. We're going to jump into a little bit of ladder using the same deck. And so that's what we're gonna see if we can continue pumping up maybe some ranked games. Just played against the Cassandra deck. How's that possible? So if somebody lost all of their bubs, paid 700 gold, it said I could get up to 2,000. And so then I would imagine you jump in, you lose all of those. It says, do you want to restore with 15,000 or whatever for 700 gold? And I think you can continue to do that to buy and increase your cap. Headphone here? Oh no. Zon Aster. Yeah, it's going to be bad. Couldn't they also get it via Arsham? Potentially. I think it'd already be in it. But otherwise, somebody absolutely wailed out, which I think would probably be crazy. If Jeff hasn't pulled it already, then I doubt that they have. All right, let's go ahead and run a little bit of Copycat in this build. She felt really good. Like her piece of it felt fine. And then we just have the counter components to try and find a way to win from there. My opponent played mid turn 1, location turned into Murder World. In turn 2, he played right, location into the change sides, instant retreat. Oof, that's a rough one, show. Can you suggest a card instead of Beta Ray Bill? Beta Ray Bill has a really high ceiling to let you pressure every lane and make the opponent not necessarily know where you're playing. So I don't know. There's not a great immediate switch. You could do just another maybe 3 costs. So you could do like a Nocturne for some flexible power, but I don't think it's going to be quite as good. All right. So first up we have MLE. The first location is Atlantis. We have Thor and Beta Ray in hand. And so we can, if we draw Jane Foster, we can pull those out and be able to have a pretty good pressure on all of the lanes. We have Shadow King to offset any sunspot scaling that they allow. We can destroy their Red Hulk with something like a Shang-Chi. Then the Vibranium Mines. I think we throw... maybe Thor into mid. Beta Ray into left. On turn 5, unless we draw Jane Foster, it's something like either Ghost...
Face the might of Asgard.
plus the 2 cost, maybe we go Invisible Woman plus Shadow King hiding behind it. Running a strong guy deck. Interesting. All right, let's go ahead and play the Beta Ray to the left. We also have Hawk in hand, so if they end up playing into the Vibranium Mines, we can potentially have a pretty big Hawk. They have the Gwynpool, so this looks like the like Dracula dump style. Ooh, and we draw Jane Foster, which is nice. So I kind of think we play it over here. We're going to draw 2 cards. We're not going to draw next turn anyways. And that maybe encourages them to play over there. We have the Hawk that we're going to be able to play. We're not going to get the Copycat, unfortunately. But I think we'll have enough value elsewhere that it should be fine. So they do have Sunspot mid. They play another card there. Let's see if it scales higher. Ooh, the Dracula is scary. So the range that could get 20 power could be a very scary one. I think something like Korg, Hawk, Korg, Stormbreaker, Mjolnir might be the line we go with. Because if they play into the Vibranium Mines, we have the chance to outscale their Dracula. They don't play in Vibranium Mines at all. So if they have a Shang-Chi in the left, that hurts us a lot.
Man, I'm Krug.
When they dump their hand, Strong Guy is going to get an extra 6 Surge, right?
Mjolnir, to me.
The Goose, the Rocket, ends up scaling quite a bit. And then Black Swan in the left. Dracula's going to pull. They outscale the left lane. Dracula gets bigger than our Hawk, and we end up losing mid. Had we played, I guess, everything left, no. We would have lost the +5. We got cooked by a Dracula dump. You said Reddit is big mad. Are they really? Take a look. I wanna play some games with Copycat, but I also want to see what everyone's frustrated about. So they're big mad. Let's look at it. Reddit angry. Let's look at what the newest. Moderate engagement. be one where you don't need bubs to enter. Her gold to buy bubs. So it seems like the higher up you get, the higher gold cost it costs to buy them. Just lost 2k bubs. Ooh, Vog, that's tough. I lost 800 on a game that we could have won. Yeah, they're kind of big mad. I lost it by misplaying 1 power, and that was the power difference that lost us the game. So I feel you. It definitely can feel bad, but I think it's fine. Like we didn't pay anything to be able to play into it. We're gonna generate them. I think it'll be fine. How much can you pay to get bubs? It depends on the level. So I was offered to pay 700 gold to regenerate like 2,000. At 1 there was some for 100. And unfortunately, we end up pulling a Destroyer with our Copycat against the Arisham deck, which you either play that out first. I haven't lost a bub yet. I also haven't won one. See, I mean you're good so far. Then I'm going for Operation tomorrow. Was planning to grind the mode while at Hospital of Recovery, but I don't know what now. And so I think it's one it's definitely like a passive play. District X is kind of unfortunate. It's definitely more of a passive play. And so I don't think it's one that you sit down and grind the entire thing at one point in time. So I don't think it's like Conquest or Ladder. I think it's one that we just have to engage with over time, and then we'll generate them. I think people are getting really upset that you can't just full send it, but they'd be able to grind out the rewards and then be done with it in a day. So I think this way it's leaning out over at least a couple weeks. Wait to play online game. So a lot of mobile games do. I know that it's frustrating. A lot of mobile games do like the play over time. And so like I think Candy Crush, you have lives there, and so you play that over time. It's very similar. It's not like we can't play the rest of Snap while we wait. So I don't know. And so like, even though I'm a content creator, I'm not going to spend my currency to get energy. Like that's the trade-off that I'm going to go with. I want to laser everything to death. I think we lose this one to the Sandman play here, because we can either win mid or win left, but we can't do both. And I played Korg in left early when I thought we were going to Copycat, but ended up not being able to. Any opinion on Copycat yet? I think she's a good card, good value card. So I think she'll go in good value decks. Because even if you don't end up playing her, like one of the games we copied a Hawk. And so I think she'll be good. I think she'll be a little frustrating on like the opponent end, but I do think she'll be pretty good. It's more than Conquest, but not as competitive. And one of the biggest complaints that I've heard about Conquest is that it takes too long. You have to invest too much time. And so this one, you play a couple, you lose down, you wait for it to regenerate, you can full send again. I don't have as big of an issue with it as I think some of the other people. Personally, I find the do you want bubs pop-up annoying? Yeah. Yep, I don't necessarily like that you can kind of pay your way into it, but it's another monetization lever.
Hey, I found a rook.
Copycat and Nocturne will be the answer for what can I replace Nocturne / Copycat with? Yeah, I agree. And so if we end up drawing Beta Ray, we have Aunt May's, which will give us that initial boost. Conquest isn't super competitive a lot of times. So I feel like it was initially when it first came out, but by now, not as much. Not as many people are grinding it. So the Kitty Pride comes down, the Rocket Raccoon, it looks like maybe like the Black Swan Bounce style build. And so with Ghost, ooh, if we draw Killmonger, we're in the money. Because most of this deck operates around like one Hit Monkey, which maybe we can offset with Shadow King, but a lot of their one cost cards. So they do draw the Rock immediately, which is unfortunate for them. Fortunate for us. We draw our Mjolnir, so no need to drop Jane Foster. I think we do something like Ghost here. We lost my 750 bubs to a 50-50. But this does mean that I'm forced to go back to work. Wodar. That's unfortunate. But, I mean, you'll be able to jump back in whenever work is done, which is I guess the highlight or the upside. We have to focus and beat Woody? Yeah, we have to focus up. So we can do Ghost. We reveal last, so something like Shang-Chi, Shadow King would be fine. Drawing into Killmonger would be more preferred, but maybe not mandatory. Big Kitty Pryde, big Rocket Raccoon, into something, and yeah, Falcon to pull him back in. And Black Swan. Killmonger would be huge here. Would be such a huge pull for us. But it's a 1 out of 5. That is not. We're going to send to the left, just in case they go really big with the middle lane, like Sasquatch. We have the Shang-Chi to cover. The left lane will stop the Rocket. It'll stop the Kitty Pryde, potentially a Hit Monkey. So that's what we're hoping for. The Sasquatch in mid is what we would have expected. The Rocket goes up to 9. With us having Mjolnir, that'll be fine. The Kitty Pryde and the Hit Monkey in the left lane, we are going to be able to offset both of these. The left lane swings back with Shadow King, the Shang-Chi pulling back in the Sasquatch, and we are going to be able to pull it home. We will actually the whole casserole at that. My goodness, we'll take all 4 lanes. The Ghost is definitely the top performer here. This Swan Song bounce deck does really well at dropping priority, and if it has priority, it's definitely a lot more susceptible. So we will take the 2. Let's jump over into the next one. We have the Ghost stocks rising up. So the diner track is bugged. He said when the music hits and TLSG starts its commentary, at that point it's GG's. What's the difference between Ghost and Kitty Pryde? I don't know. I don't know. I know that one is from X-Men, one is from like more the MCU side, but I know at some point like that crossover tends to happen, so I don't know. I don't know if it's like a different. I know Ghost was affected like molecularly. We saw her in one of the Ant-Man. All right, next up we have Pool 2 Gamer. Let's see if we cannot get cooked by them again. They have, oh, they're running Arsham, so not Pool 2. We have the Korg shuffling in. Hawk would be pretty decent here. There's the Hawk. We have Ghost into Beta Ray. We have Hawk to throw on one of the last turns. Morph. No, such luck. The 1 out of 5 from the Morph draw is craziness. Where's the cat of copying? She's biding her time. She's hanging out at the bottom for now. But she'll be here. She'll be here. He said I have 1.77k bubs, but my total wins so far is 1.93. We should have the 1.8 reward for the rules. Oh, it's locked for you. Gotcha. All right, so we do have Rogue to steal the Hawk, which I think feels okay. Or maybe we go like Beta Ray this turn. Next turn would be like Hawk into Rogue, maybe. Snap into it. How's the event? Uh, we did decently for the first couple of rounds. Ended up losing pretty big on a pretty tight stay that we had the means to win had we switched one of our plays around. Doc Ock is not great. It doesn't pull the rogue though, so actually not that awful. That's a big hawk. If they have Shang-Chi, we are susceptible, but at least we have some power over there. At least, unfortunately, it's still king in Deadpool's Diner. I would have imagined nothing less. All right, let's go ahead and I think we rogue now into something like this. An Eliath would be what they would need in this lane, but we'll have the hawk in place. I'd like to see Copycat at some point, but she's been vibing at the bottom of the deck. Nothing we can really do about that. Good if they copycat your copycat? Maybe. Maybe. So the Sasquatch in the right, the Bast. Tells me they don't have the Bast cards in hand. We have the Rogue stealing their Hawk, and if they have Shang-Chi, they'll have to play it in the right lane. Maybe a Rogue as well with that 7 power, but I think it all becomes really difficult to navigate. We do end up forcing the retreat here. Between the Ghost and Invisible Woman, we can make sure that even though we had initiative, we'd be able to try to place those counter cards. We'll take it. Let's jump over into the next one. Change title of the stream, General Sergeant. Thank you for the reminder. I'm crushing with Amora. Farms bots really well. Are you in the diner? Why is my bub shop locked? I think it opens at like 21k or something like that. So it's locked for me too. You have to play more games. Ooh, gotcha. So it's a certain number of games before it unlocks. We're down to 35 minutes before we get our first restore. I want to see Copycat. Me too, MTL. Me too. All right. Next up, we have Dark Light. The first location is Cloning Vats, and we copy Ultron. Could be worse. Honestly, it's not awful. Yeah, there's definitely bots in Diner, but I didn't run into any yet. So I thought maybe it was just super crowded early. Copycat's hidden text is that she lives at the bottom of your deck. And then Papa Yeti, you said, sorry, real life called? Oh, no problem at all. Ultron can be cheeky for T6? Yeah. Yeah, or hidden behind like an Invisible Woman after Killmonger. You said Dara bought his way to the high tables, where it seems like all bots. Yeah, because most players aren't going to have the means to be that high yet. And so later on, you'll see a lot more players there, but right now he's probably one of the only ones. And so being able to whale your way to a pretty high chance is kind of unfortunate. All right, let's do maybe Beta Ray Bill into a second one into like Oscorp Tower or Throne Room. I'm really liking negative decks in the Diner though, because you can typically retreat out early if you don't get the good line. Pay to win for sure. I think it's pay to win quickly. but I think you can win without it. I only played against one Arsham deck in the diner. Yeah. What happened to the diner push? I lost to the most unfortunate circumstance you could ever imagine. We misplayed a Killmonger. We misplayed Thor instead of Killmonger when Killmonger would have been 2 more power, and that 1 extra power would have been the tiebreaker. Hobgoblin mid is interesting.
Hey man, I'm Cook.
I just had a cable steal a Copycat from a Silver Surfer deck. So I had 1 copy with Nocturne and 1 with Shaw. That is incredible. We draw our Jane Foster after the fact, though. Not great. Be something like this. Deadpool Dinner flushed already? Yeah, I lost my bubs. We're out of bubs for now. So we could rogue into Ultron. 5, 6, 7. We still lose mid though. This would tie mid at the least. Out of bubs? Yeah, we're out of bubs. I don't like the Ultron Copycat here because the Silver Surfer pushes this lane dramatically. But yeah, there's definitely bots, but I think early on, the first couple of rounds, you're probably not going to see very many. Let's retreat out of this one. Clutter trashes the diner mode. Maybe I should have taken Clutter instead of the new card. And so with Ghost, when drawn, when you draw this, we wouldn't be able to cheat it out with like Jubilee or Iron Lad to see it more consistently because we don't see it all that often. Maybe we just need to kind of hold true. Or we switch over to Mill. Mill would always be fun. As long as, I feel like as soon as we switch to Mill, we see a lot of Arsham though. You said you lost all yours too? Yeah, but they regenerate. So I'm not, like, I'm not stressed about it too much. Like, I would like to play it longer, and so maybe I play it a little bit more carefully next time. But we can jump back in. I guess it's a bad idea to go all in, potentially. So I know in a lot of, so for example, like slot games or casino games, like the mobile ones, a lot of times you don't want to go for something that takes more than like 10% of your overall money because you're too likely to potentially run out. So this may be something very similar. Like maybe we don't jump into that top level or that top floor. Maybe we hang out 2 floors below that max. So in case we get a game loss, we can still keep playing. Is what I think may be the line. Is Deadpool Diner play to win? Right now, you can almost pay your way to the end of it. Or you can pay your way. So there's aspects of pay to win for sure. So as soon as you run out of bubs, it says, oop, looks like you're out of bubs. Do you want to pay gold to replenish? Which I think is kind of unfortunate, but it's very much like a mobile game design.
Enough said, bub.
Mount Vesuvius in that game mode is brutal. It's like poker. You want to only really wager enough that if you lose, you still have some play. Yeah. Yep, you want to kind of hedge your bets a little bit. So they're running a destroy deck. No. Windpool destroy?
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir!
I found a rock.
Wait, you said I think that's a... but in this case, risking to move up a tier is better because then you regenerate more? If you win. So like, you'll always move up that tier. You don't have to necessarily risk it on each game, though. Thoughts on Deadpool's dinner or diner? I think it's fine. I know that a lot of people are not happy with it because you do have to wait. It ends up like if you lose all of them, it ends up becoming like a passive or paid thing. But I think it's overall okay. All right, so we do have initiative going to this last turn. We can do something like Eliath Hawk. That would leave us susceptible to death here. We could do Eliath drop Shang-Chi. But just in case they null mid, I think this is what we're going to push for. My timer for Diner is nearly done. I lost first round and have 20 out of 240 right now. And we'll see how much it generates when it does. I'm mad I had to spend 4 keys for Copycat. I ended up using tokens to buy her.
I see.
Heimdall's shift is a little scary. The rock, the death in the right lane, and then the Killmonger. So we definitely lose mid. We lose right. Too heavy in the middle lane. What's the early verdict on Copycat? I've only drawn her like twice. Oh, early verdict. This deck probably not it. It does work well for counter things, but it's feeling like those counter things aren't necessarily working out in our favor. We can also throw it into the kind of Arisham shell, which is just a Silver Surfer brood shell that does well into Arsham. It does decently into everything else as well. I want to see the blue Catwoman. She's hiding. She doesn't want to come out.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Mr. Sassy Pants, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That pushes us to 56 for the day. I appreciate the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. You said 6,000 tokens and 4,000 gold, $70 in shop. Is that what you spent to unlock the card? All right, next up we have Mozik. The first location is Thunderbolt's Tower. Let's go with Korg. Said I just shoved Copycat into Athena midrange. Yeah, I think that's going to be really good. For anyone curious, you get 30 bubs once the timer is done. At that base tier though, right, Angel? Cats rarely come around when you want them. That could be part of her design. All right, so the Widow's Kiss gives us a cheaper Mockingbird. Castle Blackstone, we have extra energy going into this turn. Depending on what the opponent's running. I think we go Rock Slide left. Let's see. Black Widow's a little unfortunate. We can hide it here. Maybe we go Cosmo right.
Opponent snapped.
Maybe Cosmo right. Widow's Bite left. We can always copy the Cosmo with the Mystique, potentially. We cannot copy the Cosmo with the Mystique because of the Black Bolt. Unfortunate as it is. We do have the opportunity to do maybe Mockingbird to the left. And then Copycat, what does it steal for us? Miles Morales. What is Miles doing in this deck? I do wish we could play 2 cards here, but I almost think we go like Mockingbird into Castle Blackstone. Your counter deck has been working amazingly for you. The one that I was running a second ago. I think counter decks inherently are a little bit tricky. But maybe I launch it back up. Maybe I was too harsh on it. Takes 8 hours to fully replenish. Fully? Yeah, that's what I've been hearing is the... So Copycat, Surfer only puts an extra 2 to the right. We'll lose this one. Copy to null. Those are going to be the really cool high rolls to be able to get. All right, we're going to run to a really quick ad break. And then I'm going to check the Deadpool Diner to see how much time is left on that timer. And then we might cook up something new for Copycat here. I know that the counter does decently, but it wasn't popping for me. So we're going to run to a quick ad break, and then we will be right back. Don't go anywhere, you guys. All right, so we still have 23 minutes. We have a little bit before that happens, and then we'll get 1/8 of 750. Would we even be able to play after 1 hour in the lowest tier? Are we in the right? No, we're not even in the right scene. All right, so 750 divided 8. Yeah, we'd be able to play. Should be able to if it divides it directly into eighths. Let's see. I haven't been seeing Arsham since this card came out. So what if we looked at one of our mill decks? See if maybe we can do a little bit better with Copycat that way. The last one that I ran was Red Guardian Mill. I'm not sure that this is the line. Because Grandmaster sometimes ends up feeling really, really good, but a lot of times ends up not being able to pop off that well. We could go full send. If we're going Grandmaster, we might actually go with the Yondu line. We could throw Yondu back in it, keep the Grandmaster, keep the Shadow King. I think we cut the White Widow. Even though I like it as that kind of like big last turn play, I like the Jeff better. Magic. Red Guardian hasn't been used all that much, but I think that may be why it's a little bit of a sleeper. Gladiator, Shang-Chi, Doc Ock, Red Hulk, and then maybe Absorbing Man. Maybe we go super heavy into the mill and pull stuff. Then maybe it's that we cut Red Guardian for Copycat. Why can't I find Absorbing Man? There we go. And then I think we take out Red Guardian, which is okay, especially if you're seeing like Dracula's Iron Men. But I do kind of like the idea of Copycat in the mill. We'll do the Omega Red to show how truly diabolic our build is. I think this is what we're going to run with. Very greedy though. Yeah, but I think Copycat has a lot of targets in the Yondu Cable. We have the Gladiator. We do end up cutting the Zemo, which Zemo a lot of times ended up feeling like it was just cluttering the side of the board. Like Zemo could go in this, but I'm not sure what I would want to cut for it. We could cut... If we're going really big on like the counter components, we could even cut Red Hulk for the Zemo. Because this would be leaning super deep into, I want to make sure that you don't have any cards to utilize. Less so into like Red Hulk on 6 into the counter components on 7. It's been a long time since I cut Red Hulk from a mill deck, so we'll try it out. All right, we're gonna hop in, see if we can run a little bit of Zemo Mill. I missed Copycat and got the Thanos variant. If she's deemed must have, I got 6k for her. Waspinator. We'll see. So Copycat in our opening hand pulls the Arsham, which is unfortunate. Because we do not get the extra energy. What's the plan versus Arsham? Fry. Fry as much as we can. Against Arsham, you have to hope that you get a really good like Doc Ock fill. That's going to be about your only chance. I really like US Agent, my mill deck though. Yeah, but we've also started seeing a lot more like wrong layout. Thank you. We've also started seeing a lot more like small ball stuff. So like the Angela, Athena. US Agent does very little against that. So they do have the Nocturne, the X-Mansion. We can go ahead and play Zemo. My biggest worry is that we start cluttering ourselves very quickly. Especially with how common a lot of junk stuff is. Might become an issue. So Havoc is unfortunate for him.
I see.
Heimdall is very fortunate for us, though. Would it be bad to... Would it be bad to snap into... Because they're locked at, what, 4 energy?
Oh, snap.
Angel, I agree. Was watching in YouTube, dropped in Twitch to ask if you're going to be playing Deadpool Diner. Yeah, so I'm going to switch back over to it in about 20 minutes. I lost all my bubs. And so we'll start back into it in about 20 minutes. I guess that's the plan against Arsham. Is get very lucky with some RNG, send them Havoc. The Copycat wasn't great there, but it's not awful. I kind of regret wasting my channel points, but we take the win. Angel, you'll acquire them back. I guarantee it. It only refills at 30 an hour though. So I thought it was full restore in 8 hours. My cap right now is 750. And so I think the 30 is at the 500 that you start with for like your cap, right? No, maybe not. Maybe not. Is it me or is the event very confusing? Yeah, I think maybe like a tutorial walking you through it might have been a little better. But we're going to skip on turn number 1. Unfortunately, it is another Arsham deck. As soon as we switched over to our mill, Arsham came out of the Weedworks, unfortunately. I think I'm going to go something like Jeff. Next turn would be maybe a Yondu into a Grandmaster. We mill 3 of the cards. At the first table, it's 30 an hour. I don't know how it is for the others. Gotcha. So the double cable mill is unfortunate. Very scary. We get Absorbing Man. I think this is what we're going to go. Yeah, Kamartage is great, but not whenever they have cable and they still maybe our cable. Maybe our Gladiator is unfortunate. Ooh, Copycat. Wait, we didn't draw it, so it didn't steal anything. Unfortunate. You are thinning their deck. You are. Doc Ock is not bad. Hercules and Black Swan. I think those are maybe beatable. We have Gladiator we can throw mid. We're going to have after Yondu pops over there. We got the Chavez. We got the Invisible Woman. We're milling to our life's content, or we're milling as much as we can, but I don't think even still it's going to be enough. Absorbing Man, the Grandmaster? Would potentially do the Grandmaster there, or the Yondu, right? Keep milling. I don't think we're ever going to get to the bottom of the mill. We can... This is a 50-50, though, is the only problem here. because it can hit the Grandmaster. So it copies Grandmaster and hits the Yondu. Nice. The Star-Lord, Valentina. And then Hercules keeps us from capping out that Kamartaj location. Double cable into a Baron Zemo, right? Or we can always extend the game with magic. Gilgamesh is within Shang-Chi range. We worry about Legion, some of their other bigger consistent cards. I do think I'm going to stick it out for now. The Red Hulk left is scary. We grab their Coulson, we grab Scar. Scar gives us an avenue to win mid. Scar mid, we're looking to do Shang-Chi Zemo on the last turn, or Shang-Chi Coulson. If you can make that happen. Wait. You milled an Arshan player? Yeah, we're not going to be able to mill him completely, unfortunately. But the Eliath Gilgamesh, unless they have Absorbing Man to copy... Wait. No. Okay. I was making sure that Cable didn't pull our Absorbing Man. It pulled our Shadow King and our Gladiator, right? We have no cards left in our deck. So something like Shang-Chi, Baron Zemo, I think is the line we go with. We're hoping for the best. Blue Marvel in the left is scary, but it's not enough. Not enough to push him over in mid, since we left Jeff alone. And then, as long as we don't draw something that stabs us in the back here, the Kyera, we are able to win the 4 against the Arsham deck.
Victory.
Very large emphasis on the Kamartaj portion. But we'll take it. Got 10 more minutes. Beautifully done. Sometimes that's all we need.
Breaking news.
All right, next up we have Flossing is a Scam. They're not running an Arsham, so something like Yondu ends up being good. But we're going to hold it for now. They're running a Yondu. Oh, no, it was created by Daily Bugle. You said you hopped in Jeff's stream for a bit and he has 177 keys. Yeah, that man is... Wait. We found out the answer to what happens if Copycat copycats Copycat. Nothing. Nothing at all. Fortunate. It's perfect. Well. You could play Yondu early here because they have Angela and snipe their kitty. We could. I think we'll play it out next turn, potentially, depending on what we draw. Because it is something that probably wants to have that low ball stuff with the Angela. Or even Athena. Yeah. Now we have Baron Zemo as well. So let's go Baron Zemo for now. Next turn we'll do like a magic plus a Yondu. If you get her reshuffled, it will reactivate. Yeah, well, that's easier said than done though. And so there's the Kitty Pride. We do mill them out of that one. So it's not taking up the space, but it does take up our draw this turn. We can do something like Magic Yondu. You should play Copycat to confuse the opponent. Just to flex it out on him. The big crossbones in mid. That was generated by the hub too. Alright, So we have round number 7 as long as they can't turn it off. We take out their White Widow, which is a good hit for us. We could do it again. Oh, wait. We can't play here until turn 6. Rough. I guess something like this instead. We're probably not going to be able to push to win in the hub. Maybe there's a chance. Yeah, their Copycat's it's a vanilla card now, but kitty into Angela. Angel, that's, yeah. We should have kittied into the Angela lane. Continue to scale this one. I don't think we win in mid, though. And they have the ability to turn off Limbo now. So we're going to retreat out of this one for 1. Yeah, so we know that the opponent's Copycat is on the bottom of their deck, and then it's not going to copy anything of ours. And so if we mill it all, they would draw it, but it'd be vanilla. How much do you refill per hour? It depends on how far you get, but the short answer is I'm not sure yet. All right, next up we have Colombian. The first location.
I am Ego, and this is my domain.
Wait, isn't Colombian the one that stayed with us on an 8-cuber a couple of days ago? On Ego? I feel like it is. Gunny, you said hi TLSG. Thanks for getting Copycat content to us so quickly. Thank you for being here to enjoy it. It is, it's something where I'm still not sure if the streams are better or if I try to get a spotlight video out earlier. Maximus isn't great here. Grandmaster by himself isn't great. But I'm glad to be live. I'm glad you guys are here to enjoy it. What did we end up losing? We lost Shang-Chi. They lost Absorbing Man. Wait, are they running a mill deck too? What are the chances? So I informed myself about the rate of cubes and how they regen. Whatever we hit was 10 power. They hit our Shadow King. Okay. Not bad. We're protecting the left lane. Doc Ock. Their Shang-Chi's now spent. Oh, we hit Doc Ock. Huge. We play our own. That is perfect. Not so much the Jeff move, but I'll let it slide. Chances are pretty good. And so the Copycat, which copied our Gladiator, which pulled the Absorbing Man, it hit a Cable. We have 1 card left. The Red Hulk in the right. Unfortunately, there's no way we can win that one. And that is our last card, right? Woof. They pulled our Shadow King, so nothing we can do there. We don't have a way to win it. Yeah. They stayed in with us before though, so we're gonna stay in with them. Good cards for the map border. I'm not sure. The TLSG lose all of his bubs. Yeah, we're about to regenerate. And I think we'll be able to enter into the lowest level, at least for now. We have 4 minutes until, and so I'm gonna. We're gonna play one more and then we'll run to the restroom before seeing if Deadpool's Diner will allow, if we'll get enough bubs to be able to jump back in. All my bubs are gone? Yeah, me too. We made it a decent way before that happened, but thank you for staying in for the full 8. They did it to us earlier. As long as somebody snaps back on Ego, I don't mind staying in for the full 8. So we lost Zemo. They lost Cable. We are seeing a lot more Arsham. We had stopped seeing Arsham, and so I thought maybe we could slip in a few mill games, and that does not seem to be the case. All right, let's go Cable mid. We do have Doc Ock. They're going to have a bigger benefit. Jump out of it. Them snapping on Kiln, they have extra energy. They could probably get more power than what we could there. We're going to take it for the 1. A 1 cube loss there, I think, is probably a win. Let's try this one again. I've been farming the lowest level in Deadpool Diner. So far, so good. Yeah, and I think that's maybe the play, especially for people that are wanting to continue to grind it. And then maybe, like, before you go to sleep for the night, you jump into the highest you can go into, max snap, and then leave. Next up, we have the Binks. It looks like maybe they're running a mill deck, because we did steal their Gladiator with our Copycat. And so Copycat's probably not going to be great for us, but maybe not awful. Really glad to finally make it here. Hope the rest of your stream is awesome. Papa Yeti, thank you so much. The TVA is scary. We don't have a lot of early tempo. Mirage copying something. We don't know for sure what.
Opponent snapped.
Either Rogue, Ghost, or Copycat. Yeah. It's a rough one.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Tofu, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I was trying really hard to read your name, but my brain can't comprehend what the rest of it stands for. Forceman, I know that there's a lot of people that are frustrated by the diner. For a temporary mode, that you get a lot of free resource, or you get a lot of free like resources and rewards from. I honestly don't think it's that bad, because you can slow play it. You can treat it kind of like a slot machine. You don't want to put all of your money into it, and so most of the time these upper level floors, unless you're just really confident, are probably not where you want to be. So I would probably stay back like 1 or 2 floors from what I have the capacity to do. Make sure that I don't lose it all in one game is what I'm going to do moving forward. We're going to run to a really quick ad break. We have 2 weeks to complete it. And so I don't know that it's as bad as people are blowing it up to be. I'm going to take a really quick restroom break, and then we're going to see if we generate enough bubs to jump into another serial match. Oh, we are back in business. The metal P break? Is he going to get cereal? Yeah. Don't you need the bubs in hand to earn the rewards? No, they should be cumulative. Let's go with some bread and butter. It's the optics. Yeah, I don't like the pop-up for sure, but we lose our Viper, they lose Ironheart. All right. So their Sunspot will scale quite a bit, which is a little bit scary. How much do you regenerate? 94. And so I think it's 1/8 of whatever your cap is. Yeah. So it's 750 divided by 8, or whatever your cap is in that top left corner. Divide that by 8. That's what you regenerate each hour. Icebox hits our Hazmat, which may not be as awful as it could be. I think we continue pushing in Nord Dimension in case they play any cards there. Yeah, and it'll continue scaling over time.
Oh, snap.
The Wolfsbane in the right is super interesting. Do they plan on doing Odin there eventually? 4, 5, 6. We'd push Titania their way. This is a bot. Oh. Well, my bad. Maybe. Bot for sure. Okay, it may be that we've thinned through the people that actually had bubs. So there's a chance we lose to a bot. I bet they will dodge something like a debris. Do you think Cassandra is attainable in the diner for someone new to the game? I don't know, because I know that there's like some banding on your matchmaking, and so I don't think you're going to be going against like end game collection level player, and so I think it'll be attainable for a majority of players.
Snap.
So this scales up, but it's going to drop back down. We have the guaranteed win in mid. So is it ever just that we focus to the right? Or maybe we just focus to the left instead. Something like Hazmat, Hulk, Jin, I think is what we'll lock in. All in left? Yeah, I agree. Because they lost their Ironheart from Sokovia. So even if they were going to do like a Hail Mary here, they don't have that capacity. So we're all in for our full 94 here. Let's see if the bot pulls it out. That makes us sad one more time. Jubilee, fine so far.
I am
Iron Man's big. White Tiger, nowhere to go. But this is a game mode for good. It's really good players being sold as a game mode for everyone. I don't know that it is though, because you get bots in the mix too. And so like the longer that it goes on, the less people we have engaging with it, like the easier it becomes. And so I don't know that, I think it may be a little bit harsh to say that it's only for good players. Right now we have 188 out of the 750. So we could either stop and continue the generation. We could go up to 160, but I think I'm going to hang out at the bottom for a bit. Yeah, there's MMR banding as well. And so like a new player is not going to go against me or Binks or whoever else is in there. And so I think there's a lot more likelihood for those new players to play into bots. Who would be better to use your key? Makari, Sasquatch, or Proxima? I don't have Proxima, but from what I can tell, I feel like she's kind of just an okay card. Tokens. Makari is very underwhelming. She's very much able to be skipped. She doesn't break anything open, but she's like a good value card. And then Sasquatch, a lot of times he's only used in like the the Swan bounce deck. He's not used widely outside of that for the most part. I kind of want to snap them. We have Debris, Titania. I'm actually going to wait. Just in case they have those tech pieces like Nocturne, Jeff, Vision. I want to play it maybe a little bit slower. I played against like 10 bots in a row and I'm at 100k bubs. Yeah, so once you get to the higher levels, right now there's not many people that are there. And so I could see that being a very real possibility. Something like Viper Magic. Vision play. Vision play is super common in Arsham, where maybe not super common. In my matches, whenever I'm running Debris or Junk, I see it a lot. Unfortunately, a lot. So we could try to slot Ajax to the left. We have the Hazmat, discounted Shang-Chi, and Titania that we can all do on the last turn. I got a good win streak and all in on 5k and I lose. Yeah, that one's kind of the backside is if you're going into those big tables and you lose one, you can end up kind of sitting for a while. So I think it's very much a like give and take. Okay, so Elsa Bloodstone, the Crossbones in mid is pretty big. But we do have the Shang-Chi, so we can be able to win that one. So Shang-Chi wins mid. Maybe even right if we wanted to. And then something like Hazmat Titania. Turn 6. Ooh, thank you. Not last turn. I appreciate the I appreciate the heads up. I think we hold these two, because if we draw Red Hulk, we wouldn't be able to do either of these. And I think both these are going to be our ideal plays. Not the last turn. I appreciate Mr. Sassy Pants. So they don't play in the left lane. They skip this turn, so maybe if Infinite comes down. But we can do Shang-Chi to win this one. If they stay here, something like Hazmat. If they have a Rogue, super unfortunate. We could always do Hazmat to the right if we thought they were going to do something like Eliath left. That's just a big blob. We can overpower the blob with the Ajax. So the Hazmat coming down should push us up over where we need to be. We will take the 80 bubs. That gives us a little bit bigger cushion. So we were up to, win 1, be out, lose 2, be out. Or like we were down up to lose 2 and be out. We are gaining rewards on that track. And so as long as we don't run out, we'll be in for a 250 surge here in just a second. So even though we can go into these bigger rounds, I still think I'm going to hang out here. I think I'm going to hang out here for at least one more game until we get to 250 and we can at least double what the entry fee is for that next one. My Arsham just generated Copycat, who stole my opponent's Iron Man. Then cloning VATS revealed. Korodi 4K, your Arsham was cooking for sure. Spent 2 hours just to climb ranks 86 to 89, then dropped back to 86 in the next 3 games. That can happen. It's just all you need is like one good window and you're in. All right, we have the Nebula. With Kitty Pryde, unfortunately, it's not going to scale that much because they'll be able to play there most turns. I'm going to play White Widow into Hotel Inferno. We'll mill one of their cards and start taking up a bit of their space. said I'm going to bed. Game is over for me tonight. And maybe a reset is, something that'll be for the best. Sometimes, waking up that next day is all that you need. So we have Viper, we have Debris. We also have our Magic. So I kind of want to do Debris right. Next turn we can do both Viper and Magic. I would like to be able to cap out one of the locations so that we don't fear the Nocturne. That's typically in like Kitty Pryde decks. But at the same time, we can just do this and cap out middle entirely.
Oh, snap.
This game mode feels full of bots. I mean, Slopknob's a real player. I think it depends on what room you're in. As you get higher right now, not very many people are generating very many bubs. So if you get on a really good streak early, then I think, yeah, you're going to run into a lot of bots. So Athena popping up in mid. The Jeff in the right lane is that versatile card. We have Doc Ock that we can use in the left lane. We can also extend the game with Shang-Chi if we think that's beneficial for us. Finding a way to get maybe Hazmat Ajax could be good. But at the same time, right now we have a really commanding lead in Hotel Inferno. I think we're going to pull left. So the Kitty Pryde left keeps him at least a little protected. Nocturne comes down in the right lane, so it would have been able to take away our Magic or Limbo location on the left. They Hazmat for us. Interesting. Into the Shang-Chi, but Hazmat came down first, and so now it's only what they can do in the left lane. And we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have anything high power. We do get the retreat, because it is really tough to leave in that, or to play anything in this scenario. I think what we were going to have to lean in on was like Hazmat Shang-Chi, but didn't feel great by any means. We'll take the 80 bubs where we can. That pushes us up to 1,000 for our total reward so far. We're back in business. We now have the 250 to push us a little bit further. The next refill upgrade is 1.8k. And so we want to play it a little bit cautiously. We have 600. And so we could almost queue up twice in this one and still have enough. And so we're going to go, or we could almost queue up into the next one twice. We're going to go for the second level now. We'll move it up slowly as we get a big surplus. Does it mean you generate more per hour now? Not until I get 1.8. Once I get 1.8 and it upgrades the shop, I think that'll bump it up to 1,000. So you would generate a few more each hour. I was not saying it for him. It was for my games. Oh yeah. No, 7-7. I got you. All right, next up we have Jinxie Lewis. X-Mansion is great if we're going for that Clutter or Clog. And I kind of like Nebula over there. We're going against Arsham, which a lot of times this deck can handle. The Arc is a little bit unfortunate though. How's the deck been performing? It's been performing really well. It's held solid for the last like almost 4 days. The first day that I ran it, I think we did like 60 or more games and maintained over a 60% win rate. So it has a lot of potential. It's your general Clutter deck with the core of like Titania, White Widow, Green Goblin, Debris, Viper, with some kind of fun additional lines in the mix. With X-Mansion, we can cap it out. Potentially. But do we want to? I kind of think we let X-Mansion roll here. And this one may be a retreat. We may play this one patiently because we don't have a great hand. Arsham generates more energy and more value. And so this one may very well be a retreat early. Sasquatch is decent in the left. Green Goblin, Titania. It's after turn 5 that it locks down. We could lock them in the left, do something like Doc Ock mid. Have you tried maybe Cannonball instead of Red Hulk? You could do Cannonball instead of Red Hulk. I'm sure it would be okay. But a lot of times I like to drop Red Hulk on 6 on a full lane into winning with like Ajax after that. And so this would either full cap them in the left lane so we don't have to worry about what they can play, into being able to do Doc Ock mid, which would set up a potential Shang-Chi. Maybe we have the Hazmat line. Not sure if it's enough to snap into, but we do allow our Nebula to scale from here. I like that the bubs are cumulative. Yeah. Yeah, me too. So we have the lead in mid, or in left. Let's go ahead and Doc Ock in mid. I think I'll snap into it. We have the Red Hulk to fall back on. We have Shang-Chi if we pull like big stuff from their end. I thought we'd need to grind a lot. I think it'll still be a grind. It's just not like a consistent grind. I've not seen the Snap community all rallying around hating a new thing in the game in a long time. That's a positive. I mean, they're bringing people together. What would you replace in this deck for Cassandra? Ooh, I don't know. It's a tough one. Just realized Marvel Rivals beta starts shortly too. Yeah. So the Hitmonkey, Enchantress, Nocturne, and of course the Shang-Chi. Oh no. Everything below Shang-Chi range. Rough. That's 160 down.
Escaped.
Well, that just happened. It sure did. That's a lot of 7s. But the good thing is we have quite a few left. And so I think we play this one more time. If we lose another, then I'll go back down to Serial. Shang-Chi, just as the scrolls foretold. Absolutely. This one looks like maybe a bot, or maybe they're pretending to be a bot. That avatar, we'll see. We'll see what their deck looks like. But the Reddit is all, I lost one game and can't play for hours. Like if you lose your first game, I think you have to wait 2 hours or 3 before you can. I got max bubbed by a Helibot once so far today. Oof. Store manager, that's tough. That's gonna be rough, having to wait after a bot loss. An unfortunate bot play. They read the White Widow in our soul. All right, we can go Magic mid to rip that one away. Classic outplayed. They just knew that our first card was gonna be Widow. How common are bots in Diner? Decently common, because if you think about it, each mode, if people are going completely all in, each time they're risking 50% of their max, or if they're each time somebody loses, they could potentially be out for about 8 hours from that table. So the higher tables you get, I think you'll see a lot more bots. Snap? I don't know. I still think we could lose to the bot, honestly. We do have Shang-Chi for the Monster Island lane. We have Red Hulk. We have Ajax. We'll snap into it. I remember I was about to hit Infinite this season. Yeah, I lost 8 to a bot. I think it was during this grind. Send them the monster? I mean, we could be we can be kind and send them the monster. We have Nebula scaling in the left. Doc Ock, very scary one against the bot because it pulls all kinds of random garbage. Let's Doc Ock in the right lane. That way, if we pull anything big, we have Shang-Chi over there. We have Red Hulk to kind of keep us up to tempo in nowhere. We'll see.
Hey man, I'm cool.
So the higher tables have either bots or sweats. And if there's enough bots, honestly, against the sweats, just retreat out for like the bare minimum. Live to fight another day. Daredevil, Green Goblin, and the Iceman hurting our Ajax. All right, so we do have Titania. So I think we throw Red Hulk left. We have Shang-Chi to help us win the right lane, as long as they don't get a Shang-Chi of their own. I love Korg's voiceover. I do too. I like it a lot. Seems kind of backwards. Yeah, well, I don't think the bots on the at the high end. Oh my goodness, we may lose all of our bubs here. We may get finessed by a bot. I don't think that's necessarily by design. I think that's just par for the course in that not enough players have bubs to utilize in the higher tables. And so right now, since most people are in within the first like couple of tables, I think you can expect the higher ones to not have many people engaging in it yet. Yeah, so it's fewer people. They may finesse us for all of our cubes. I hope not, or all of our bubs. All right, we have the Shang-Chi right. As long as that's not some kind of miracle in mid, should be fine. Hobgoblin is interesting. They get our Titania. They definitely win mid, but we win the bubs off of them. But I think a lot of it's probably going to be patience. Like I think when it first came out and everyone jumped in, it was player versus player, and a lot of people lost on that first game. But from there, you're going to get some bots. Like we're almost up to that next one. We just need 600 more, and we'll get an upgrade to the amount of bubs we regenerate each hour. So the bub refill upgrade at 1.8. Since we have 800, we could go all in on hot dog, but I'm going to stick to pancakes for now. Patience, not something the Snap community is known for. Yeah. I think people should be conservative close to an upgrade. I agree. So Utopia, looks like we're not going against a bot this time. Utopia gives us an easier to use debris, magic, a lot of our core cards. I don't think you should ever play a table that they don't have 2 to 3 times the stakes for. I agree. I think it's very much like, and maybe not a great thing, but I think it's very much like slot machines. You don't want to go to a high roller table that's $100 a spin if you only have $100. Because then you spin once, you get mad when you lose. Except, yeah, right before bed, I think you go into a game, you go full send on it, and then you go to sleep. Win or lose, you go to sleep. If you win, you can continue to double it up like 3 or 4 times. And I think it's no harm, no foul. Yeah, you have to be able to handle the bad beats. And I think that's a different element to the game that most people aren't. Are you spending money on bubs? No. So we lost all of ours initially. I waited an hour, and then now we're just kind of slow playing it. So that we don't lose all of them in like one go. How many do you regenerate? So whatever this number is, in the top left. So mine's 750. Oh, well. If you have below what you can maximum generate, then it'll show like, this one would be like 856 out of 1,000. It's whatever your max number is divided by 8. I want it now. Willy Wonka song starts playing. Yeah. And some people are going to get it by going all in on the max of every single time, going to that max table, going max. Some people will be able to get there, but the majority would lose out that way. And then you just have to be at the mercy of the timers at that point. I don't get that many complaints already, but they should fix the queue times. This is the first time I've had a queue time that's taken a while. And so I think the reset is set on the 8 hours because that's when the shop refreshes. And so it's like on a cadence of the shop refresh. So if you log on to check the shop for new variants, whatever that may be, you can full send your bubs and then log back in for the next shop refresh and you'll be okay. All right, next up we have Cocoa Bird. Luke's Bar is pretty great for White Widow. We have our Debris in hand, which is also decent for us. And then a Viper can do some pretty cool things. Let's go White Widow on the left and see what we can make happen here. Is it smart to save those bub refill rewards? Do you get bub refills? I think it upgrades your refill rate is what I saw it as. The streamers that spent money on bubs and have a lot are getting like 5 to 10 minute queue times. Well, that's on them though, G Money. They whaled their way to the top. It's almost on them. Like they're progressing at a rate that's not possible outside of whaling. And so I think by the time most people get there, it'll probably be fine. We can either Viper, maybe we do Debris into like a Viper. But they have Nocturne, so they will be able to... Ooh, they were going for the Juggernaut cheese. They have Nocturne, so they will be able to disable Luke's Bar at some point. Yeah, the FOMO is definitely tough. What kind of stuff are you looking forward to put Cassandra Nova in when you unlock her? I think she'll be good in kind of an array of builds, especially into like the Arsham stuff. We don't have a whole lot of power here, which scares me. Ooh, they do turn off Luke's Bar. So we get a double potential mill. That's not going to be great. Devil Dino left. Even Shang-Chi here doesn't win that. I mean, it does enable the Widow's Kiss. But do we win the right lane out of it? I don't know that we would win the right. YouTube thumbnail says dinner instead of diner. No, that wasn't intentional, but a bit late at this point. So this would end up being 3. So we would win with the Rock and the White Widow. We pull Shang-Chi over here. Maybe it becomes more like this. I think they play mid with Jug. Ooh, wait. They can't play Juggernaut mid. Yeah, but then you could also just spam the lowest table. And so I was kind of hoping, I don't know. I was kind of doing Hazmat before or after the Shang-Chi in case they drop this down to like 10? No, I guess it'd be 11, so it'd only go down to 10. We have Hazmat pushes mid. Beautiful value. The Copycat, which, what did that steal from us? Oh, the Titania. And so we are going to win mid, I think, with just the Hazmat there. The whole enchilada, the whole casserole, we'll take it. Have you played with Copycat? Yeah, we've unlocked her right off the jump. And it feels like a good card build. Like we put it into good card decks, and she's going to do good things. But I also got sad that we lost all of our bubs. And so we get a bub refill upgrade now. So that should push our max to 1k. So even if we lose below 1k, we should generate 1/8 of 1,000. So I think We end up getting a decent amount every hour, right? Because 1,000 divided by 8 would be 125. The whole chimichanga. The next one would be matte borders. Then we get 1,000 bubs for getting up to 5K. But 1,000, I think we're going to go up to the grilled cheese. We're going to bump our way up a little bit. A little bit higher stakes, but I think it's fine. Yeah, and the rewards are cumulative, not additive. So like you'll pick up where you got to. And so I think over time, everybody's going to get to where you're generating a lot of bubs and nobody's going to be in the first couple of tables. That name looks super bot-like. The Nova coming in, which is kind of unfortunate for the deck we're running. Nova Daredevil. Let's go ahead and magic the middle location. That's a bot. Destroying the Daredevil, yeah, it has to be. It has to be a bot. So I'm wondering, they should probably have Killmonger somewhere, right? And profit. We're gonna try to. More bubs constantly enter the economy. Yeah. It'll eventually get to the point where if you're engaging with it, even if you lose out, you should be okay. Got enough bubs to play again and got skill issued again. I'm straight up not having a good time. That can be frustrating whenever you lose the first one, like the first round of it. I think it's going to probably be the biggest issue. So we don't have initiative. We can't send Titania over just yet. But I do think we go ahead and go debris. I'm just going to go debris for now. We could go hazmat, but I'll wait a couple of turns. Then I'll snap here in just a minute. Hobgoblin's unfortunate in the limbo location. I'm always scared playing bots because it can be some crazy stuff. Like they could cap out the middle location to dodge a potential Viper play. Destroyer deck? Yeah, it looks like a Destroyer deck. One of the Destroyer bots. I almost want to go hazmat this turn. That way next turn we can go like Ajax, Shang-Chi. Always trust the bot to throw. I've lost a lot to bots in the past. I'm up to pizza, but playing taco. Yeah. Unfortunate. That is an unfortunate lock in here. I don't think they're going to throw this one. We have initiative. Titania becomes risky. They play Destroyer left. Are we staying in this one? Because I don't even feel like we can play Titania in case they play 2 cards. So we just have to hope that they didn't play to the right. Is it worth 640? I don't think it's barely worth 320. Yeah, so it plays Destroyer, but it has an easy window because we have already lost this one. And so if it Destroyers to the right, then we lose. We're going to trust you guys, though. Hold up. Beautiful. You said played 2 games, one of which was against you. Lost both. Now I have to try and win 1 game in 3 hours. 15 million is just around the corner. Coop, I apologize. I apologize, Coop. I think it will get easier over time though, for sure. All right, we have the matte red borders. We're doing much better this time around. So we're holding 1.65 thousand. We have an ad that's running, so we're going to take just a second before we jump into the next one. I think we stay in. We can get into tacos now, but I don't think we want to. I think we stay around like this range until we double up some more. So where's our next bub upgrade? Is 7.5? Still quite a ways away. All of the rewards start scaling quite a bit here. We could either go like super all in, knowing that like if we're about to take a break in 8 hours, we'd be at that max again, which is 1.8k, which is a pretty big jump now. Because I thought it would have went to 1,000, but it went to 1.8. So divide that by 8, it's 225 that we get every hour. So every hour we can enter a pancake and a cereal if we lose it. And do a hot dog. I was near 5k and I lost a lot of bubs in taco. Don't do it. We're going to do hot dog. Is it optimal to play the one? I think it probably, G-Money. But I think that depends on like what your risk tolerance is. So if you know, like let's say you have to go to work in like 20 minutes and you have max bubs, you might as well full send them. Knowing that you can go to work, you'll regenerate some. So it might be worthwhile at that point to full send it in like the highest tier. If you're wanting to play for an extended period, it's probably better to kind of slow play it in the lower tiers. Eldane, thank you so much for the Prime sub.
Welcome. It took you
I appreciate
long
the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. What's the cap on your refills? Right now I'm at 1.8 that I can get as far as what generates over time.
I found the rock.
Daredevil has to be the best card in the format. I think whatever was good outside of it is probably just as good. So I don't know that Daredevil gets any additional value here versus somewhere else. Oof. The double White Widow. We have a potential... Oh, wait. Why White Widow versus Green Goblin?
Snap.
Decks like this seem the best. Yeah, in a normal ladder, you're going to only have a few cubes because a lot of times by the point of a snap, you have, what, 2 cubes? In this one, you're going to double up on your bubs a lot earlier. Going to buy bubs? No, I don't think so. I think it's something that we can definitely engage with over time and we'll be fine. So the double rock slide. They stole our Ajax. I was wondering why it was leached, but it was Ajaxed. Or copycatted. My name is on the screen? Myrna, it is on the screen. So we have White Widow that we can throw on the right. We could do magic to extend the game, but I like the idea of White Widow because if they play here, they'll cap themselves out. We want to make it where they can't play the copycat Ajax. So Absorbing Man gives us more rocks, which is really scary. But, I mean, we have Red Hulk, we have Doc Ock, we have Titania. I don't think we need to worry about it too much. They don't have our Hazmat, so as long as we don't play that, I think we're fine. I'm at 28k and the games are getting so scary. I could imagine Store Manager. So we're going to cap them out of mid. They do have a card that scales over into Olympia. And so the Sarah reduction isn't going to be huge for them. The Hawk is to be expected. 21 power Hawk is pretty big. But something like Red Hulk scales more. Not big enough. And so we get the 640, not the final 1,200, but we get 640 out of it, which is pretty big. It is a decent little bump for us. Paid 100 gold, lost 160 to Loki. Oh no, they got you with the gold. Try to not live into the FOMO. I know it's hard, easier said than done, but try not to give into it. So we can almost go into pizza, but I think we stay in hot dog for now. That way we can kind of weather a bad beat later on. And we have Mr. Beast, the potential bot. I feel like people might try to scam and act like bots in this mode. Yeah, so with them releasing a card today, I think they assumed it would take about a week for people to start pulling Cassandra Nova for like the majority of people. Because I think Cassandra's taking the spotlight for next week, or not, she's not in the spotlight, but I don't think there's a new one. That was the first and last time I spent anything on the game mode. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be paying into it, because it's very much, like, it feels like, it feels bad to be out of bubs. And so that's where they kind of have that wiggle room of being able to kind of get you to spend a little amount of gold here and there. Is it really possible for all people to get Cassandra? The variant, I think they said, is meant to be very tough to get. So the variant, I would say no. For Cassandra, I think probably yeah. Yeah, and then once Deadpool Diner is over, you'll be able to buy her for 6,000 tokens. So if you would rather do that instead of engage with Diner, that's possible too. So we have initiative. Debris would cap mid. This could potentially... I don't like Astrodim here. I think I'm just going to debris in mid and call that good. Yeah, they try and get you with the FOMO. And because it does feel bad to run out. Because you want to be able to continue playing if you're like right next to that next reward. And so it definitely buys in with the FOMO for sure. So Gambit discards their Hela, which is very unfortunate. We have Shang-Chi for any of their big lines. I think maybe it's Ajax mid. That would allow us to Hazmat Titania next turn. I think we're good. With them not having Hela, we know that their line becomes very obscured. He said, "Thank you all. Such a good community." Yeah, and we definitely enjoy having you here. So we could do Titania Hazmat. Try to lock them out of the Invisible Woman lane. Or we can gamble in the left lane. But I kind of want to do this. We have one additional turn. If we lock them out here, just doing a Red Hulk pulls it back. I don't think the bot would run. It's the old Hela bot. It doesn't have Luke. I don't think they have Luke Cage. I also don't think they run Shang-Chi. So Giganto to the left. Definitely doesn't die to Danger Room, or they wouldn't play it there. The only thing we worry about is Shang-Chi at this point. Otherwise, we've already won the right lane. Let's throw Red Hulk in the right and call it good. Oh, it's a bot. Just got into the stream. Yeah, Muse. We ended up going up against a bot. Gaining some decent cubes now, or some decent bubs. Once you get past that, like those first couple, it really starts kind of like I don't know if you guys have ever played the mobile games where you like continue to prestige. So I think it's like Advent Manager, whatever line they go with. where initially you're gaining like $1 per click or whatever it is, and eventually you're gaining trillions. I think it's very much similar in that before you know it, you're going to be generating a lot. So we can now get into pizza, but I do think I'm going to stay down in tacos. The clicker games. Yeah, General Sergeant. I think it's very similar to that, where it starts off small, it feels bad. It's like, there's no way you can get 15 million. Then before you know it, you're winning 1,000 here and there. Losing by 1 is the worst feeling. Yeah, our first downfall of Bubs. I lost by a misplay, so I lost by 1 point to a misplay. 2.5k off a bot. Love the mode so far. Yeah, so if you lose your first game or your first couple of games, definitely feels very, very bad. I was playing this deck, but instead of Nebula, I have Cannonball. I like Nebula better. Cannonball ends up being a really high curve. This guy BM'd you earlier when he got the lucky jug play. Was it Sandroken that did that to me? Unfortunate. Never Sandroken. Let's go with the brute.
Victory.
I'll take it. You said check out matte red border with inked debris variant. We'll take 160 where we can. I don't know if I have a debris that's inked, actually. No, I don't. I can't check it out, I'm sorry. And it doesn't look good with the gold crackle. Might look cool with ink since it goes with her like her name. All right, let's stick to taco for now until we have at least enough to go into dumpling. Then maybe we hit pizza. Yeah. The stakes raise really quickly, so if you're not confident in a hand, a lot of times it's better to live to fight another day. Live to fight a bot. Honestly, with how many bots there are, at least right now, live to fight a bot later. Ooh, Little Eastwood. I just saw your chat on YouTube. You said just lost 54k. That stings. That definitely would sting. Ooh, and it's slightly covering up the bubs. Okay. Once it pulls back, I think it would be this one. Once we get into a mode. How long you'll be streaming? I'd say at least around another hour or more. Just depends. I would like to get some footage with Copycat for YouTube. But at the same time, it doesn't feel like it is anything crazy, so maybe I brew on it a bit. How do you identify a bot? A lot of the bots will have like very similar decks. Are you working today? Yeah, we're no, we're not working today. We're sick today, Gunny. A lot of times bots will have like kind of crazy names. And also their avatars are usually like a base avatar. They're going to be so many times in the lower tables right now. Yeah. Or there's going to be so many people in lower tables. Yeah. Yeah. So you won't see a whole lot of bots in lower tables. As you get higher, I think we'll see more and more though. Next up, we have Spider Hal, which is unfortunately a real player. And they're a pretty good player. And so we'll kind of keep an eye on what our early curve looks like. Yeah, something like Ed, example for last turn, is probably a pretty easy like bot call. Gunny said, "When can I get you in? When can I get you into the Snap Judgments League? What's the Snap Judgments League? Snap Judgments League."
Oh, snap.
People are really roasting this new mode. I know. There's a lot of people that are not happy with it. Because it feels bad. Like, it feels bad to lose your bubs and not be able to play. Aren't you afraid someone from work will see your stream? If it happens, it happens. It's a bi-monthly league you run with Glazer. When you say league, how long of like a, is it like a single day tournament? Is it, does it span for a while? There'd definitely be something I'd possibly be interested in.
Hey,
Evil Pop
welcome.
Pie,
Thank you,
thank you so
Wanga.
much for the Prime sub and the support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So now we have Titania Green Goblin. But if they don't play into the left this turn, then it gets really scary really fast. So I almost think we hold the Titania. As much as I want to play it, we can always do Debris again. And then next turn look to cap a lane. Lost all my bubs to a bot. Wodar, that is a rough one. Doc Ock pulling our cards is scary in mid, and they'll have a copy of the Doc Ock as well. Rough. So they definitely play in the right. They're in the right this turn, right? No way to win? I don't think there is. We'll take our 640 retreat.
Escaped.
Call it good. The Arjum Doc Ock was too strong. That I think is going to be the one of the more frustrating things is that as you get higher on Arjum decks, I think we'll still reign king. You may lose, but the rocks are glorious. I mean, that's all we can hope for. And by playing in a lower tier, losing doesn't completely drop us out of being able to play for the next hour. Is it feasible to complete the mode by only playing in serial? Probably not, just by how much everything ramps up so quickly. So I wouldn't even think it would be worthwhile. So like where I'm at right now, if every hour I could get into like at least the second level, versus serial where you would have to grind for ever. What are shiny rocks if not diamonds? Exactly. Gallic or Gaelic has the Makari, so it looks like a good value build. They copy one of our cards, so potentially an Ajax. Ooh, Proxima that we're never going to be able to play here. The league is 1 game a week for a month. I haven't played in like the tournament stuff for a while, but it would be something that I think would be kind of cool to find my way into. Have they said, you said, have they said if you can get it? Yeah, so after the diner ends, you'll be able to unlock her with tokens. So we could gamble like this if we thought they were going to play in Hell's Kitchen this turn. But I don't think they do. So instead, I think we're going to go Magic Nebula. I've only played against 4 Arshams so far, but they only played Loki on curve, 1 even on 2. That's always rough. That's always really rough. And we see those, and they definitely are those feel bad games, which is what always feels awful. We could hide an Ajax. We have no idea what they ended up hiding though. So there's any number of things hidden. We could do a Viper into the rock. We could go ahead and do Green Goblin and hold our Titania for now. Next turn, we have the option to do Titania Viper. Would have paid off to do it this turn, unfortunately. So they did get our Ajax from White Palace. Very good to know. Go Viper, Titania. Then we're just pushing for like a Red Hulk in mid, which may not be enough for us to win it. They do go Grinful right. My money says Surfer Absman under the Dark Dimension. Surfer Absman could be the line. So then what would their final play be? Because we can win right by Hazmat and then destroying the Ajax. But they did just have a Gwenpool trigger, so 6 power. If they drop 2, this ends up being a retreat. I think the red matte border looks best on Thor. So any particular split of Thor? I do enjoy a good Thor. I do enjoy a good Thor split and avatar, or border, I guess. And we don't have a good one on him. Right now I have the black and white. So maybe it's that we need to upgrade. We are down a little bit. We can't get into to pizza anymore, so I think I'm going to downgrade to hot dog until we get a little bit higher up. Are you in any of the common discords? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm in the Marvel Snap Discord. I'm in my Discord. I think I'm in KM Bests. I'm in a handful. I said borders always look best on inked because gold art distracts from the boosters. I could see that. All right, so we have our Nebula. The throne room could give us an easy target for something like Shang-Chi, or to have just a ridiculously powered Ajax. You're fine, Gunny. Let's go White Widow into the right lane. We don't want to put any more power for them in start tower than we have to. I like matching with the color of the names. Yeah. Locations are going to change, which is kind of unfortunate, but we're still going to send into the right lane with our Green Goblin. We're not going to send with our Green Goblin. We get the retreat, which I think is really what this game mode needs, is like those early retreats whenever you don't have a good line into staying whenever you have a better one. Next up, we have Snap Verso. The Nexus is decent for us in most cases because we can clutter that one. Beanman, you said I got 40k bubs now because I decided to cheese and play Arsham. I mean, sometimes it's all that it's going to take, my friend. Let's skip here into maybe Debris. You said Dara already has Cassandra. I wouldn't expect anything less, Boofin. I would not expect anything less. I almost think we keep the rocks from the collapsed mine. I'm not sure that they bother us. Something like Green Goblin into Titanium White Widow. This house second dinner monetizes the game, affect your enjoyment of Snap at all? No, not necessarily. Like if they do things that are typical in like mobile games, I think it is what it is. And so like it's sometimes unfortunate, but if that's what it does, if that's what it takes for them to like meet their quotas or what they need, and everything else can be played for free, why not gob mid? We want to clog the Nexus, I think primarily. We could have gobbed mid just in case we change or they change the Nexus with something like maybe a Legion. Ooh, Doc Ock is unfortunate on 4. We do get the counter Doc Ock here, so the Nebula could be pretty beneficial. The Super Scroll, that's fine. Ends up being that they are super negative. And we can skip now to allow ourselves to play into the Space Throne. As long as they don't have Legion, then we'd be okay.
Victory.
Shane, you said just joining. Could you give a brief explanation of the strategy with this game mode? And so you typically don't want to be like super all in. So if you're pushing, or like Darren, you're okay spending some money if you end up losing. Like then you can push for the highest possible room that you can get in. Otherwise, I would say do 1 or 2 back if you have a long play session, because this number up here, after it drops down a significant amount, you accumulate an eighth of your total max bubs every hour. And so right now I think my max is 1.8k. And so if I'm at the end of my play session, like I would full send whatever I could. Otherwise, if I'm looking to play Diner for a while and try to push to unlock the card, then I'm going to play in some of these lower modes for a little while. So like with 2.6, I'd almost even feel a little bit iffy about going into tacos, because if it ends up being a max snap and we lose it, then we could end up not being able to play for an hour, 2 hours, whatever that is. You said at the end of session we full send. Yeah, so you get 1/8 of your max cube or your max bub refill every hour. And so like right before I go to sleep, I'm gonna do a game where I full send as much as I can until I lose. So it could be that I double up, triple up, quadruple up just before finally losing. And so then in 8 hours, we get whatever our max was. So that upgrades as you get higher tiers. So it starts at 250. And then I think it goes to 750. Right now, the one after that is 1.8 thousand. And so it's like 200 bubs every hour. And so if I'm looking to play like a lot of games, then I'll definitely play it a little bit more conservative, play in a lower room so that if I lose, it's not game over. You said Copycat just stole Thanos Stone. Also, the important thresholds are 750, 1.8, 7.5, 21, 60, 600k, and 30 mil for the floor. I didn't know what the floors were, and so like jumping to 7.5 will allow you to play a lot more aggressive in some of the lower floors because you're gaining a lot more really quickly. All right, so they do have Jeff. They're going to be able to potentially move that power around, but maybe we can cap them out in most of the lanes so they don't have an opportunity to do that. Go Green Goblin for now. Instead of Green mode that really sucks when you lose early, does not seem thought through. Unless they're trying for that FOMO. FOMO could definitely turn this into like wanting somebody to lose early and feel like they need to get back into action. So without a magic here, I think we're probably disadvantaged. But if they do something like Doc Ock, we have Viper, White Widow, some other cards that may save us some grace. So we'll see. So the Doc Ock in the right. We will hit maybe Viper, maybe the Shang-Chi, maybe both. So Titania comes down. Viper will send over the rock. And then Shang-Chi is going to take out one. So we're going to have some space to play around with here. Unless we pull debris that was generated by their Loki. Titania's fine, Sentinel's fine. So now we just need to focus on winning one other lane. Something like White Widow here, I think would be good. We could also try to gamble for like a Red Hulk and hope that it's enough to overpower the Dracula, whatever Dracula pulls. But I do like the idea of White Widow. That's going to send Titania their way. Unless they play one card here, which will cap it out with White Widow. We'll keep Titania on our side. They can also move the Jeff over into the Forge. We're going to send this. We could potentially top deck the Hazmat on turn number 7 to allow like an Ajax Hazmat line, which would almost guarantee we win whatever lane we play that in. So they play one card over there. We are going to cap it out with the Widow's Kiss. The Viper is not going to be able to go off the auto snap, and we should see the retreat come down here. Because they're not able to move those cards anymore. So I'm just going to do this. We're going to sit int, and we will get the 640 out of it. We're almost... Oh, we do just extend past that 5,000. So we get the next set of bub rewards. So that should be... I think it was... Wait. We should get the bub reward. But for whatever reason, it didn't unlock. Unfortunate. So I guess maybe this one is bugged. Because everything else has been working for the cumulative. Oh well. With 3.3, I think we stay in tacos for now. Might need to restart the game. Maybe. Did go back out and in it? Yeah. I think it might just be that one might be bugged. I'll exit out and reload. Especially since we're in the middle of an ad. We'll exit out, reload, see what happens. Wait, did I go into a regular game? Auto kicked in. And then Gunny said, Pole said he'd out. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we went into ladder on accident. That's my bad.
Escape.
It's a reaction. I went into autopilot. Didn't even mean to send it there. Hey, we do get the 1K. So just closing out and jumping back in. And that puts us really quite a bit closer to that next tier upgrade, where we would be at that base of refilling to 7.5. A lot of people have been asking about Nebula versus Cannonball. It wasn't even something that I honestly considered changing. Because Cannonball is a lot higher curve, and so Nebula is there as one way to win one location, so that you can cap it out with like Titania, White Widow, Hazmat, know that you're going to win it, and then your other plays in like Red Hulk or Ajax would win another. Cannonball would probably work, but I do like Nebula in the build. Uni, you said I'm back, had a good run, got my max bub to 7.5k, can't wait to get my hands on Cassandra Nova. Too many Arshims running around. Yeah, it's going to be nice. And then Gunny, thank you so much for the gifted sub. That brings us up to a nice round. Ooh, Trist with the snap call. We'll go ahead and follow it. It is a bot though. But thank you so much for the gifted. That does bring us up to 60 for the day, which is massive support, you guys. We were rocking and rolling earlier, and then all of the big names came on, and we're still rocking and rolling. And so good vibes, good company, and we're just enjoying it. So much support today? Yeah, absolutely so much support today. And then General Sergeant launching us into emote-only chat for just a little while. We're going to launch into it for 2 minutes, and then we will be back. Enjoy, you guys. It feels like a good time to run my Hawk junk deck. Screw the Arisham army. Yeah. Then Pokemon, you said you came from YouTube. I'm glad that you found the Twitch side of it, because this side definitely helps support me a little bit more than the YouTube side, at least for right now. And so I appreciate you being here and appreciate It's all of the good vibes. And Pilk Enjoyer resubscribed for 6 months at tier 1. Huge support coming in, Pilk. Thank you for being here. Isn't it super like late your time? Thank you for being here and hanging out. But I appreciate the 6 months and all of the support for being here, you guys. So if they don't play into Asgard this turn, we do have the Viper line. We are worried about the Mr. Negative they hit on 3. But I don't know if we're worried enough to... And then the Kid Snap. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. The notification should go off here in just a second. There we go.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Thank you so much for the support and for being here. The one benefit we have against a negative deck is that Hazmat might hurt them if they go with like the Iron Man line. But we'll see. Right now we have a solid win in the right lane. We just have to figure out a way to win the others.
Iron Man.
So something like Ajax Hazmat on 7 could easily be the answer. But to do that, we do need a turn 7. So let's go Magic to the right. Next turn might be something like Doc Ock to the left, so we know exactly what we're up against. I can't snap anymore. And then, has that been about 2 minutes? About 2 minutes going off. Let's go ahead and clear it. If we can win this one, then we should bump up to that next tier of the 7.5k. And maybe we go super heavy since we're getting to the point where there's fewer humans. So maybe we can go super heavy in the higher ones. Pilk Enjoyer with the massive 10 gifted subs. Huge support. That pushes us to 71 for the day, which is crazy. Bringing us back above the 500 range. If you got one of the gifted subs from Pilk, definitely give them a big thank you. That launches us into a level, straight into a level 4 hype train. Thank you guys for being here. And all of the support is wild. And then the Hydrate. We have the Hydrate. And then they did get Jane Foster, which is scary. Doctor, you said I've had excellent matches in Diner with Gwynpool, Nimrod, and Panther. I did play one of those very style of decks similar to that that I did have a pretty good time with. Watch out for cheating bots in the higher ranks. Yeah, I would imagine they'd be there. Blackout
Hey,
Tuna,
welcome.
thank
It
you
took
so
you
much
long
for the
enough.
Prime as well. Maintaining the, we're still in the hype train level 4. I appreciate the support. That puts us up to 72. So the Rogue comes down, the Sage, the Mystique, the Magic, none of them are going to be worthwhile. And then if they stick it out and stay, then it's 4,000 that we're gaining. And we already have the lead, so I don't think they stay here. But a guy can hope, right? Let's go Hazmat into Ajax, and we do get the retreat against good old Bill. How do I join the Discord? The link won't work. For some reason, the MTG bot doesn't have the most updated one. So let me grab you a link. That does put us to 9k on the Bubs, and so we're making really good progress. We're almost at the 200 gold reward, but we do get an upgrade in our Bubs, and so now we're at a restore level of, I think, 7.5 is what I was told. Yeah, so 7.5 is now our max, and so every hour we're going to gain almost 1,000 Bubs, which starts feeling a lot better very quickly. So it might take a couple of times to really start getting going, but after that, it's not terrible. And so Cassandra is, what, 15 mil? Wild. Dara is a wild man. I think we go in with Pizza here, because we do have more than 2 entries. So if we max loss, we can max lose at least twice and still have a little left over. So we are going to bump up into Pizza for now. Let me grab you the Discord link, the kid. I need to figure out a way to change that, but for now, I think this works. So next up we have Splat. So for whatever reason, it's in MTG bot, and I don't know how to adjust it. District X is wild in one of these games. I don't know if they were running Arsham before that or not. If I don't have a ratio in the top left, am I maxed out? Yeah. That typically will mean that you're over that standard max level. Doc Ock might be okay, but it's also kind of scary.
Spider-Man here.
So Mirage will copy our White Widow, which is a little unfortunate. Beta Ray on 3 is not bad, and Makari is going to jump out of our hand too, so we're getting a lot of value down. With them running a Ravona deck, I kind of want to snap it.
Snap.
We can Beta Ray Doc Ock to the left so that our Nebula can free scale. White Widow over there is a little unfortunate, but let's see. I wonder if we ever see any kind of desensitization to snaps. The immediate Stormbreaker draw, the 10% chance there. I wonder if we ever see any desensitization to snaps. So like going back to ladder, I wonder if you see a lot more 4 and 8 cube games after this. So they play 1 card in mid. Our Doc Ock is going to pull to the left. That gives us, an unfortunate Vision pull. They do get Sarah down. Vision is super unfortunate over here.
Opponent snap.
And they snap into it. So that brings it up to 5,000 that we're up against. I think we always lose the left lane. But we can win mid. We're going to stick it out for now. Probably should end it, but we're going to stick it out for now. Hawk in mid is crazy scary. And this goes to our very maximum. So 6 more in mid doesn't win us against the Hawk. The Cannonball is not bad, but I wouldn't say it's great either. It would just push Hawk wherever else. I think this has to be a retreat. We can win left with Cannonball, but then we lose this one. Yeah. It's a big hit. Got a little bit greedy. Took a big hit very early on. Lost 5. Lost 5 to good old Splat. So we have 1,777 left. We could go way down to like, I would probably play it around Hot Dog. But I think we send it so that I can switch over to maybe trying to do something with Copycat. So I think we're going to send the tacos pretty heavy. The pop-up is predatory. Yeah, I don't like the pop-up, especially since we have enough to go into a lower mode. I don't like that piece of it, but Spider Hal's probably not one who we want to go all in on, but we'll see. You lose Bubs no matter what when you retreat? Yeah, so right now we would lose 160. What did we lose? We lost Nebula. They lost Living Tribunal. Didn't hurt them all that much. Hurt us a little bit. That early possibility. Gonna send it to 15 million, right? I sure wish, but I'm not sure if we get all the way to 15. Vibranium Mines in the right lane. We could do Green Goblin. With Nocturne already being in play, we can more easily play something like a Magic. Deadpool's not great for him unless they have a Destroy tool that gets generated. Hazmat's all right.
Opponent snapped.
They do snap into us. The Green Goblin split? I like the Green Goblin split quite a bit. I'd like some kind of Kirby crackle on it, but this one I think is really sleek. Did the dog pop in? Yeah. The vision is unfortunate. So this is very much an Arsham deck that is teched against junk, which is unfortunate. Very unfortunate for us, because now it's really tough for us to full cap any of their locations. I think it's probably better if we retreat here. We're going to stick it out. We're going to be stubborn here. Red Hulk mid is big. Thoughts on dinner so far? I kind of like dinner. It takes a different, I think, approach. You want to retreat early a lot, and you really want to play when you're not tilted. Otherwise, you're going to end up like full sending and you lose, which I think we're probably about to do here. But otherwise, I do like it. I think it has some cool elements, and it's not something you can necessarily blitz through unless you're going to pay most of the time. Just in case they do Legion or something that rips away the right lane. So it's our final bub amount. Otherwise, we go down to 500. Is it the only way to get Cassandra? Right now, in 2 weeks, they'll release it into the token shop. Full send? Yeah. We're gonna, I think we lose this one for sure. But we're gonna send it. You have a chance? I don't know. Because we don't ever win the left lane. That would be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 13, 14. We could send them a -1 with debris. This gets impacted. I think we have to send them to the right lane. Yeah, debris before hazmat, I agree. So something like debris, hazmat, vibranium, titania. The issue becomes, where does titania end? We don't know for sure. I guess if they play 2 cards, then debris caps it out, so they won't be able to take the titania. Only 1, we're going to send it with vibranium, they send it back. A Shang-Chi mid also is tough. Titanium before vibranium, yeah. And so the single in mid, so the single shite, I'm guessing Shang-Chi is probably all that it's going to take here. Wait. That's a tough loss for Spider Hal. Big win for us, but the blob was not quite enough for the blob was not quite enough for the Ajax line. My goodness. It gives us a pretty good surge. We get a good bump going here. I was already counting our chips, cashing out. But now we're up to 3.5, which we can either continue going super greedy and like pizza, or we come down here. It's probably better to be in like the rank below it, but I do want to see how big we can go. And so we unlock Bob Mart at level 21. Or the Bub Mart. So we'd be able to use, I think, gold to buy different things. See if we can maybe get there. Bub Mart, it's a shop. It's a bub shop, but I don't know exactly what the prices look like. Let it ride? We're going to let it ride. You were going full tilt and rage quitting? Well, we're also kind of running low on time. And so I think that's an approach that you can take with the mode in that towards the end you can make riskier plays, knowing that you're about to have to leave within like the next 30 minutes or whatever. But we were feeling pretty stressed in that one. You can't tell people Ajax is good. People get mad. Yeah. I don't know if it's spending bubs or if it's spending gold to get different like currencies related to the game mode. A double Red Hulk is kind of interesting. It's Kitty Pryde deck, which is a little bit more difficult for Clutter.
Opponent snapped.
We're gonna go full send on him. Spend gold for more bubs. That in the mart. That's unfortunate. So, Bast. I'm not sure if it was the Bast play for us to snap them back, but we'll see. We're at 1.28 really early on. Even before the auto snaps start coming in. I think I go magic into the white hot room to try to stop them from having the extra energy. It's either that or we go green goblin to get a rock on their side into magic next turn. Because I think they could Kitty Pryde plus something in the mid this turn to cap it out. So I'm going to play for Eternity Range instead. I think they fill with Kitty this turn. Yeah. And so no benefit from ripping it away necessarily. They do have the 3-power hood. I'm assuming we see like Falcon or bounce stuff somewhere in the mix. Where you can spend $100 in gold for more bubs in the mart. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. We'll go Titania Magic mid. That's going to push Titania their way. Now, they could have Falcon and pull those back in, which could hurt us, but otherwise they're capped out in that middle location. Unless they're wanting to do Beast this turn, of course. They do cap it out, which is unfortunate. Maybe it's the Beast line. 70 bucks for 6,000 tokens in the shop. Oh, wait, you spend money for other currencies? That's crazy. So Bishop comes down, Kitty Pryde comes down, their Demon comes down. We have a Debris, we have double Red Hulk, which is nice if they end up getting capped out. So maybe Doc Ock can help us here. 6 take collector's tokens for gold is wild. The one card is worth 70 gold. I believe in Doc Ock to find the Shang-Chi where we at least want it. Mysterio comes down, Angela comes down. Kitty Pryde, are they capped out in mid or do they have something like Falcon? Beast. So they pull Widow's Bite, the Hood, and Bast back in. Was it the Bast play for him? We don't know. But we could do Red Hulk. We could lean super into trying to like Debris to protect our cards, but I think they have a pretty good chance of being able to play all three and have cards that bounce back in. That's what, 3 Bast funds? Probably. I mean, it's their fault for bouncing it back in. So we could have potentially capped out mid, but I don't think they can win right. I think mid is probably fine. If they have a Juggernaut, we're in a pretty big pickle here. Do we ever like Red Hulk Nebula in case they Juggernaut mid? This is still a lot of power to overcome. Right now they have 22... right now they have 11. They'd have to put 11 more there. I think it's tricky. An Iron Man set the 3 in the left. Mockingbird. Mockingbird could do it. This would only be 17 plus the Demon, which goes up to 16. Or I guess it goes up to 23. The Red Hulk would win mid. Many scary things? Yeah, many scary things here. We're going to send mid and hope. Okay, US agent left. I think we could have won left. Sasquatch mid at 3 power is unfortunate. The Hit Monkey as well. That's going to send Titania back their way. We're going to pull it back once again. And we are going to double up on our cubes. Bubs one more time. And we are rolling through the pizza mode. Scammed. He got bubbed. And so that puts us at 7,000, which sounds like a dumpling mode to me. We don't get another bub upgrade, like regeneration upgrade for a while, right? Quite a while. Did I miss it? Or do you get it whenever... Oh, whenever you hit this one, you level it up, right? If we can get to 21, that'd be nice. You just became someone's bad beat story. We didn't mean to. Ooh, wait, I thought Dara already had Cassandra Nova. Why is Dara still hanging out in the diner?
Opponent snapped. Snap.
We're gonna go all in. Does the auto diner snapping work with Hydra Bob? It should. Why is he this low? I mean, at this point, he may just be rolling on people. We'll see. He's preying on all the Arsham decks with his new card. Not a bad approach. All right, so right now, Castle Blackstone, a little bit rough. Mount Vesuvius, also kind of rough. I don't think we're gonna retreat out of this one. He's legit just trolling with a million bubs and instant snapping. I mean, I would... Why not at this point? Oh, it doesn't work with Bob. A player needs to snap? That is tough. All right, let's go Viper. We're going to send them... There's the turn 3 Cassandra Nova. He does give us the never before seen on it, which ends up hitting the 7 power almost immediately, which is huge. So even with the Widow's Kiss... So we either do like Nebula Debris, try and cap them out, but we don't run the risk of the Green Goblin. But I think he probably plays around the Clutter if I was a betting person. So Copycat, what did Copycat steal? Magic. So the left lane is capped out here. Nobody can retreat after next turn. We do have the means to be able to push for the left lane. We have the scaling in Nebula. I think we're going to Doc Ock to the right. Prayer Pump. Prayer Pump. That's all we're going for. The Hawk comes in mid. That's going to be below Shang-Chi range. Hazmat. Rock Slide. And, oh, Debris cluttering our left lane. It's unfortunate. Do we think he plays a card here this turn? We always have the potential for Ajax. Is it safer to go like Shang-Chi? He always has the potential for Ajax, right? So either Shang-Chi this turn. We try for a cheeky Green Goblin. Shang seems safe. We know that we have... Oh, the rocks. Rock him. Goblin is funnier though. Lock him. I was wondering what you meant. I was wondering what you meant. Save Shang for last turn? Maybe. He only has 2 cards, so we have to be able to play both of them. We're going to gob him. The White Widow Green Goblin was the line to go for. And the other problem that we didn't think of was that does bring Hawk below Shang-Chi range, is waiting that turn. So if he has Ajax, we lose, right? Because if he has Ajax, we do Shang-Chi. That takes that one out, but he's still at 4 power. There's no way that we can overcome it. Yeah, nothing you can do. We're going to do this one. Ajax will beat us. And the Ajax line. And so, yeah, had we drawn an Ajax of our own, I don't know if that even necessarily does it. But the debris pool from Doc Ock was unfortunate, and it would be Dara that ends up ending our streak. We didn't Shang Hazmat. If we didn't Hazmat, Shang run 1. Yep. So Hazmat brought Hawk down to 9. It would have been 10. Would have been within Shang-Chi range. They would have had initiative. The Shang-Chi hits both, and it wins. And so the Hazmat is where I messed up. But that's okay. We could pay 700 to get 26,000 again. But no, we are close to wrapping up anyways. And so we're going to go ahead and take that loss. Congratulations, Dara, for Cassandra Nova, for the content, for all of the bubs. We're going to jump back in. I'll probably play it a little bit passively tonight. And then tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming all day again tomorrow. So there's plenty of time to unlock her. He said he's paying gold to play in the big dishes. I mean, maybe not, because as you get higher on, there's very few people playing in some of these. And so it could very well be that he got into a lot of bot lobbies. And so that's all you have to worry about. Beer won that match. Yeah, Goblin, White Widow would have been. Dare says he was just trying to play nice. Spent 10,000 gold. Paid over $100. Oof, that is tough. Then went small plate to troll. Yeah. But that's fine. We were nearing the end of it, and so I was trying to full send, and we doubled up several times. We ended up getting to this one, but ultimately we ended up taking the bad beat. And so we will, I'm going to go ahead and end it here for the day. I'm going to see if maybe I can get a couple of games with Copycat real quick off stream before I go pick up my daughter so that I can have at least something to upload tonight. But I appreciate you guys being here. I will be live again tomorrow, and so make sure to join us around 9 a.m. Central Time. And need a raid person? Yeah, we're going to look to see who to raid over to. We can always give Dara our viewers as well. We gave him our bubs. We can give him our viewers as well. Have a good evening. Thank you guys for hanging out. It's been a fantastic stream. But I think the overall nature of Deadpool's Dinner, whenever you know that you're going to take a break, it kind of feels bad to lose all of them, right? And so even though you know you're going to generate them, I think it's very much a feels bad whenever you go dry. But we are, no matter what, we are pretty close to getting that next tier up at 21k, which would then give us 21k generation, kind of help that speed up a lot longer. But raid guest, we can raid over into guest. Is guest going to be playing Snap, or is he going to switch over to Rivals? I appreciate all of you guys again. We're going to go ahead and launch over into that raid. We will catch you again tomorrow morning, and we'll have another fantastic lineup as well. And so we will catch you again tomorrow morning, and then on Friday, we'll have another big stream. When drops start back, I'm going to do an extended stream on Friday, and so we can look forward to a big one then. As always, I appreciate you guys. We're going to go ahead and launch into the raid. Make sure to give them a warm TLSG welcome when you get over there. And we will see you again next time, guys.
Not good.